I'm Charlotte Mitchell, Chair of the North Carolina Utilities Commission, and with me this morning are Commissioners Tanola D. Brown-Bland, Daniel G. Clodfelter, Kimberly W. Duffley, Jeffrey Hughes, Floyd B. McKissick Jr., and Karen M. Kimmerite. I now call for hearing docket number E-100, sub 179, in the matter of Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas 2022 Biennial Integrated Resource Plans and Carbon Plan. As I'm required to do and pursuant to the State Ethics Act, I remind all members of the Commission of our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and inquire at this time as to whether any member of the Commission has a known conflict of interest with respect to the matters coming before us in this proceeding. All right, the record will reflect that no conflicts have been identified, so we'll proceed. On October 13th, 2021, Governor Cooper signed into law House Bill 951. Section 1 of House Bill 951, which is now codified at Section 62-110.9 of Chapter 62 of the North Carolina General Statutes, and to which I will refer to as the statute, directs this commission to take all reasonable steps to achieve by the year 2030 a 70% reduction from 2005 levels of carbon dioxide emitted in North Carolina by electric generating facilities owned or operated by Duke Energy, and to achieve carbon neutrality by the year 2050. To this end, the statute directs the Commission to develop a plan by no later than December 31st, 2022, with Duke Energy and including stakeholder input to achieve the least cost path to compliance with the carbon dioxide emissions reductions specified in the statute. Further, the statute makes clear that this plan is to be reviewed every 2 years and adjusted as necessary in the determination of the Commission. On November 19th, 2021, the Commission issued an order directing Duke to file a proposed carbon plan, which complies with the requirements of the statute by no later than April 1st, 2022. The order required Duke to conduct at least 3 stakeholder meetings before March 31st, 2022, specifically for the purpose of gathering and incorporating stakeholder input on the carbon plan, as well as to file a summary report identifying the participating stakeholders, outlining the process employed, and identifying points of consensus after each of the 3 meetings. The order also directed the public staff to participate in the stakeholder process and to file a separate report after each stakeholder meeting, generally providing an overview of each of those 3 meetings. The order made clear that the stakeholder process should take into account and reflect the collaborative work and the outputs of the stakeholder efforts associated with the 2019 North Carolina Clean Energy Plan, as well as the 2020 Integrated Resource Plan proceeding, and should build off the consensus achieved and resources expended during those 2 efforts. Finally, the order set a deadline of May 31st for the filing of petitions to intervene in the proceeding and gave parties 60 days from the filing of Duke's proposed carbon plan to file their own plans or comments on Duke's proposed plan. On November 29th, the Commission issued an order on Duke's motion extending the deadline for Duke to file its proposed carbon plan to May 16th, 2022, extending the deadline for intervention to July 15th, 2022, and extending the deadline by which the stakeholder meetings were to be concluded to May 13th, 2022. On January 21st, February 22nd, and March 22nd, the Commission issued orders requiring Duke and the public staff and allowing other parties to provide updates to the Commission after each of the 3 stakeholder meetings. On February 7th, March 7th, and April 4th, Duke and the public staff and certain of the parties to this proceeding provided those updates to the Commission. On March 9th, 2022, the Commission issued its order scheduling hearings for the purposes of receiving public comment on the proposed carbon plan. These hearings, held in the evening, took place in Durham, Wilmington, Asheville, and Charlotte. One hearing was also held virtually on August 23rd and was split into 2 sessions, one in the afternoon and one in the evening. In addition to receiving public comment in each of the public witness hearings, the Commission has received numerous statements of position from consumers, which have been filed in docket number E-100 sub 179 CS. The following parties have been allowed to intervene in this proceeding by order of the Commission: 350 Triangle, Appalachian Voices, Apple Inc., Google LLC, Meta Platforms Inc., jointly referred to as the tech customers, Avangrid Renewables LLC, Brad Rouse, Broad River Energy LLC, the Carolina Industrial Group for Fair Utility Rates 2, and the Carolina Industrial Group for Fair Utility Rates 3, jointly referred to as SIGFR, the Carolina Utility Customers Association Inc., referred to as KUCA, the Carolina Clean Energy Business Association, referred to as CCBA, the City of Asheville and Buncombe County jointly, the City of Charlotte, the Clean Energy Buyers Association, the Clean Power Suppliers Association, Electricities of North Carolina, Inc., North Carolina Eastern Municipal Power Agency, and North Carolina Municipal Power Agency Number 1, jointly referred to as the Power Agencies, the Environmental Justice Community Action Network, and the Down East Coal Ash Environmental and Social Justice Coalition, jointly referred to as EJ-CAN et al., the Environmental Working Group, the Fayetteville Public Works Commission, Kingfisher Energy Holdings LLC, Sean Lewis, Merrick Action, NAACP, Charlotte Mecklenburg County Branch number 5376-B, NC Warren, the North Carolina Alliance to Protect Our People and the Places We Live, the North Carolina Council of Churches, the North Carolina Electric Membership Corporation, the North Carolina Port Council, the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, Person County, the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, the Sierra Club, and the Natural Resources Defense Council, jointly referred to as SACE et al., the Red-Tailed Hawk Collective, and the Robeson County Cooperative for Sustainable Development, jointly referred to as RTHC et al., Total Energies Renewable USA LLC, and Walmart Inc. The public staff, which represents the using and consuming public, is a party to this proceeding pursuant to Section 62-15D of the North Carolina General Statutes, and the Attorney General's Office, which represents the using and consuming public, is a party to this proceeding pursuant to North Carolina General Statute, Section 62-20. On May 16th, 2022, Duke filed its initial proposed carbon plan in this docket. On July 15th, the intervening parties, including the public staff and the Attorney General's Office, made their initial filings as allowed by the Commission's order. On July 29th, 2022, the Commission issued its order scheduling expert witness hearings, requiring filings of testimony and establishing discovery guidelines, which scheduled a hearing for the purpose of receiving expert witness testimony to begin today, Tuesday, September 13th, 2022. The order also established deadlines for the pre-filing of testimonies by the parties on certain specific issues, as well as allowed the filing of responsive comments on other specified issues. On August 19th, 2022, Duke filed its direct testimony and exhibits. On September 2nd, 2022, interveners filed their testimony and exhibits. On September 9th, 2022, Duke filed its rebuttal testimony and exhibits. On September 9th, 2022, parties also filed responsive comments pertaining to topics not designated for the expert witness hearing. So that brings us to today. Before we'll begin, I'd like to say a few words regarding how we will proceed in this hearing room. It's our intent to conduct this hearing in an efficient manner. And toward that end, I remind parties that witness testimony summaries are to be filed with the Commission in E-100 sub 179A at least one business day before the witness appears and shouldn't be read during the hearing. All right. I ask you all to please monitor cross-examinations questions carefully and do your best to avoid asking questions that have been asked and answered. I will also note that the capacity of this hearing room is 96 people. If I observe that we're at capacity, we must ask non-essential attendees to exit and observe the hearing by way of the Commission's YouTube channel, which can be accessed from the Commission's webpage. We encourage viewers to watch remotely to the greatest extent possible. All right, with that, I will call upon counsel to make their appearances for the record, and we'll begin with Duke.
Morning, Chair Mitchell, Commissioners. Jack Jirac on behalf of Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas LLC. I'm joined by my colleague Jason Higginbotham, as well as Brett Reichwert and Fishwell Link with the law firm of McGuire Woods.
Good morning, Mr. Jirac and others. All right, we will proceed now to interveners, and let's start with the public staff.
Nadia Lure with the public staff, appearing on behalf of the using and consuming public. And also appearing with the public staff are Lucy Edmondson, Robert Josie, Will Freeman, Ann Hubert, and Zeke Creech.
All right, good morning, Ms. Lure, and good morning to the public staff. All right, Attorney General's Office.
Good morning, Chair Warren, the North Carolina Attorney General's Office, on behalf of consumers and citizens.
All right, good morning, Mr. Moore and Ms. Force. All right, I will call upon the interveners to make their appearances, beginning with 350 Triangle. All right, so I just want to make sure I have that. I could barely hear you. You're here on behalf of 350 Triangle Environmental Working Group. Okay, thank you. All right, Appalachian Voices.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kathy Crawley Jones, and I'm here on behalf of Appalachian Voices.
All right, good morning, Ms. Crawley Jones. Tech customers.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Marcus Traven of the law firm Brooks Spears, appearing on behalf of tech customers, Apple, Google, and Meta. Also appearing for tech customers are my colleagues, Heinen and Shower also.
All right, good morning, Mr. Trathan and gentlemen. All right, Avangrid Renewables.
Morning, Commission. Benjamin Smith, from the law firm Kilpatrick Townsend, here for Evergreen Renewal.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. All right, Brad Rouse.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioner. I'm Brad Rouse. I'm appearing on my own behalf.
Good morning, Mr. Rouse. Broad River Energy.
Chairman Mitchell, Commissioner Patrick Buckton, office here.
Good morning, Mr. Buffkin. All right, Sigford.
Good morning, Chair Mitchell and members of the commission. Christina Grass of the law firm of Bailey and Dixon here in Raleigh, appearing on behalf of SIGFR. My associate Douglas Conant has also filed a notice of appearance in this docket. Thank you.
All right, good morning, Ms. Kress. Kuka.
Craig Shower, Brooks Spears on behalf of CCA, and I'll be joined by Matt Heinen.
All right, good morning, Mr. Shower. All right, CCBA.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is John Burns, General Counsel for CCBA, appearing on behalf of my organization.
Good morning, Mr. Burns. All right, the City of Asheville and Buncombe County. All right, City of Charlotte. Clean Energy Buyers Association. Clean Power Suppliers Association.
Good morning, Chair Mitchell, members of the commission. Ben Snowden with the law firm of Fox Rothschild here on behalf of the Clean Power Suppliers Association. I'm joined by my colleagues on Fox Rothschild, Aaron Catlett and Jack Taggart.
All right, good morning, Mr. Snowden. All right, power agencies. All right, EJ Can et al.
Blumenthal, solar practitioner, appearing as E.J. Can et al., as well as Brad Hawkins, Red Tail Law Coalition.
All right, good morning, Mr. Blumenthal. All right. Fayetteville Public Works Commission. Kingfisher Energy Holdings.
Morning again, Chair Mitchell, members of Patrick Buckton, Buckton office here. Holdings pursuant to the note filed with the commission. Hearing off behalf of King, my Kurt Holmes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Buffkin. All right, Sean Lewis. Merrick Action.
Madam Chair, may I be heard briefly? Merrick Action is represented by out-of-state counsel Bruce Burkott. He's intending to observe on YouTube. He wanted me to at least speak up for him and let you know.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burns. NAACP, Charlotte Mecklenburg County Branch.
Good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Quinn. I am here on behalf of Charlotte Mecklenburg NAACP as well as NC1.
All right, good morning, Mr. Quinn. All right, North Carolina Council of Churches. North Carolina EMC.
Chair Mitchell, members of hearing on behalf of the
Good morning, Mr. Dodge. Court Council. NCSEA.
Morning, Chair Mitchell, Taylor Jones, Regulatory Counsel for the.
Good morning, Ms. Jones. All right, Person County.
morning, members of the committee. Patrick Buckton again. This person county, North Carolina.
All right, thank you, Mr. Buffkin. SACE et al.
Morning, Chair Mitchell, members of the commission, Vivian Thompson of Southern Environmental Law, appearing on behalf Energy Natural Resources and Sierra Club. With me are my colleague David Neal, also appearing on behalf of the state.
All right, good morning, Ms. Thompson and gentlemen. All right, Total Energies Renewable USA LLC.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. This, my name is Police. Raleigh Office of Health. My partner, Vice President.
Good morning, Mr. Eason. All right. And Walmart Inc.
Good morning, Chair Mitchell, members of the commission. My name is Carrie Grunman. I'm an attorney with Spillman Thomas and Battle here today on behalf of Walmart Inc.
All right, good morning. All right, before we get started this morning, are there any preliminary matters that need to come to the attention of the commission?
Yes, Chair Mitchell. A very exceedingly minor issue, but on the list of witnesses presented yesterday on tape on page 3, the table, we inadvertently paired the wrong public staff witnesses. So just for clarity of the record, David Williamson will be appearing with panel 1. James McLaughlin will be appearing with panel 2. So very minor issue, but just wanted to bring that to your attention.
All right, thank you, Mr. Durack. Anything else before we get started? All right, with that, the case is with you. Duke, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. At this time, Duke Energy calls Ms. Kendall Bowman to the stand.
Good morning, Ms. Bowman. Let's get you sworn in.
Good morning.
All right, raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Kendall C. Bowman, business address is 410 South Wilmington Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Carolinas, and I'm the Vice President of Regulatory Affairs and Policy.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities with Duke Energy?
Yes, I oversee the regulatory affairs and matters in front of the Utilities Commission in North Carolina for Duke Energy, and I also oversee the energy policy matters for Duke Energy here in North Carolina.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 30 pages and 3 exhibits?
Yes.
Do you have any changes that you need to make to your direct testimony or exhibits at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
And did you also cause to be pre-filed in this docket a summary of your direct testimony?
I did.
And is the testimony set forth in your summary true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Thank you. Chair Mitchell, at this time, I would ask that the direct testimony and summary of Ms. Kendall Bowman be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
All right, hearing no objection, Mr. Durack, your motion will be allowed.
Thank you. And I would also ask that Ms. Bowman's exhibits be jointly marked for identification and accepted into the record at this time.
All right, let's do this. We'll have her exhibits marked for identification as they were when pre-filed, and I'll take a motion at the end of her cross-examination.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, Chair Mitchell, Ms. Bowman is now available for questions from the parties and the commission.
All right. Pursuant to my notes here, we will begin with, let's see, get organized here. Appalachian Voices.
Thank you, Chairman Mitchell. Good morning, Ms. Bowman. My name is Kathy Crawley-Jones. I'm counsel for Appalachian Voices. And I'd like to take a little time this morning to talk with you about the affordability portion of your testimony. Affordability is a key concept throughout the carbon plan. And that word appears throughout your testimony and the summary. And that's a shared value between Appalachian Voices and Duke Energy. For example, on page 7, your testimony, you state that the company sought to balance 4 core objectives: CO2 reductions, affordability, reliability, and executability. So it's a core value throughout these proceedings. In balancing affordability with the three other objectives, do the companies consider affordability equally as important, more important, or less important than the other three?
Good morning. I would say all of the objectives are considered equally. We had to measure those and put those together in harmony with each other. So they're all critical, and they were all set forth in the legislation of House Bill 951, which is why we're here today.
The companies also refer to least cost throughout the plan, correct?
That is correct, and that was one of the tenets set forth in the legislation.
Would you agree that the companies largely equate least cost with affordability?
Not necessarily. I think that the two have different meanings. I think that if you look at the legislation, we're supposed to analyze the various different scenarios that we've put forward, and we give them kind of a ranking. We looked at the cost component to those, and we set this in front of the Utilities Commission, similar to what we do what we've done in integrated resource plans previously, where we're under a least cost constraint in North Carolina.
But the core objective is affordability, not least cost. Would you agree?
No, I think the four core objectives are carbon reduction, affordability, reliability, and executability. But they all have to be done under the least cost provision set forth in 951.
I'm just trying to focus in terms of those objectives, we're using the word affordability, and so that has a particular meaning as opposed to least cost, right?
So we were trying to, in the carbon plan, we're not defining affordability. We're not creating an affordability metric. What we were doing is we were assessing each of the various scenarios that we put forward in terms of cost, how much it's going to cost to build and construct these resources. Therefore, to give the commission a picture and an analysis of how much each of these different scenarios costs. So we're really not trying to define affordability. We understand that we need to be conscious of rate impacts to our customers. Electricity prices are important to all customers, and we're trying to do everything that we can to keep those rates affordable. For example, one of our prongs that we looked at was shrinking the challenge, and that is kind of reducing the load through energy efficiency and DSM matters, and our Grid Edge panel can speak more to that. We're also really focusing on reducing our O&M costs as well. And we also believe that transitioning to the clean energy environment in North Carolina is going to help us keep rates affordable as well. As a company, we're proud that we have a history of providing rates that have been below the national average. And that is because of the decisions that we've made in the past to have a balanced portfolio, a diverse set of assets, not relying on one particular generating resource or not. And we hope to continue that through this carbon plan process.
Are you familiar with the definition of affordability that was recommended by Appalachian Voices to the Low Income Affordability Collaborative and that was supported by 2/3 of those stakeholders?
I'm generally familiar with the Low Income Collaborative, but I don't remember the definition precisely.
To refresh your recollection, the definition was the degree to which a representative household is able to pay for essential utility service charge given its socioeconomic status. Do you agree that that definition really links cost to customers?
So I think we need to step back and look at the Low Income Collaborative. That is a separate docket, and that is looking at different factors than what we have here in the carbon plan. The Low Income Collaborative what came out of the last Duke Energy rate cases in North Carolina. And that was a focus on looking at our most vulnerable customers, our customers that have affordability challenges. They're struggling to pay their bills. And this collaborative was looking at a whole host of things that the commission directed it to do. And I think affordability in that context is different than what we're thinking of here in the carbon plan. In the carbon plan, it is looking at all of the resources needed to get to carbon reduction and how can that be done so as to keep our rates affordable for customers.
You mentioned that the low income collaborative was looking at the low income customers that you serve. Do you know how many households in North Carolina are considered to be low income?
I do not know that off the top of my head. I believe those statistics, if you want to look, are in the report that was filed with this commission in August from the Low Income Collaborative. And I do believe that is an open docket pending in front of the commission.
And then responses that the company provided to Appalachian Voices, the data indicated that there were more than 980,000 residential households that qualify as low income under the federal poverty guidelines of 200% of that level. So that's approximately 32% of all of the residential customers. Would you agree that electricity rates and resulting monthly bills are not currently affordable for a significant number of households served by Duke Energy?
Chair Mitchell,
Proceed.
I think I'd like to just object this line of questions. We certainly recognize these are critically important issues, but they're just not pending in front of this docket. Now we're getting into lines of questions involving documentation from entirely separate dockets. And I would ask that we consider whether this is really relevant to this proceeding at this time.
All right, Ms. Crawley-Jones.
This line of questioning has to do with testimony that is in Ms. Bowman's testimony and in the Grid Edge testimony regarding the role of addressing low-income customers. And the whole plan is built around affordability, and believe it is central to the carbon plan that if we cannot address affordability in the carbon plan itself for the customers, then we are missing an opportunity here for these investments, for these priorities. And so believe that it is a relevant line of inquiry in this matter as well.
All right, I'll let the line of questions proceed, Ms. Crawley-Jones, but please be cognizant of the fact that the witness doesn't have documentation in front of her from other dockets, and try to limit your questions to her testimony that she's pre-filed and provided in this docket.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the strategy of setting SMART goals to increase the odds of success at reaching one's objectives?
Could you repeat the question?
Are you familiar with the strategy of setting SMART goals? That is, goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. Are you familiar with that practice?
I mean, I'm familiar with goal setting, but I'm not really familiar with the SMART goal terminology that you're using.
Would you agree that if you can provide a definition to a goal, that you are more likely to achieve it? For example, if you had a definition of affordability, are you more likely to achieve it?
As I said before, we're not trying to define affordability here in the carbon plan docket. I believe your line of questioning is really relevant to the low income collaborative. And we definitely understand at Duke Energy, we have a lot of customers that are struggling to pay their bills. And that was one of the main reasons we recommended in the last rate case to the commission to create this low income affordability collaborative and work with stakeholders to try to develop ideas and programs to help reduce that energy burden on our most vulnerable customers. And if you look in that low income affordability collaborative docket, there were 22 programs proposed to try to help our struggling customers, one of which is a customer assistance program that helps reduce the cost of the bill to customers. And we at Duke Energy are planning to propose that in our upcoming rate cases. There are also several programs in there for low-income weatherization, low-income energy efficiency, so you can really reduce that energy usage and burden, and over the long term, really help those low-income customers. We believe that the affordability challenges for the struggling customers is better addressed to develop those specific programs in that low income affordability collaborative and our upcoming rate cases with rate designs. The Grid Edge panel talks about rate designs to help struggling customers. But for affordability and the carbon plan, as I said earlier, we're looking at the different portfolios and resources mix here and weighing the costs of each of those to determine which of those paths with the lowercase a are affordable.
You mentioned just now the notion of energy burden. And you mentioned that as well on page 20 of your testimony. You mentioned potential policy changes to reduce electric energy burden and intensity. Can you explain briefly what you mean when you refer to electric energy burden?
So, and again, this is all defined in the low income affordability collaborative. There's a lot of work done to look at our customer base. When we think of energy burden, it is the gross household incomes percentage of what it spends on electricity costs.
So low income households have a higher energy burden than higher income households. Is that correct?
I don't know that you can do that as a blanket statement across the board. And again, I would please refer you to the Low Income Energy Collaborative, where we did detailed analytics on our customer bases, and it has the details shown in there.
Have the companies determined what the goal should be for an acceptable energy burden for its low income customers?
Again, I would point you to the Low Income Affordability Collaborative docket.
Ms. Bowman, your testimony also provided a complete overview of all of the testimony to be presented in the carbon plan. Can you point the commission to any testimony filed by the companies in the carbon plan docket that deals specifically with assessment of affordability for low-income households?
So I believe if you look at our Grid Edge panel, as I mentioned before, one of our prongs was to shrink the challenge. And the Grid Edge panel talks about being aggressive in our energy efficiency, demand side management programs. And through EE and DSM, we're talking about low income, some programs there. I don't know that we provide specifics because we have those in the Low Income Affordability Collaborative docket. And I do believe we proposed some other new low income programs in front of this commission that are currently pending as well.
Can you point the commission to any testimony filed by the companies in this proceeding that discusses an analysis of affordability and carbon reduction benefits arising out of investment in energy efficiency and weatherization efforts targeted towards low-income households?
As I said before, I really think that that is more appropriate for the Grid Edge panel.
And then likewise, would that also be true for testimony related to targeted low-income distributed energy and demand reduction programs for low-income households.
Yes, the grid edge panel.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you.
All right, next up's the Attorney General's office.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right. CCBA?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Bowman, my name is John Burns. I represent the Carolinas Clean Energy Business Association, or CCBA. I want to first turn to one of the things that you stated a little bit later in your pre-filed testimony on pages 21 and 22. You write that Duke Energy is excited that the new Inflation Reduction Act, quote, will enable a more affordable energy transition to the benefit of DEC and DEP customers, and that the tax credits and other changes in that act will, quote, enhance the company's ability to develop and procure more clean energy in a least cost manner, including by mitigating recent inflationary and supply chain pressures facing the industry. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So you would agree then that the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, will affect energy policy implementation in North Carolina?
Yes.
In fact, would substantially affect what that's going to look like over the next few years, correct?
We actually had our modeling team do a sensitivity analysis on the Inflation Reduction Act. You know, that was signed by the president on August the 16th. There's still a lot of things that we need to understand about the Inflation Reduction Act. We need some IRS rulings. It's a little bit complicated, so we really need to understand how those apply. But the modeling team did do some analysis on this, and it showed that our near-term actions, the requests that we proposed for those near-term procurements, would not change. We still need to do those. And under 951, this is an iterative process. We will be able to come in and update and check and adjust as we go along. So, and I believe we have proposed in our September 9th rebuttal testimony and comments that we would do an update in 2023 on the carbon plan and then come in 2024. When we did that analysis, it still shows that the near-term actions that we put forward here are still the appropriate actions to take.
I appreciate that you were well prepared for that particular line of questioning, and I appreciate your answer, but would you agree with me that the IRA is likely to be a game changer for low-cost renewable deployment and carbon plan costs?
As I said before, we view this as something very positive. I think it's called the Inflation Reduction Act to help offset the inflation and rising costs. We are optimistic that it will help reduce cost overall for our customers in North Carolina.
You state on page 22 of your testimony that the Modeling and Near-Term Actions Panel, quote, addresses the company's view of the potential impact of the IRA on carbon plan modeling. Is that correct?
That is correct. And you can ask that panel more detailed questions.
But Mr. Snyder, one of the witnesses on that panel, testifies that, quote, one of the largest potential barriers to establishing the most prudent and reasonable least cost pathway may be the perpetual desire for additional analysis and planning prior to execution. Do you recall that testimony from Mr. Snyder?
I don't specifically recall it, but subject to check.
Despite the company's official position being that the Inflation Reduction Act will lead to a less expensive energy transition, the company's modelers have not addressed it at this time. Isn't that correct? You did some sensitivity analysis, but you're not adjusting your recommendations, correct?
I would really, defer that question to the modeling panel, but I will reiterate, there's still a lot of things that we need to understand about the Inflation Reduction Act. And I believe that we have some time, and that's the great thing about 951 is we have this ability to update and check and adjust.
The gist of the company's position on the near-term execution plan is that there are certain recommendations that should be undertaken regardless of the plan, the portfolio that's eventually pursued in these next 2 to 3 years, correct?
That is correct. And I believe generally that there is consensus amongst intervening parties that there are certain near-term procurement activities that we need to do no matter which scenario is ultimately taken.
And it is the modeling and near-term action plan, near-term actions panel that you say can best address the effect of the IRA on those near-term execution recommendations?
That is correct.
All right. On page 8 of your direct testimony, line 4, or beginning on line 4. You there?
I am.
Okay. You state that, quote, Duke Energy's perspective in this proceeding is distinct from non-utility interveners due to, one, the company's obligation under the North Carolina general statutes and the rules of the commission to provide reliable electrical service to all customers. Two, the company's track record of providing reliable and affordable electricity. And three, the broad customer-focused perspective that guides everything we do, including the development of this initial proposed carbon plan for energy transition. Did I read that correctly, Ms. Bowman?
Yes, you did.
It's true, isn't it, that the statutory obligation you speak of is imposed by on the companies because of the same statutes granting the companies a protected incumbent monopoly status, correct?
I believe you're referring to the regulatory compact that has been in
Yes.
existence for a number of years in North Carolina and has served us well as our rates have continued to be below national average.
I understand that, but your testimony on page 8 is that your perspective is distinct from all non-utility interveners because the company has that obligation. But that's an obligation imposed by statute and regulation, isn't it?
It's the regulatory compact that's set forth in the state of North Carolina.
As part of your testimony, you summarized the testimony of Duke's other witnesses and panels, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you reviewed their testimony thoroughly?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall that Duke Energy's other witnesses criticized intervener modeling and testimony as, quote, results-oriented and self-serving?
Subject to check.
Subject to check.
Mhm.
In fact, Duke Energy also has a fiduciary obligation to its shareholders, doesn't it?
Yes, we are a for-profit utility.
That's not meant as a negative aspersion. You said you're a for-profit entity, you're a publicly traded company. You have a duty, a fiduciary duty to return value to your shareholders, don't you?
Yes,
But that obligation, that perspective is not discussed in your testimony. In fact, there are 0 references to shareholders or profits in your testimony at all, are there?
that is correct. I did not put that forward in my testimony.
Okay.
That was not the purpose of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. No further questions.
All right, Sigford.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good morning, Ms. Bowman.
Good morning.
You testified about the company's.
Ms. Kress, make sure you're in the mic so that everyone can hear.
Is this better? Okay. Thank you. You testified about the company's extensive stakeholder engagement, both before and after the enactment of House Bill 951, correct?
That is correct.
And were you present in the room when House Bill 951 stakeholder discussions were taking place at the North Carolina General Assembly last year?
I was.
So are you aware that the bill and rate impact calculations provided to legislatures relied upon the assumption that carbon plan implementation costs would be spread across DEP's and DEC's North and South Carolina customers?
Which bill impact analysis are you referring to?
The one that Duke circulated at the General Assembly in March 2020.
That was on the House version of 951, which was substantially changed when the legislation went to the Senate, which is completely different from House Bill 951 that was passed and is now in law.
Is there anything in House Bill 951 that indicates that the costs will not be spread across Duke Energy's jurisdictions in the Carolinas?
Not that I'm aware of.
So help me understand why that piece would change or be affected in any way when the House version was converted over to the Senate version of House Bill 951.
So the House version was very specific in the investments that were to be constructed to achieve carbon reductions. It set forth dates specifically for the retirement of coal facilities, and it mandated which type of assets were to be constructed. 951 that was passed by bipartisan support and signed by the governor into law gave the discretion to this Utilities Commission to determine the pace, the timing, and the resource mix to achieve the carbon reductions for the state of North Carolina.
But with respect to cost recovery and how costs would be allocated across state lines for carbon plan implementation costs, there was nothing about that piece of these costs that was affected when the House version changed to the Senate version, correct?
There's nothing in 951 that I am aware of that references allocation of costs.
So really, it's immaterial that the substance, for this line of questioning, it's immaterial that the substance of the House Bill 951 changed when it went to the Senate, correct?
I'm not sure. I don't know what questions you're planning to ask.
With respect to the cost being spread across North Carolina and Duke's North Carolina and South Carolina customers, there was nothing that changed about that assumption that legislators relied upon when they voted on House Bill 951. There was nothing about that assumption that changed from the House version of House Bill 951 to the Senate version of House Bill 951, correct?
Well, the Senate version of 951, there was no bill impact analysis because there was no specific resource mix or mandate with which to conduct a bill impact analysis.
So is it your testimony that legislators did not rely upon either the bill impacts and rate impacts provided by Duke Energy or the rate impact analysis provided by the public staff?
Repeat your question.
Is it your testimony that legislators did not rely upon either the bill impact analyses provided by Duke Energy or those provided by the public staff?
Chair Mitchell, if I could. I'm just, I think object this line of questions is it's not relevant to this proceeding, what General Assembly members may or may not have relied on in the decision-making for a law that is now effective and enacted. And I'm not following the relevance of this line of question to the matters at hand this morning.
All right, Ms. Kress.
Chair Mitchell, I would say that this line of questioning is absolutely relevant as it goes to legislative intent. And it also is relevant to the issue of jurisdictional cost allocation.
All right, well, get to the question.
Understood, thanks. Ms. Bowman, in the event that South Carolina, or the Public Service Commission of South Carolina denies cost recovery for any carbon plan implementation costs, what happens?
So we're not at that point in time now, and I would actually recommend that you ask the Carolinas Operating Utility Panel of Nelson Peeler and Laura Bateman the specifics on cost allocation, as Laura Bateman as our rates expert. I think it's premature. We are optimistic that we will be able to get alignment between the two jurisdictions. It is early right now in the proceeding, and we're optimistic that we can get there.
It may be premature in your opinion, but can you please testify and answer the question in terms of what would happen? Would Duke's shareholders absorb those costs?
Chair Mitchell, may. Objection. This calls for speculation. There's no foundation for this question. And
Chair Mitchell, this is relevant to the issue of carbon plan implementation costs, which has been raised by a number of interveners, including SIGFOR. It's in the record. There's plenty of foundation. She has testified about cost impacts in her direct testimony.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection, recognize calls for speculation, and we'll give your testimony the way it's due.
So in the event that there is a resource that is constructed that South Carolina ultimately denies the recovery of. If they also do not get the benefit, we believe if they do not pay for the resource, they should not get the benefit. So the customers that have paid for the resource and get the full benefit would bear the cost of that resource.
So what you're saying is North Carolina ratepayers then would be on the hook for paying 100% of carbon plan implementation costs in the event that South Carolina denies cost recovery.
I've already answered the hypothetical question.
Chair Mitchell, it's a different question.
Again, if the witness feels comfortable speculating, but if she doesn't feel comfortable speculating on the hypothetical being presented to us, then I don't think there's a need for her to weigh in on that question.
All right, let's move on to the next question, Ms. Kress.
Would you agree, subject to check, that the phrase least costs appears 4 different times in House Bill 951?
Yes, subject to check.
Would you agree, subject to check, that the word reliability appears 4 different times in House Bill 951?
Yes,
House Bill 951 does not, however, reference or define affordability, correct?
that is correct. And I just spent several moments talking about all of that.
Yes, thank you. And while the report referenced during that line of questioning has been filed with the commission has not yet issued any ruling on that report and has not yet allowed interveners a chance to comment on that report, correct?
To my knowledge, last I checked that docket.
Nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
All right, NC Warren. Actually, Clean Power Suppliers Association. Sorry, Mr.
Yes,
Snowden.
ma'am. Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good morning, Ms. Bowman.
Good morning.
Ms. Bowman, as you testify, you are responsible for managing North Carolina regulatory matters and directing North Carolina energy policy for Duke. Is that right?
That is correct.
In your testimony, you provide an overview of the company's general approach to developing the carbon plan. Is that right?
That is correct.
And one of the 4 core objectives of the carbon plan, as you describe it, is to achieve the interim 70% carbon reduction requirement and also the net zero requirement in HB 951, right?
That is correct.
And Ms. Bowman, you'd agree that the first sentence of Section 1 of HB 951 says that the Utilities Commission shall take all reasonable steps to achieve a 70% reduction in emissions, paraphrasing here, by the year 2030 and carbon neutrality by the year 2050. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And the statute gives the commission discretion to authorize extensions beyond the 2030 and the 2050 deadlines under certain circumstances, correct?
Yes, I believe the 2032, the commission has extensive discretion over various factors. And then beyond 2032, it is for specific resources or reliability.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you any questions about that right now. But as the person responsible for directing North Carolina energy policy for Duke, do you think it's important that Duke at least try with the carbon plan to achieve 70% reduction by 2030?
Yes, and I believe that we absolutely have. We put forward a suite of different portfolios, one of which achieved 70% by 2030, and the others utilizing the discretion provided and afforded under House Bill 951 to show the commission the full range of objectives and portfolios, analyzing and taking into account the carbon reduction, affordability, reliability, and executability.
Okay, thank you for that. So following up on your description of the carbon plan, at a very high level, the carbon plan includes these various portfolios, including a 2030 portfolio and other portfolios, but it also includes a near-term execution plan, right?
That is correct. We put forward near-term procurement actions.
Okay. And as part of the all of the above strategy that you describe in your testimony, the near-term execution plan is designed to support all of the portfolios in the plan, isn't it?
That is correct. No matter which portfolio, including the additional ones that we ran in consultation with the public staff, they all achieve net zero by 2050.
Thank you. And if the near-term execution plan did not support execution of one of those portfolios, that would indicate a flaw in the near-term execution plan, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. I believe that the near-term action plan could support any one of those portfolios.
Yes, absolutely. But it should support every one of those portfolios, shouldn't it?
Just said it supports all of those portfolios.
Okay, I want to make sure that I understand. So if the near-term execution plan fails to support one of those portfolios, then it doesn't support all of them, and there's a problem with the near-term execution plan, right?
Our near-term execution plan, as we've put forward, does support all of those portfolios.
Okay, so it's your position that the near-term execution plan is intended to and does in fact
Yes.
support execution of all those portfolios.
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Bowman, you discussed, and there's been a bit of a bit of discussion already this morning about Duke's concerns about bill impacts as a result of compliance with HB 951, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that the company has both a legal obligation and simply an obligation to its customers to identify every opportunity that it can to find the least cost pathway to compliance?
I do. And I believe that we've tried to achieve that in the carbon plan that we've put forward. I talk about the prongs, the approach to shrinking the challenge, reducing the load, adding renewable generation that doesn't have a fuel component to it, reducing O&M, and trying to minimize cost as best that we can to achieve and transform to our carbon-free environment.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you one more question to follow up on our discussion about portfolios a few minutes ago. You agreed that it was important that Duke make an earnest effort and really try to achieve compliance with the 70% reduction requirement by 2030, if that's possible, right?
That is correct.
And Duke has now, with the supplemental modeling, proposed 6 portfolios for consideration by the commission, correct?
That's correct. The 2 additionals in consultation with the public staff, P5 and P6.
So why did it only propose 1 portfolio that would achieve compliance by 2030?
So as I mentioned before, we gave a suite of options. We believe that it is in the best interest of the commission to be able to analyze a varying range of options. We have one of which that can get you there to 70% by 2030. It's very aggressive, but we've provided all of the executability risks. We've ranked them from a reliability standpoint. So we put forward options for this commission to consider. And quite frankly, what we put forward in our carbon plan is the commission does not need to make a determination today on which of those paths to achieve. We're not asking the commission to go ahead and utilize the discretion to delay. What we're asking for is a suite of near-term procurement and development actions that need to take place. And we can come in and check and adjust when we do an update and as we gain more information. And hopefully we can definitely get there by 2030. But we need to do some near-term actions now.
Thank you. So it's important for the commission to consider a full range of options, but it doesn't need to pick a pathway right now, correct?
That is correct.
Do you think it would be appropriate for the commission, given that Duke has only got one 2030 compliance portfolio, to consider 2030 compliance portfolios put forth by other parties in this docket?
I think the commission can consider everything that's put forward in this docket. They need to make that determination on their own.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
I didn't see one.
Good morning, Ms. Bowman. How are you doing?
Good morning.
My name is Matthew Quinn. I am here On behalf of NC Warren and the Charlotte Mecklenburg NAACP, I appreciate you talking to me this morning. So what I'd like to do is just kind of focus on some big picture issues. I mean, I know with some of our other panels later in the day and later in the week, we'll get into more detail, but just for purposes of our discussion, I'd just like to go big picture about about Duke's proposed carbon plan. Is that a fair way to handle our discussion, Ms. Bowman?
Sounds fine.
Well, in that vein, then I'd like to just go to the very basics and talk for just a second about House Bill 951. And I assume you have reviewed House Bill 951 before. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes.
Many times. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I don't intend this statement to be controversial. I'm just trying to speed us along and summarize what House Bill 951, what it says, without having to revert to the actual text of the statute. But basically what the General Assembly said in House Bill 951, would you agree, is that the carbon plan needs to achieve a 70% reduction in emissions of CO2 from 2005 levels by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050.
The Utilities Commission is to take all reasonable steps to achieve those.
Correct. But my characterization of the text of the statute is substantially correct. Would you agree with me on that?
I would.
Okay. And I'm sure you would also agree with me, would you not, that pronouncements or statutes promulgated by the General Assembly are very important. Fair?
Yes.
It's important for Duke to comply with those statutes, right?
Yes.
And Duke, under the text of 951, needs to take all reasonable steps in order to meet these carbon reduction emission benchmarks or goals. Is that fair?
That is fair, and that is what we believe we are doing and in the submission of our carbon plan here in front of the commission.
And would you agree with me that by passing House Bill 951, the General Assembly has created a policy that it's important in the state of North Carolina to meet these emission reduction goals? Is that fair to say?
I think it was clear with the passage of 951 to meet the emissions reduction goals while taking into account reliability. I think the statute says we must maintain or improve upon reliability and also focusing on least cost.
And I appreciate that clarification. It's a good clarification, but my question was a little bit more narrow than that. I mean, what I'm wondering is, would you agree with me that in enacting House Bill 951, the General Assembly established a policy that it's important in the state of North Carolina for these emission reduction goals, 70% by 2030, carbon neutrality by 2050. It's important for those goals to be met.
Chair Mitchell, man.
Go ahead.
The question's asked and answered. He just asked that exact question, and now he's repeating it after the witness has given him an answer to the question.
I'm not sure that's correct, but now that I've asked the question and gotten the answer, I'm happy to move along.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Move on.
Thank you. All right, so now that we've talked a little bit about the importance of 951, I'd like to then segue into a related topic, which is what would the consequences be if Duke obtains approval of a carbon plan that ultimately proves to not be capable of meeting these carbon emissions goals? Are you understanding kind of what I'm wanting to talk about, ma'am?
A hypothetical?
Yes, we're not going to agree on whether or not Duke's carbon plan actually achieves these goals. I'd just like to talk in hypothetical terms about what the consequences would be if, in fact, Duke proposes a carbon plan that fails to meet these carbon emissions goals. Is that okay? Can we have that discussion, ma'am?
I suppose.
Okay. So, one thing you see talked about in some of the direct testimony is the concept of stranded assets. Have you seen references to stranded assets in some of the direct testimony filed in this docket?
Chair Mitchell, may I?
Go ahead.
If the attorney's going to reference other testimony in this docket, we'd appreciate the citations to the relevant portions of the testimony that he's referring to so that we can see the full context for the testimony.
I think a number of interveners reference stranded assets. I don't think it's necessary for this discussion for us to pull out any of the specific testimony. All I'm asking is is she aware of the concept of stranded assets? And I think if as the Duke's first witness, surely she is aware of the concept of stranded assets.
All right,
I think we all are.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Ms. Bowman, answer the question of whether you're aware of stranded assets.
I am aware of stranded assets.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me, Ms. Bowman, that if a carbon plan is approved, which is incapable of meeting these carbon emission reduction goals, there is a risk to Duke and to Duke's ratepayers of stranded assets?
So I'm not sure I'm completely following your question. We do not have a carbon plan approved yet. The construct of 951 gives discretion to the Utilities Commission to extend the timeline, for a whole host of reasons, outside forces out of control. So I'm not sure in what context you're talking about.
Well, let me refine the question then a little bit. I mean, in this, and we're going to talk a little bit more detail about this later, but Duke has proposed, in this carbon plan has proposed the construction of certain natural gas assets, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and natural gas, the burning of natural gas involves the emission of carbon dioxide, does it not?
It does, and we do not believe that the construction of new natural gas units, CTs and CCs, will be stranded assets in this context.
But what my question is again in the hypothetical, if a carbon plan is approved which fails to meet these carbon emissions goals, isn't it possible that the construction of these assets could result, the construction of these generation assets could result in these assets not being able to be put to use for the entirety of their serviceable life?
I mean, that is always a possibility with any asset that gets constructed. I would say it's not contingent just upon a carbon plan.
But if the carbon, well, strike that. Now, if and again, hypothetically, I know we're not going to agree on this eventuality, but hypothetically, if Duke ended up constructing generation assets which could not be put to use throughout their serviceable life because of these carbon emission goals, that is, of course, an expense that would have to be borne by either ratepayers or Duke investors. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, but I will make the point again that any asset that gets constructed could be subject to the risk of being a stranded asset. And this is all perfectly hypothetical right now and not based in reality.
And one of you mentioned the risk of being a stranded asset. I guess, would you agree with me that one of the risks of a stranded asset, which is unique to this particular docket, would be a generation asset being constructed, which got in the way in the future of Duke being able to meet these carbon emission reduction goals? Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say, but I will say for our natural gas resources, we believe that hydrogen will become viable, and any of the new natural gas resources that we construct will be hydrogen capable. And the modeling panel and the long lead time resource panel can describe these in much more detail than I can.
Ms. Bowman, I'd like to point you, please, to a passage in your direct testimony. This is pages 10 and 11. And just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
All right. So let me just read this for the record. I'm gonna read lines 9 through 11. Okay. And in lines 9 through 11, you say, quote, "In developing the carbon plan, the companies utilized a three-pronged approach focusing on the following steps for the energy transition: shrink the challenge, add carbon-free resources, and ensure reliability," end quote. Ms. Bowman, did I read that correctly?
Yes.
All right, so I would like to spend just a minute talking about these three ways in which Duke proposes to meet the carbon emission goals required by House Bill 951. So first, let's talk about shrinking the challenge. I guess that you would agree with me that the words shrink the challenge or shrinking the challenge, some iteration thereof, appear throughout Duke's proposed carbon plan. Is that right?
That is correct.
And Duke has in its proposed carbon plan has said that it would like to give the concept of shrinking the challenge a very high priority, perhaps even a first priority when it comes to trying to meet the carbon emission reduction goals. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So it's very important in order for Duke to meet the carbon emission reduction goals for Duke to actually fulfill this promise to shrink the challenge, right?
We believe that reducing the load is a good thing to do to try to achieve carbon reduction.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the concept of energy efficiency and demand side management are very important to shrinking the challenge?
Yes, and I believe our Grid Edge panel can speak to this in much more detail than I can.
And that's a fair point. And it's not my intent to go through a lot of detail on, we will do that at a later time, but I just want to be very general in this question, and I'm sure you are aware of this very general statement. Would you agree with me that Duke proposes, insofar as energy efficiency is concerned, Duke proposes merely an amount of 1% of eligible load? Is that a correct statement?
I disagree with your adjective merely. We believe that we've put forward a very aggressive EE and DSM approach, understanding that there's some interveners that think we can go even further, but then there are other interveners that think what we have proposed is very aggressive. So we believe that we are somewhere in the middle.
And again, not trying to get into too much detail here, but other interveners, one that stands out to my mind is NCSEA et al. Has proposed a 1.5% of eligible load, a 0.5%, merely 0.5% more than what Duke has proposed. Is that consistent with your understanding, ma'am?
Objection, ma'am. Again, if the witness wants to point to statements, assertions, or factual positions taken by other parties in this proceeding, he needs to show where he is, where in the record or where in the testimony those positions are stated so that we can assess the full context.
Chair Mitchell, I think if the witness is aware of that proposal, I think it's fair that she respond to it. If she's not, then she can say that she's not, and I'm happy to move along, and we can address it on the Grid Edge panel.
All right, Ms. Bowman, if you can answer subject to check, please do so and overrule the objections.
Subject to check, but I am not an EEDSM expert, so I really refer to that panel in terms of the meaningfulness of what you just quoted.
Okay. All right, well, then let's move past energy efficiency and let's talk about another aspect of Duke's proposal to shrink the challenge. Would you agree with me that another part of shrinking the challenge is net energy metering solar?
That is listed as a component in the testimony.
Yep. And NEM solar is part of another docket. It is not my intent at any point during this proceeding to go into a ton of detail about it. But I do, just in very general terms, want to touch upon it with you. Ms. Bowman, if you are aware, if you could please let me know if you are aware about whether Duke has made a proposal for a revised net energy metering tariff in a separate docket.
Yes, we put forward a proposal for a revision to the net metering tariff, as well in combination to treat rooftop solar as energy efficiency to give customers an incentive to put rooftop solar on their roof. But I do believe these dockets are still pending in front of the commission.
And I believe that is correct, ma'am. Are you familiar with the fact that Duke in this separate net energy metering docket has proposed a new to impose a new minimum monthly bill upon net energy metering customers? Is that something about which you're aware?
I am aware of the dockets, but I am not an expert on that.
Well, if it isn't, then I won't go into further detail with you about it then, but let's just subject to check or hypothetical, however you want to take it. If it is in fact true that Duke in this separate docket is proposing a new charge a minimum monthly bill charge upon net energy metering customers. Is that not inconsistent with the concept of Duke trying to shrink the challenge?
No, it is not. As I said before, you have to take the revisions to that net energy metering tariff in conjunction with treating rooftop solar as an EE to give the incentive. Working together, we believe that that will incent more rooftop solar. You really should ask this question to the Grid Edge panel.
Well, then let me ask just one more question about this, and I'll move on to another topic. If it in fact is true, which my client believes it is true, but we're not going to agree on that. If it is in fact true that Duke is proposing a net energy metering tariff, which will have the result of reducing the savings for net energy metering customers, would that not be inconsistent with the concept of Duke shrinking the challenge?
I already answered that question.
I'm not aware that you have answered that question, ma'am, respectfully. And maybe I missed it, but if you could answer it again, I would appreciate it. And I can ask it again if you would like.
Ask the question again.
Okay. If it is in fact true, and again, my client believes it's true, I know we're not going to agree on that, but if it is in fact true that Duke is proposing changes to the net energy metering tariff, which will result in customer bill savings going down substantially. In other words, net energy metering customers are not saving as much money as they did under the former tariff. Would that not be inconsistent with the concept of shrinking the challenge?
As I said before, you have to take into the net energy metering tariff changes in conjunction with the rooftop solar as EE.
I'm not sure that answers my question, ma'am. I mean, it's a straightforward question. If it is in fact true that the new net energy metering tariff would result in less bill savings for net energy metering customers, would that not be inconsistent with the concept of shrinking the challenge?
Chair Mitchell, man. She stated repeatedly her position. He's also layered on hypothetical and hypothetical and hypothetical, and this question was asked and answered, and it feels like a inefficient use of the commission's time at this point to explore this any further, especially considering it's an issue in a separate document.
Mr. Quinn.
Respectfully, I don't think I've received an answer to my question. So I would ask that the witness answer the question.
All right, it's been asked and answered, so I'm going to sustain the objection. Please move on.
All right. So, Ms. Bowman, going back to your direct testimony, again, this is on page 10, lines 9 through 11. Just to reorient us, you are discussing the ways in which Duke proposes to achieve these carbon emission goals. Is that just reorienting us? Is that correct?
Yes, the three-pronged approach.
Correct, the three-pronged approach. And so we've talked a little bit about shrinking the challenge. Next, I'd like to talk about the second concept, which is adding carbon-free resources. Okay. Would you agree with me that battery storage is an important part of Duke's proposal to add carbon-free resources?
Yes, but I believe battery storage is in the reliability category.
Okay, I understand. Well, then I appreciate that correction. I'm still going to talk just a second about battery storage, though, and we can take that discussion and transfer it from carbon-free resources to the reliability issue. But so you would agree with me, though, that Duke's plan, battery storage is an important part of Duke's overall plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And battery storage is a promising technology for the future, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. It would be very difficult for Duke to meet its carbon reduction goals without robust battery storage. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. Would you agree with me, Ms. Bowman, that in Duke's modeling, Duke made some mistakes which had the effect of reducing its initial recommendation about the amount of solar plus storage?
I would really defer you to the modeling panel to get into the nuances and specifics there.
Okay. Are you aware of the concept in general, however, that Duke proposed an Encompass model that placed or that hardwired certain restrictions on the storage component for a solar plus storage array, which Duke then had to recant in its direct testimony.
Objection. Chair Mitchell, may. Outside the scope of his testimony, but also, again, the attorney is asserting statements made by Duke witnesses without providing any citation whatsoever to the portion of the testimony he's referring to. It makes, even setting aside the fact it's not relevant to this witness, it makes it impossible for our witness to assess the accuracy of the question, or the premise of the question.
If necessary, I'm happy to direct the witness to the pertinent portion of Duke's testimony. It's the modeling panel testimony, page 151. I don't think, however, that's necessary. I'm just simply asking the witness whether she's aware of a very basic concept, which I would hope Ms. Bowman would be aware of, which is that there was a substantial change to Duke's modeling that it made in the direct testimony. I'm just asking if she's aware of that.
Let's let the witness review the testimony. Ms. Bowman, let me know when you've had a chance to do that.
Okay, so what page and what line are you referring to?
It is page 151 of the modeling panel testimony.
And you're referring to how did the companies respond?
Yes, I mean, I think if you review page 151 to 151 to 153 or 154, I think what you'll see is that the modeling panel is discussing how a substantial change was made to Duke's model in response to comments filed by multiple interveners, including the public staff, NCSEA.
I see where it says the companies see merit in the issue raised by interveners, and therefore we put forward the scenarios P5 and P6.
Okay, so in other words, Duke has now made added portfolios onto its carbon plan to address certain restrictions that were placed on Duke Solar Plus battery storage model as it was initially proposed. Is that a correct statement?
That's a correct statement, but I will reiterate, if you want to get into specifics and details of all of this, the modeling panel is the appropriate.
Yes, ma'am. I understand. I just wanted to just get on the record that you were aware that change had been made. If you could now please turn to page 11 of your direct testimony.
Okay.
You will see on line 5 of page 11, there is a reference to eliminating natural gas use over time. And I'm sitting here looking at it, and this is a dauntingly long sentence, which I don't want to read because I'll probably mess it up. Feel free to read it for yourself, and then I'd like to ask you some questions about this reference to eliminating natural gas use over time.
Okay, yes, I've read the sentence.
Okay, so just, I'm not trying to say anything, controversial or anything like that here. So forgive me if I mischaracterize anything. It's not my intent. But I mean, it's an important component of the carbon plan and meeting these carbon emission reduction goals is eliminating natural gas use over time, right?
That is correct.
And I think we talked about this a minute ago, but just so that there's context for our discussion, the burning of natural gas involves the emission of carbon, right?
It does, but it's 50% less than coal. And as the sentence says, we believe that there will be new breakthrough technologies, innovation, and hydrogen. If you look at the recent federal bills, the IIJA and the Inflation Reduction Act, Hydrogen is something that the federal government is looking at researching and developing. And we believe that that could be something that could help us transition away from the elimination of natural gas over time. We believe that natural gas is going to be an important component of helping us transition to low carbon as it provides reliability, reliability needs, dispatchability needs, as further described in our reliability panel.
I appreciate that. And I mean, I guess, at bottom, what this boils down to is that in order for Duke to meet these carbon emission reduction goals, the burning of natural gas cannot be occurring in 2050, right?
951 says we have to be net zero by 2050, but allows for a 5% offset.
Okay, so subject to that 5% offset, my statement is correct. The natural gas should not be burned by Duke by 2050. Fair?
To get to the carbon reduction goals.
Understood. Now, I want to keep that in mind about the need to get off natural gas eventually by 2050, which I guess is not that far off. I want to keep that in mind and ask you this. In Duke's carbon plan, is Duke not proposing a relatively substantial build out of natural gas generation?
I would disagree with the word substantial. It is a very modest amount of natural gas that is proposed in this carbon plan, and we believe that it is needed to help us get to this transition from a reliability standpoint. One of the main pillars of 951 was ensuring or maintaining or improving upon reliability. And again, I would encourage you to ask the reliability panel about this.
Fair enough. And I will do that, Ms. Bowman. You did mention that you disagree with my characterization of it being a substantial build out. So, based on that answer, I would take it that you are generally, if you're aware of whether it's substantial or not substantial, you're aware, in general terms about the amount of natural gas that Duke is proposing to construct in this carbon plan. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, if you look at attachment 3 to my testimony, exhibit 3, the near-term procurement activities, it sets forth the amount of natural gas. And it is not substantial.
Okay. And this is under the near-term action section, is it not?
It is under the near-term actions.
Do you happen to have Duke's proposed carbon plan in front of you?
I do.
Okay, if you could please turn to Appendix E, page 77.
Mr. Quinn, before we get to your question, how much additional cross-examination do you have for the witness?
5 minutes at most.
All right. We'll take our morning break following Mr. Quinn's examination of the witness.
I'm there.
Okay. What page did I say, ma'am?
You said page 77.
Yeah, I think. Okay. Ms. Bowman, if you could please look at table E71.
Okay.
Okay. And my understanding of table E71 is that it references final resource additions by portfolio in megawatts through 2050. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, under portfolio 1, I see Duke proposing 2,400 megawatts of combined cycle and 6,800 megawatts of combustion turbine. Is that correct?
That is what this says, but I would like to point out that you are looking at the scenarios through 2050, not the ones for the near term through 2030. And if you look at the testimony, there's a lot that can happen between now and 2050. There could be technology breakthroughs. There could be all kinds of things that could happen. We could have, innovation on battery technology. So we are not also asking for the commission to pick a particular path all the way through 2050. What we're recommending is to take a near-term procurement actions today that keep us on any one of these paths. And then we can come back in as 951 allows and update and check and adjust in the next 2 years as we have more information.
I understand that, ma'am. But my question is it not true that through 2050, Duke is proposing under just portfolio one, 2,400 megawatts of CCs and 6,800 megawatts of CTs. Is that a fair statement?
That is what we showed in that portfolio analysis. And again, really refer to the modeling panel, but we have to take a specific point in time to run any kind of modeling analysis. I think, I'm going to refer to witness Glenn Snyder. It's the snapping the chalk line. And when we come in again, all of these numbers are going to change because it's so far out. We have greater certainty in the near term, in the next 5 years on different assets and so forth. So this is not going to be static. It's going to change over time.
Okay. All right. So in Exhibit 3 of your testimony, where you indicate that new CTs are going to be 800 megawatts and new CCs are 1,200 megawatts, that's only short term. That's not through the whole, for lack of a better term, planning horizon through 2050, right?
This is the proposal to help us get to the 70% reduction target.
Only, correct?
No, we need to do all of these resources to help us to ultimately get to net zero by 2050.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this point, we'll go in recess. We'll take our morning break. We'll be back on the record at 10:50. Let's go off the record, please. May proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Bowman. I'm Patrick Buffkin of the Buffkin Law Office representing Person County. And I've got a few questions about your testimony and some of the matters raised in Person County's comments. First off, would you agree as a matter of policy that having firm generation or dispatchable resources like the Roxborough and Mayo generating stations in Person County being available on Duke Energy's system supports reliability and adequacy of the existing grid?
Yes, generally, but the reliability panel could speak more wholesome to that.
Thank you. Would you also agree that those types of generation resources could be used on an emergency basis, consistent with meeting the carbon reduction goals of House Bill 951, and potentially even extending the operation of those plants beyond the current proposed retirements?
I think that would be better asked for the modeling panel or the operations panel.
Okay. Well, help me with Duke's policy development. I understand that Duke has stated in response to a public staff data request that it plans to locate a new CC at the Roxborough station. And is that because Duke sees a benefit or as a general matter of policy in locating new natural gas plants in Person County because of the need for transmission voltage support, the available land and transmission infrastructure, and a workforce that already works in Duke Energy plants?
So we believe where feasible and practical, it's always beneficial to site replacement generation at locations for retiring facilities. You do have transmission infrastructure already there. We actually filed a generator replacement filing at the FERC recently, and we got approval to waive the interconnection requirements where we're citing replacement generating at existing retiring plants. So we believe there is a benefit, and where it's feasible and practical, we will definitely strive to do that.
This is Person County is an example of that
It's
kind
an
of place. Would Duke Energy be prepared to commit as part of the approval of the carbon plan to locating additional new natural gas generation in Person County?
I said that where it's feasible and practical, we would strive to do that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bowman, are you familiar with the details of the Commission's approval of the Duke Energy Progress, Duke Energy Carolinas merger?
Yes, I'm generally familiar.
Okay, thank you for that. Would you agree, and subject to check if you like, that in approving the merger of Duke Energy Progress, Duke Energy Carolinas, Duke committed by settlement or stipulation, and the Commission approved a number of community benefits for Raleigh, such as maintaining a corporate presence and philanthropic support of community organizations?
Subject to check, I believe it was the Utilities Commission that required such. And I can't remember if it was in the merger order or the investigation docket.
Fair enough, but the point stands that the Commission approved those community benefits for Raleigh as part of that action.
Yes.
Would Duke be prepared to commit as part of the approval of the carbon plan to providing similar community benefits for Person County to help the county through the transition of these retiring coal plants?
So I do not believe that that's necessary at this time. Those commitments you were referring to were part of a completely separate proceeding. As I said before, we are definitely going to try to do replacement generation where feasible. And if we have retiring plants, we definitely plan to work with the communities and the workforce to try to buffer the impacts of that retiring facility.
Thank you. No further question.
All right. So EJ Can.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Thank you, Chair. Hi, Ms. Bowman. I'm just going to have a few questions for you today, specifically about your testimony on the environmental justice outreach, I believe page 13. So in your testimony, you characterized the outreach undertaken by the utilities, Duke Energy, with about 10 or so stakeholders on May 3rd and August 2nd, representing a variety of different interests, including health, environmental, and economic impacts. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we have another one upcoming. I believe it's actually scheduled for tomorrow evening.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. So in your testimony, you characterize the meeting as Duke Energy sharing their commitment to environmental justice, as well as sharing that Duke Energy is committed to taking meaningful action on these issues. Were the stakeholders that were present asked to provide their own feedback and suggestions at either meeting?
I believe it was an open dialogue and a discussion. We were wanting to get feedback from stakeholders in this area and hear their concerns and try to figure out a path going forward of how we can be open communications and transparent. You know, last fall, Duke Energy put forward a set of EJ principles in which we're going to adhere to as a company. You know, we utilize the definition for EJ that the Environmental Protection Agency puts out. And we're planning to implement the Environmental Protection Agency's screening tool for environmental justice on the new infrastructure projects that we're would hopefully build in light of this carbon plan that the commission will put forward.
Thank you for that answer. Would it be possible, I understand that it was an open dialogue. Would it all be possible to obviously generally describe, not pertaining to any individual within that room, but generally what individuals within that room feedback or suggestion on Duke Energy's, obviously on May 3rd, it was before any carbon plan had been proposed by the utilities. By August 2nd, there's a draft plan in place. Is there any way to characterize what that discussion was like on behalf of the stakeholders that were brought into the room?
As I said, you know, it was an open dialogue and it was a sharing of concerns and issues, you know, generally hearing from parties about environmental justice concerns, not just related to the siting of new generation, but heat zones, food deserts, where highway infrastructure is placed. You know, it was a discussion, I believe, in the second meeting we shared with the stakeholders, our environmental justice principles that I just mentioned. We talked about this screening tool that we're going to implement. And it was just, you know, open dialogue back and forth.
Thank you. Could you speak for a moment on how these stakeholders were selected by Duke Energy to participate?
Yes, so at Duke Energy, we have community relations managers located, dispersed all throughout the state. So we can really stay in touch with the communities and what is going on. So we reached out to the community relations managers to help us identify some key targeted stakeholders to start having these discussions. We also invited some participants from DEQ, as I believe that the governor has issued a directive, an order, Executive Order 246, for agencies to consider environmental justice.
Gotcha. In your testimony, you also describe these future meetings as hoping to involve a select number of individuals for this engagement in the future. Is it fair to assume that these would be the same individuals that have been engaged with so far? Are there any attempts to expand the number of individuals, open it to the public for other names to be put forward? Or is this going to be, are the select individuals in the future to be selected by Duke Energy?
So this is an ongoing process, and that's a very good question. And that is something that we raised with the stakeholders that we included during the last discussion. Are there others that they think we should be bringing into the discussion? I will say that sometimes when a group gets too large, it's no longer productive. So we're trying to have very productive conversations. But that is something that we are definitely open to, and we'll continue to have dialogue with the stakeholders that are invited.
Thank you. And I think one final question, I just want to understand with this, this stakeholder group, is it specifically pertaining to the carbon plan? Is this a stakeholder group that is looking forward to meeting pertaining to other dockets in the future, future iterations of the carbon plan? Exactly how is Duke Energy approaching this individual stakeholder engagement process?
So I would say this is not specific to the carbon plan. At Duke Energy, we take environmental justice seriously. And as I mentioned before, we set forth these principles. So this is more holistic. It's not just about investments that we would make for the carbon plan, but it's really new infrastructure project that we would put forward, that we want to have continuation of dialogue on EJ principles. So it is much broader than the carbon plan.
So specifically, has there been a specific meeting with environmental justice organizations or individuals specifically about the carbon plan and its implementation in North Carolina?
So as mentioned in my testimony, we had 3 very broad, open to any stakeholder to participate in the carbon plan earlier this year. We noticed it at the commission. It was up on the website. Anybody could attend. We had over 500 individuals attend, 300 different organizations. I called it the come one, come all. So it was open to anybody. So we had dialogue about the carbon plan there. The EJ focused groups were really not per se about the carbon plan. It was more dialogue on EJ issues and how can we implement EJ screening tools and working with the communities going forward, because we do know we're going to be constructing a lot of new infrastructure to reach the clean energy transition.
Thank you. Just quick follow-up on that. As you mentioned, there will be individual instances in the future. This is an individual group, stakeholder group, focused on North Carolina writ large. As you also have mentioned, it sometimes becomes unwieldy when you have way too many people in a room. Will there be, and this may be premature, but potential efforts to engage individual impacted communities as individual issues come up in a more targeted manner, I'll say, geographically, income specific, ethnic specific, other ethnicity specific, other potential. I know you mentioned the EPA EJ screen tool, things like that.
So for the impacted communities, we're definitely, as my previous line of questioning, where we're retiring a coal facility, we're going to impact the community. It'll be a loss of tax base. It'll be a loss of jobs. We will definitely reach out to those communities and work with them. We have retired facilities before in this state and done the same thing. We definitely want to reach out and engage with the communities as they're impacted.
Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Rouse.
Yeah. Hello, Ms. Bowman. How are you
Good morning.
doing today? You'll have to excuse me. I'm not a lawyer. I'm representing myself as a customer, and I'll also add that I'm a shareholder of Duke, if anybody worries about conflicts of interest. At the beginning of your testimony, on page 4, actually, you say that the carbon plan presents a comprehensive and detailed analysis for the energy transition away from coal generation, and that provides a range of potential options, et cetera, et cetera. You specifically say that this is a plan to get away from coal generation. And I guess, but when you look at the scenarios that you've produced, you also eliminate the use of gas. And so in the end, this is a plan to get off of fossil fuels. And so I wonder, is there any significance to the fact that you said it was a plan to get off coal and not fossil fuels, and you sort of, could you comment on that?
This is a plan to reduce carbon.
So there's no significance in the way you phrased your opening remarks.
No, I do not believe, I mean,
Okay.
the plan is to reduce the carbon.
Okay. And you also say that the plan for the energy transition is built on the premise that the energy transition requires an all of the above strategy with lots of different sources, energy efficiency, nuclear, wind, solar, batteries, and et cetera. I guess the question is, where does that premise come from? I mean, you state it as something, and there's not any. Where does it come from?
The all of the
The
above.
premise of all of the above, and when you say all of the above, I mean not everything that's possible is in there, and
Well, I think historically, and this might be better answered by the modeling panel, we've taken an all of the above strategy and developed a balanced and diverse mix of resources to serve our customers. And we believe it has served us very well. We have great economic development in this state. We just had a huge project announced recently. We had several others announced in this state early this year. We believe this all of the above strategy, this balanced approach, will continue to provide well for the state of North Carolina in looking at the carbon plan.
but I guess if there was a plan that didn't quite use as many of all of the above, or used maybe more than all of the above, that would be okay.
Not sure I fully understand your question.
And I think if you're unsure about it, that's fine. I'm really just getting at what the real meaning. I mean, did the idea that you were going to pursue all of the above really have an impact on the alternatives that were selected here? Did you choose any alternative technology because it would give you more of all of the above versus being beneficial in some other way?
That is a question you need to ask the modeling plan. I do not think so. I think, we were looking at all resources in the modeling plan, but that is a question you really need to ask the modeling panel.
So when I look at intervenor portfolios that have been produced, such as the ones that used Encompass, particularly the Synapse study, and I'll refer to the modeling that was done there, would you say that those were also all of the above plans?
So again, I'm not a modeler. I did not do any kind of detailed analysis
Okay.
of the Synapse model. Please refer that to the modeling panel.
Okay, and now on page 5 of your testimony, you say that there's consensus among interveners on a lot of the short-term actions, and you promote what you mentioned what those are. What would you say is the area of most sort of lack of consensus in the planning, that when you look at the overall where we are, I mean, this is a question I ask myself, where do we disagree? And from what you've seen so far, what do you think the biggest area of disagreement is?
Well, I mean, we have over 40 different interveners in this docket. I mean, it's really hard to
But with
pinpoint.
respect to the near term, more than for this question.
It would probably, and again, I defer to the modeling panel on this. I'm going to assume it would probably be the pace of the amount of solar that we believe that can get interconnected. We have identified what we call the red zone transmission projects. We have to make significant investment in the grid to accommodate more renewable generation. Maybe it's that, but I really defer that to the.
Well, I'll get your response to another one. I wonder if you would also consider as a candidate for that award the question of whether we're going to build gas in in the near term. 2,400, I think, in this last testimony or the testimony with NC Warren or with Matthew Quinn, you mentioned 2,400 gigawatts of combined cycle, and about in all of your portfolios and the supplemental portfolios, they all have gas in the near term.
So the discussion with Mr. Quinn was on a very long range 2050. And I said, we don't know what that's going to be. In the near term action plan, we show 800 megawatts of combustion turbine, 1,200 megawatts of new CC. And we believe that those are needed for a reliability perspective.
Which of the portfolio, I mean, I looked at your original 4 portfolios, and I recall 2,400 CC as before 2035 anyway. And I don't have a reference to that, I'm sorry. So
You could ask this line of questioning to our modeling team.
okay. Well, I'll ask this question, but I'll ask you too. When you reviewed the intervener testimony, were you surprised when you saw an intervener portfolio that did not include gas, but that showed a $25 billion lower revenue requirement, which is the Synapse optimized portfolio? I think it was the optimized. There's one. Their most aggressive portfolio had a $25 billion lower revenue requirement, and that did not include new gas. Were you surprised at that?
Chair Mitchell, may I'd like to object that the questioner has not established a foundation for this. We don't have the reference documents in front of us. There's no way for it to assess the veracity of the facts that he's asserting here. So as I've asked with a number of these questions, we'd ask that the foundation be established by showing us where in the record you are basing your statements on.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. Mr. Rouse, please point the witness to her testimony that you are questioning her on,
Well,
and do your best to limit your questions to the testimony that the witness has provided.
Okay. And you're going to sustain that? That's
Yes, I've sustained his objection.
I will do that. Duke is, and again, maybe you'll have to. Are you aware of other testimony from Duke? Maybe I can put it that way, which says that Duke is not asking for the commission to approve natural gas at the current time, as far as saying we're going to go ahead and start building a plant.
Chairman, if I could, may I?
Go ahead.
Once again, if the questioner wants to ask a question about a statement that Duke has made, we need him to point us to the statement that he's referring to so we can affirm the accuracy of how he is representing that statement, and he's failing to do so.
All right. Mr. Rouse, please make your questions as specific as you can so that the witness understands what you're asking, can refer to testimony.
Well, let me put it.
Mr. Rouse, let me finish.
Yeah.
Let me finish, and then I'll let you talk. That's all right. She needs to understand your question so that she can answer it. If your questions aren't clear and her counsel objects, we'll have to sustain his objections if your questions aren't clear such that she can answer them.
Okay, and I apologize, Your Honor. I'm sort of new at this.
Go ahead, please proceed.
Duke is not asking for a CPCN for gas in this carbon plan hearing.
No, we are not. Where a CPCN is required, we will file a CPCN. But we are asking for general approval of a near-term resource selection from this commission.
So does that, when you file for that, does that make it likely that the commission is going to approve that based on, or does that make it more likely that the commission is going?
If the commission has selected as a resource, we still need to follow the North Carolina law and come in and get a CPCN that provides the details on the projected spend, the site location, all of the requirements that are set forth in North Carolina law for getting a CPCN.
Okay. If Your near-term actions, though, contain efforts to get you ready to file for a CPCN and are based on the idea that you're going to have gas in place in the near term. Is that correct?
Yes, we're proposing that the commission select these near-term resources to give us a head nod that those are the resources that they've chosen to select, and then we will proceed from there.
Okay. So if a gas plant is not built, is not part of the plan, then you have not proposed a set of near-term actions that would support not building the gas units in the near term, have you?
That is correct.
Okay.
The near-term action plan relies upon all of these various resources.
So if there is a near-term action that is needed to support the idea of not doing a gas plant, you're not going to do those near-term do that near-term action. You're not proposing anything related to that.
I believe I just answered that very same question.
Right. Okay. So in a way, if there's an option out there that doesn't involve gas, you're not making steps to take that option under, you're kind of building the case for gas by the approval of this. You're taking near-term actions that make that sort of create headwinds for any other option later on that might not involve gas. So is that correct? I mean, you're not taking, it just seems logical to me, and I just wonder if it does to you.
We have put forward a suite of different scenarios, all of which include the need for constructing some new natural gas from a reliability standpoint to get to carbon reduction. So 951 requires that we have to get to carbon reduction while maintaining or improving reliability. Our operating panel can go into more, and our reliability panel can go into more details, as well as the modeling panel. But what we've put forward, we believe we need some new natural gas for reliability standpoint. And therefore, that is what is proposed in the near-term actions.
Right. So I'm going to go back to reference to the conversation you had with Mr. Quinn in the discussion of the future of the natural gas units that you're going to build and the fact that you're going to convert those to hydrogen, if that's okay. The conversion to hydrogen, and are you familiar, let me ask, are you familiar with kind of what's involved in using hydrogen in the electric system and in the system of the future far out in time? But this goes to the long lifetime of those natural gas units you plan to build.
I am not an engineer.
Okay.
I would really defer this to the modeling panel.
Okay. But you are aware, I presume, that hydrogen is also referred to by many as a storage solution, and that you use electricity in order to create green hydrogen, which is the only carbon-free version of hydrogen that there is. You have to convert water through electrolysis into its constituent components through the process of electrolysis, and they use a lot of electricity to do that.
Yes, I'm generally aware of that process.
So do you has Duke considered the possibility that these natural gas units could become stranded assets because some other way of storing electricity becomes economically superior to hydrogen?
So I am going to defer that to the modeling panel that knows more about these types of assets than I do.
Okay, well, I'll get off of that line of questioning then and go on to others. But in reading your testimony, and this is just, let me just reflect that Duke has a tremendous responsibility in terms of, and a tremendous opportunity in terms of what's going to be happening in the energy transition going forward. That most prognosticators ask you if I wonder if you studied this. Most prognosticators say that there are two things that we need to do to really get off of carbon, not just for the electric system, but for society as a whole, and that's to green the grid.
Mr. Rouse, remember that you're asking the questions here. So
Yeah.
please limit your comments to questions.
Right. Well, I was getting to the question, I think. What I'm getting to is has Duke considered studying a more complete transformation of the energy economy in its load forecast to encompass a much greater rate of growth that many prognosticators think will happen if we are to actually get off of carbon as a society?
So that is way outside the scope of my testimony. You may try asking that to the modeling panel.
Okay. Just see here. I think that concludes my questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, tech customers.
Chair Mitchell, my questions have all been asked.
All right, thank you, Mr. Trathman. All right, next up, Walmart.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Bowman. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you.
Again, my name is Carrie Grunman. I'm here on behalf of Walmart, Inc. I have a couple of questions. I'm going to try to not duplicate some of the questions you've been asked. One of the few benefits to being the first witness is you do have the sole opportunity to pass your questions down as you've done. To the extent you defer, I will attempt to move off that subject.
Thank you.
I do want to, in an ironic twist of fate, return to one of the first topics you addressed this morning, which is affordability. And I believe it's looking at, let's start with Bowman Exhibit 3. I want to address a different topic of affordability that I think you mentioned in response to some questions from Counsel for App Voices. I'm sure I'm not going to get it exactly right, but I think you discussed how important it was that rate impacts are incredibly important for customers. Do you recall that from this morning?
Yes, I do.
And just looking at Bowman Exhibit 3, under the line item Carbon Plan Solar, the first line item that you mentioned there is to begin public policy transmission projects in 2022. Does that mean the red zone transmission projects that I think you've discussed this morning?
I believe it does, but I would really like to defer that to the transmission panel.
Okay. I'm happy to address that with them. Do you know whether the costs of the carbon plan that have been produced by the companies in this case include the costs of those upgrades for the red zone transmission projects?
I would defer that to the transmission panel.
Okay. And then is it your understanding that in terms of meeting the carbon reduction goals of House Bill 951, that the companies intend to seek license renewals of its existing nuclear generation?
I believe that is an assumption that was built into the models, but you should defer that to the modeling team.
And similarly, should I address with the modeling team whether the cost of those license renewals have been incorporated into the company's costs of compliance with House Bill 951?
Yes, you should defer that to the modeling team.
But as the first and primary witness for the company, you agree that customers have a great deal of interest in what it will cost the company to comply with House Bill 951, correct?
Yes, I agree that, the price of electricity is very important to customers, and we try to keep that in mind. And that is why when we put forward the various scenarios, we provided a cost impact analysis for the resources in each of those scenarios to give the commission a picture to be able to analyze and compare the different portfolios.
Understood that it allows the commission to compare the portfolios, but to the extent that substantial portions of the company's plans for compliance, such as red zone transmission upgrades or nuclear, which would be common to all of the portfolios, have not been incorporated. Customers may not have a complete picture of the potential costs associated with carbon plan compliance. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I think we've directionally given in the carbon plan, the comparison. What's before the commission is to determine what is the pace and the right resource mix for us to achieve the carbon reduction goals.
No. I absolutely understand, but I think you're answering a different question than I'm asking. I'm purely focused on the perspective of the customer here. So a customer who is interested in trying to understand the totality of costs that they may incur as a result of carbon plan compliance, the costs that you have put forward in the plans, to the extent they don't include costs such as red zone transmission upgrades or subsequent license renewals for nuclear, customers would not get a full picture of the costs of the company's compliance with the carbon plan.
So I believe I was deferring to whether those costs were included or not to the transmission
Subject to check.
panel and also to the modeling panel. But what we've put forward is not an all-in cost projection. Irregardless of the carbon plan, we were going to be seeking second license renewals anyway. We've just directionally provided what each of these plans costs.
Is there any proceeding before this commission where the company is ever going to provide an all-in total cost of compliance that a customer could look to for purposes of understanding what it will cost them in their bills?
I'm not sure what you mean by an all-in total costs. We have costs that run across various things. We have fuel costs, we have base rate proceedings. We will be making investments for reliability of the grid going forward that are irrespective of the carbon plan. And when we come in for our rate cases, customers will be able to see the cost components of that. I will also say, you could ask this line of questioning to the Carolinas Utility Operations Panel. I believe witness Laura Bowman addresses some of this in her rebuttal testimony.
Are you aware that it's been the company's position in this case that they do not agree, that the companies do not agree to provide an all-in cost projection for customers as being appropriate for the scope of this proceeding?
Again, I defer that to witness Laura Bateman. You know, I will just say at a high level, it is very difficult to project all-in costs, particularly all the way out to 2050. I'm not aware that we've ever done such an analysis before, but I will defer you to witness Laura Bateman on that.
And I don't mean to sound a little cheeky with this, right? But this is also the first time that the company is proposing to spend $100 billion to transition North Carolina to a carbon-free economy. So would you not think that potentially undertaking a first-of-its-kind bill analysis may be appropriate in the context of a first-of-its-kind House Bill 951 enactment?
But as I said before, we did provide a cost comparison of the resource mix in the various portfolios, including the analysis of the new P5 and P6 that was run in consultation with the public staff to provide this commission information that it needs to put forward the carbon plan for North Carolina, the pace and the right resource mix.
If I could direct your attention to page 4 of your direct testimony, I believe you may have looked at this with Mr. Rouse, but you indicate at lines 7 to 12 that the near-term activities are generally consistent with all of the portfolios, including the supplemental portfolios that were produced in consultation with the public staff. Do you see that testimony there?
I do.
And then I'd like for you to flip back to Bowman Exhibit 3, keeping that testimony on page 4 in line.
Okay.
As I understand the company's proposals as it relates to new natural gas resources, you are proposing 800 megawatts of new combustion turbines that CPCNs, for which CPCNs would be filed in 2023. And then looking at the referenced footnote 1 for an in-service date of 2027 to 2028. Is that correct?
That's what the Appendix 3 says.
And then with respect to the new CCs, you're proposing 1,200 megawatts with the CPCN to be filed in 2023. for an in-service date of also 2027 to 2028. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I expect that you will defer me to the modeling panel, which is fine. But when we look at the supplemental panels 5 or supplemental portfolios 5 and 6, would you agree with me that in general, the earliest dates for new natural gas resources are approximately 2029?
I'm going to defer you to the modeling panel.
And would it also be an appropriate question for the modeling panel of the typical average length of time that it takes from filing of CPCN to bringing a resource online, that whatever that typical time period is? Are you able to provide that, or is that a question best directed to the modeling panel?
You know, by statute, there is a time frame in which the commission needs to rule on a CPCN, but the time to actually bring it online, you really need to defer that to the modeling panel.
But can I assume by looking at your Bowman Exhibit 3 that you expect that timeline to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 5 years if we're filing a CPCN in 2023 and bringing it online in the 2027 to 2028 timeframe?
I mean, I would defer that to the modeling panel.
But you are the sponsor of the near-term action plan set forth as Exhibit 3 to your testimony.
Yes.
Now, finally, I think that my last line of questioning relates to the topic that you covered a little bit relating to the potential for stranded assets of new natural gas. The company has put forward a 30-year useful life for the new natural gas units proposed to be built as part of the carbon plan, correct?
That is correct.
And so if you were to put online a new natural gas plant in 2028, its 30-year useful life would expire in 2058, correct?
Assuming the math, I would agree with that.
But a 30-year period from in-service date, 30 years out from whenever that goes in service.
Correct.
Okay. And so under the House Bill 951, after 2050, if those natural gas plants are unable to operate on 100% hydrogen, what happens to them?
Well, we have a 5% offset that is built into the carbon plan.
Okay, so other than the 5% offset, and bear with me, it's my understanding at this time that the company has conducted no modeling inclusive of offsets. Is that your understanding?
That is correct. The original modeling, again, we assume hydrogen by 2050. So the original modeling got to 0 with no offsets.
But for purpose of this commission's consideration of the near-term action plans, does the commission need to accept that it's more likely than not that 100% green hydrogen is going to be available by 2050 when it thinks about the investment in new natural gas resources?
No, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think they need to think more likely or not. You know, I think these near-term action plans are reasonable and prudent based upon what we know today. And I'll reference back to 951. It's an iterative process. We are coming back in every 2 years to the commission with updated knowledge, facts, information, technology breakthroughs. So, you know, I don't think the commission needs to make that determination today.
Well, but as we sit here today, natural gas is a carbon emitting resource, correct?
It is.
Battery storage, solar, onshore and offshore wind are not carbon emitting resources, correct?
Well, it depends upon what is charging the battery.
With that clarification, I agree with you. But if it's charging from a renewable resource, they're all considered carbon-free resources, correct?
Correct.
And so when we think about the adjustment that the commission can make with respect to the plan, aren't gas plants a little bit different in the sense that in order for them to be used to comply with 2050, they must ultimately be a carbon-free resource. Otherwise, they could not be in operation after 2050, subject to the 5% offsets?
Well, so I would defer this to the modeling panel. You know, with the 5% offset, and I'm really out of my lane here. You can have resources out there that can be dispatched in those very extreme peak situations. Take, for example, a polar vortex where you have a continual, you know, a week of, you know, below freezing temperatures. But I am outside of my lane and I'm really deferring to the modeling panel.
I just want to make sure I was making my notes that you had deferred it to modeling. Thank you so much, Ms. Bowman. Those are all the questions that I have.
All right, Kingfisher, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Bowman, Patrick Buffkin, representing Kingfisher Energy Holdings. I have a few questions related to Duke's policy positions in developing the carbon plan specific to issues related to competitive procurement, third-party ownership, and sales by independent power producers, and recognize the Commission's asked for and received comments on this issue. As to the legal question, I'm really interested in facts and circumstances around Duke's development of the plan. So with that introduction, let's look backward first. Is it fair to say that Duke's historically and previously included power purchases from independent power producers as part of its resource planning and least cost planning process?
Yes.
What does it mean to you that a resource is selected by the Commission?
That the commission is approving a selected resource to achieve the carbon reductions, for example, in the near-term procurement. Take, for example, we're going to be procuring a lot of renewables, solar, wind, and battery storage.
Can you specifically identify in House Bill 951 any provisions that provide guidance or direction to the Commission on the procurement process or cost recovery for resources needed under the carbon plan, but those that are not selected by the Commission?
Repeat your question?
Is there any provision in House Bill 951 that provides guidance or direction to the Commission as to how Duke Energy procures resources that are not selected by the Commission?
So 951 states that any new generating facilities or other resources selected by the commission shall be owned and recovered on a cost of service basis by the public utility, with the exception for the 45-55% split of solar.
So based on that, fair inference that the Commission need not select all resources at this time?
So we're not proposing for the commission to pick a particular portfolio at this point in time. We are asking for the commission to approve the near-term actions to procure a certain list of resources.
Okay, so to be clear then, you're not asking for the Commission to select resources?
Chair Mitchell, may the attorney's asking questions that call for legal conclusions. We've addressed these issues at length in the September 9th comments, where we described in detail the application of the intersection of the selection criteria in the 951 with the CPCN requirements where applicable. And so I object this line of question is calling for legal conclusion from a non-attorney.
Chair Mitchell, respectfully, we disagree. As I said at the start, we're interested in the facts and circumstances around how Duke developed the plan. And part of that is how they interpret the law and how they read state policy and statutes.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection, ask the question one more time, and I'll allow the witness to answer, and we'll give her answer the weight that it's due.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then the question is, let me back up, Ms. Bowman. I think you testified that you are asking the Commission to approve near-term action plans. And my question was, so you're not asking the Commission to select resources as part of the development of the carbon plan?
So we are asking the commission to approve the procurement of X megawatts of new solar facilities. We're asking the commission to approve the procurement of X megawatts of battery storage, of X megawatts of onshore wind, a new CT, and UCC. And you're saying specific resources. So those resources will still need to come in if they're constructed in North Carolina and under North Carolina law to seek a CPCN.
Okay. Let's shift topics then. Are you familiar with the technical conference the Commission held on competitive procurement as part of the 2020 IRP proceeding? That's docket E-100 sub 165.
I am generally familiar with it, but I am not the expert. I would defer you to the transmission panel.
Okay, fair enough. But at a high level, would you agree, and subject to check if you like, that Duke expressed support for the use of competitive procurement in that proceeding as providing benefits to the utility and to customers.
Yes, and we actually would plan to use competitive procurements when we're going out for whether it's onshore wind or CTs, as we have historically done. We'll bid it out to different bidders. So we believe in competitive procurement. We utilize that in our supply chain every day.
Right, but under the carbon plan, competitive procurement to you does not mean RFPs that would result in power purchase agreements with independent power producers, right?
Except for the solar, House Bill 951 is clear on that topic.
Okay, well, could we agree then that the commission has a decision to make on that issue? That's why they asked for comments on the legal issue.
They raised that issue to be addressed in written comments that were filed on September the 9th.
Okay. So regardless of the resolution of that legal issue, is it still Duke's position that competitive procurement has benefits for customers and the utility?
As I said, we will still go out to competitively procure the resources.
Okay. My last topic, you also monitor developments in federal regulation and federal policy as part of your role. Is that right?
I am aware to the extent that it impacts North Carolina.
Okay. So if the federal government adopted a clean power standard or a cap and trade program, for example, has Duke analyzed the legality and jurisdictional issues of what selection decisions the commission makes in this proceeding?
Chair Mitchell, may I? To the extent the questions calling for internal legal conversations that Duke has had regarding the potential hypothetical future legislation that's obviously inquiring or regarding information that's confidential and privileged information. So to the extent he's asking that, I would object to that question. Certainly, Ms. Bowman, if she feels comfortable addressing high-level federal policy issues, that we have no problem with that line of question.
Madam Chair, it's our position that the witness is here to talk about Duke's policy development. And we think part of that is anticipating changes at the federal and state level, recognizing the potential for jurisdictional issues that come up. And I think it would be helpful to the commission to hear from the witness about whether those issues are a concern under the carbon plan.
All right, Mr. Buffkin, why don't you rephrase the question to avoid asking for any information that might be protected by privilege or otherwise be confidential. We're in open session. So please rephrase the question and I'll ask that the witness answer it.
Ms. Bowman, has the company made any public statements or filings that would be available on a public basis that address any potential concerns about changes in federal regulation that might undermine the legality of the carbon plan?
Not that I am aware of. And I actually believe that House Bill 951 puts North Carolina, kind of at the forefront of the industry on carbon reduction.
So you haven't considered that possibility at all?
What possibility? That there's some kind of federal legislation? I don't know what the federal legislation looks like. I don't know how, without knowing details of what you're proposing, I cannot provide an accurate analysis.
Okay, thank you. We have no more questions.
All right, public staff.
Good morning, Ms. Bowman. Lucy Edmondson from the public staff.
Good morning.
Just a couple of questions. You mentioned the red zone upgrades, the red zone transmission upgrade projects that are being proposed. Are any of those going to be included in Duke Energy Progress's or Duke Energy Carolina's upcoming rate cases? Any other costs for those?
So you can confirm this with witness Laura Bateman, but I do believe that there are some of those red zone projects that would be included.
All right, and my second area, and I think you may be able to defer this to Ms. Bateman. Who is the right witness to talk to about deferrals?
That would be witness Bateman.
Okay, so the items in your request for relief, Bowman Exhibit 2, those items on the, looking at, let's see, page 1, 2C2, about the deferrals and then the treatment of project development cost that when the project's ultimately abandoned. Those would be for Ms. Bateman.
Yes, and I believe we addressed, we were withdrawing the deferral request.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Yes, thank you, Chair Mitchell. Just one very brief question. Do you have either a copy of the petition or the full carbon plan? You have the
I
carbon?
have the carbon plan.
Okay. If you'll turn to the very end of the executive summary, page 28. And this is a follow-up, Chair Mitchell, on just a handful of questions dealing with what specifically the company was asking the commission to do with respect to the near-term action plan and whether the companies have been asking the commission to select the resources in the carbon plan or in the near-term action plan. So if you'll look at the third bullet on and just for context, this is the executive summary and it captures the requests for relief that are also replicated in the petition. So these are our formal requests for relief in the carbon plan. And Ms. Bowman, if you wouldn't mind just sort of starting with the second bullet and then reading through to the third bullet, what the formal asks that the companies have made in this proceeding are.
Okay. Approve the near-term supply side development and procurement activities identified above in Table 3, included by deeming the following resources as being selected in this initial carbon plan for purposes of House Bill 951, Section 1, 2, in all cases subject to the obligation to obtain a CPCN where applicable and to keep the commission apprised of material changes in assuming pricing or schedule.
And if the commission, and would you agree that the companies have set forth a more fulsome explanation of the intersection of the commission's selection and potential future CPCN proceedings in its comments filed on September 9th?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, let's see if there are questions from commissioners. Any questions from commissioners? All right, Ms. Bowman, you may step down. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
In light of the cross raised by the company, to just make a more fulsome record, in light of his reference testimony.
First, come to a mic, please, so we could hear you, please, ma'am.
My apologies, Your Honor. Council just read into the record a comment here with respect to the closing summary and the requests. But in discovery that was issued in this case, they have indicated how they would believe a CPCN would proceed as a result of the commission's selection in this proceeding. I believe that discovery response was attached to Walmart's comments that were filed in July. And I didn't anticipate this issue arising, but I think for fulsomeness of the record, the position the company took in discovery regarding how selection would impact a future CPCN is important for the commission's consideration.
So are you asking permission to, what are you asking the commission to do at this point?
Your Honor, I guess what I would either do is, if you would give me a second, I could pull out and reference the discovery response, which is what I was trying to find quickly, that was attached to Walmart's comments. But my recollection is that the company had indicated that selection of a resource in this proceeding would be presumptive approval in a future CPCN. And I think that's somewhat at odds here with the statement that in all cases subject to the pre-existing obligation under the CPCN process.
All right, Mr. Drack, how do you respond?
I guess, Chair Mitchell, I would say the entirety of our Duke's position is set forth in hopefully very clearly understandable legal drafting that was filed in comments on September 9th. And so I'm not following why those comments shouldn't just stand on their own. I mean, I guess we don't have a particular objection. I'm sure our discovery responses are accurate, but, and I guess more fundamentally, I don't know that we typically allow for follow-up questions on redirect. So I'm also not clear procedurally what we're accomplishing here or why this is necessary at this time.
Obviously, I defer to the commission's discretion on the typical process for handling it. I just was concerned by the way the question was asked, as if that was the definitive position the company has taken throughout this case on the role of selection in this carbon plan versus a CPCN in a future proceeding. And I think that that's an obvious area that the parties have focused on extensively in this case. Many parties have addressed the role of ensuring that the CPCN is retained in its entirety. And so I think that just understanding how the company would come in a future CPCN as they've responded in discovery is particularly relevant for the commission's consideration of selecting resources.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to allow you I understand your motion to be that you want to ask the witness an additional cross-examination question.
I think that would essentially be the cleanest, or for me, I guess, to take judicial notice of the previously responded to discovery as cited in Walmart's comments from the company.
Is the discovery response in Walmart, is the discovery response that you seek to introduce now already in Walmart's comments?
Walmart's comments.
All
Yes.
right, well, the commission will note that the discovery response that you would
It's-
otherwise introduce is already in the record
Thank
in
you, Your
Walmart's
Honor.
comments.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Let me just check in with commissioners one last time to see if there are questions for this witness in light of the examination today. All right, Ms. Bowman. All right, Ms. Bowman, you may step down. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Jurack, I'll entertain a motion from you.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. So this time we would like to formally move the testimony exhibits of witness Bowman into the record.
All right. Hearing no objection, motion will be allowed.
Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Jurack, call your next witnesses.
Good morning, Chair Mitchell, members of the commission. Brett Braceward on behalf of the company's called the Modeling and Near-Term Actions Panel, which consists of Glenn Snyder, Michael Quinto, Bobby McMurray, and Matthew Klumba.
All right, gentlemen, let's get you sworn in. You all raise your right hands, left hand on the Bible. Go ahead. Oh, God. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Briceword.
Thank you, Chairman Mitchell. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Snyder, I'd like to begin with you, please, sir. Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Glenn Snyder. My business address is 526 South Church Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Duke Energy as the Managing Director of Carolina's Integrated Resource Planning and Analytics.
Thank you. And can you provide the commission a brief overview of your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Certainly. I'm responsible for the development of the company's IRPs for both DEC and DEP, as well as other analytical related functions that relate to resource planning, such as the development of an avoided cost rate or support for a CPCN for a new resource, for example.
Thank you. And how many years have you worked at Duke Energy?
Approximately 30 years.
30 years. Thank you. And can you briefly address your responsibilities for the carbon plan as in your role as being primarily responsible for resource planning in the Carolinas?
Yes. So as you know, the carbon plan is very much aligned with traditional resource planning principles. And as such, I had the privilege to help develop the carbon plan with the broad team that you see here before you, as well as all of our witness panel.
Thank you. So Mr. McMurray, I'd like to turn to you next, please, sir. Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
I think you actually need to turn that mic on, please.
I'm Robert A. McMurray. I work at 526 South Church Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Business Services. I'm managing director of resource planning, strategy, and analytics.
Thank you. And can you briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes. In this role, I manage the modeling effort throughout the Duke Energy enterprise in support of the resource plans.
And how many years have you worked at Duke Energy?
40.
Thank you. Got Mr. Schneider by a couple.
Yeah.
And can you please briefly address your role? Were you primarily responsible for the modeling and analytics that Duke Energy performed to develop the proposed carbon plan?
That's correct.
Okay. Turning to you now, Mr. Quinto, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Michael T. Quinto. My business address is 526 South Church Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy. I am a lead engineer for our Carolinas Integrated Resource Planning and Analytics team.
Thank you. And can you briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, I perform financial modeling and guide integrated resource planning for the functions that Mr. Schneider described.
Thank you. And how many years have you worked at the companies?
8.
And you were supported both the resource planning function and the modeling functions used to develop the carbon plan?
That's correct.
And what specific areas of the carbon plan are you responsible for?
I played a significant role in developing the quantitative analysis for the carbon plan, including working with subject matter experts across the company to develop the information presented in the quantitative analysis appendix C of the carbon plan, and as summarized in chapters 2 and 3 of the carbon plan.
Thank you. Turning to you now, Mr. Columba, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Sure. My name is Matthew Kalemba, and my business address is 526 South Church Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy, and I'm the Director of Distributed Energy Technologies Planning and Forecasting.
And can you briefly describe your role and responsibilities at the companies?
So I have the primary responsibility for leading the team that develops the distributed energy resource forecast for each of Duke's regulated jurisdictions, and that includes DEC and DEP.
Thank you. And how long have you worked at Duke Energy?
So 22 years of experience, but I've been with Duke for 8 years.
Thanks. And what specific areas of the carbon plan are you responsible for?
So I'm responsible for leading the team that developed the net metering and electric vehicle forecasts that act as load modifiers that are included in the load forecast for the carbon plan. I'm also responsible for the utility scale solar forecasts and battery energy storage planning planning assumptions within the carbon plan. And then finally, I'm responsible for leading the development of the solar and wind energy profiles or energy usage or energy output for those resources, as well as electric vehicle energy load that is required from adoption of electric vehicles.
Thank you, Mr. Columba. Mr. Schneider, now turning back to you as the lead witness for the panel, I'd like to ask you to introduce the modeling and near-term action panel testimony. So did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 206 pages and 10 exhibits?
Yes, we did.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your direct testimony or exhibits at this time?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today that were presented in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And can you confirm that the panel's direct testimony exhibits does not include any confidential information?
They do not.
Okay, thank you. Chair Mitchell, at this time, I would ask that the modeling and near-term actions panel direct testimony be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand, and the 10 exhibits that were pre-filed with the company's testimony be marked for identification at this time.
All right, having heard no objection to that motion, the direct testimony of the panel filed on August 19th, consisting of 206 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. The 10 exhibits accompanying that testimony shall be marked for identification as they were when pre-filed.
Thank you. Panel is now available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
All right. Let's see. Appalachian Voices. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Kathy Crawley Jones, and I'm here on behalf of Appalachian Voices. And I just wanted to ask a few questions about your modeling and affordability impacts for customers. And I begin at page 124 of your direct testimony on line 5 regarding EE and demand response and whether or not that was used as a selectable resource. If I might, I'm just going to read that sentence. Modeling a resource that is almost entirely dependent on customer preferences and participation as a selectable resource is problematic and does not place the appropriate priority on it as the company's methodology. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Did you not include energy efficiency and demand response as a selectable resource in the model because it's not within your control and perhaps too risky?
No, I think it's included as a load modifier rather than a selectable resource because it is, to some extent, what you said, it is not only outside our control, it's largely dependent on customer adoption rate. It's a deviation from how far above future codes and standards could be. And I think, there's so many variables that looking out 25 years and saying for each block, you would know exactly the load shape you would get, the cost you would get in the manner you would know for solar or for wind is far more speculative than it is for those selectable resources. So this has been a practice in resource planning for the decade I've been doing, and is to treat it as a load modifier.
So it's not treated as a selectable resource because it's not reliable, too risky, not within your control. Did you include green hydrogen as a resource in the selectable models?
When I said, do we include green hydrogen? Yes, we did as a potential resource.
Is green hydrogen currently available for substantial utility scale generation?
We did not model it as such. We modeled it as available later in time.
But so is it fair to say that green hydrogen is not a resource currently fully within your control?
It is not a resource fully within our control.
You also chose as a selectable resource resources that depend upon natural gas, correct?
Yes, we had a limited amount of hydrogen capable natural gas units in our near-term action plan.
Currently, natural gas prices are significantly higher than the company's modeled, correct?
I wouldn't say there's, when you say currently, I think significantly higher. If you're comparing the spot market, yes. If you look at what the forward curve for natural gas is, it's considerably lower than today's price or even the price a couple of months ago. So the current forward curve, transactable forward price for natural gas is elevated, but I wouldn't say significantly to the extent the spot market is.
To the extent that it's elevated, and I'll ask you to focus on currently it is elevated, not talking about the forecast, but currently elevated. Is that in part because of global dynamics such as the Ukrainian war?
There are many factors that have led to the increase, but yes, that could be one of them.
And so due to that war and other factors, are natural gas prices largely outside the company's control?
Natural gas prices can vary, certainly, yes.
And outside the company's control, because if they were within your control, they'd be much lower, correct?
We would appreciate if they'd be lower for our customers, yes.
You also chose small nuclear reactors as a selectable resource for development, correct?
We did.
Within the US, are there any small nuclear modular reactors currently running?
There are multiple projects that are in development, and I will, to my knowledge, none of the technology are operating today, but I'll leave the details of their development status to the long lead time team.
And so they're not currently running. Are they dependent for long-term use on regulatory approval as well?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that SMRs are a resource that aren't currently within your control?
Every resource has certain aspects of it that are outside of our control. If we can expedite, there are certainly every resource has certain aspects that are outside our control.
So, and you went exactly where I was going, but will you say it's fair to say then that not all of the resources have been excluded from your modeling because they were out of your control or risky?
We did not exclude EE and DSM because it was out of our control. It was not quantifiable to the extent. So if you take a nuclear reactor, you know what the production is going to look like with a fair amount of certainty. If I take a offshore wind resource, I can have a pretty good estimate of the exact electricity or the range of electricity it will provide over time. 10 years from now, 15 years from now, based on the wind profile and the technology, and then we have estimates of the cost. With EE and DSM, what you're measuring, and again, I'll defer to the long lead time, or excuse me, to the EE and grid edge panel on this one, is you're measuring how far above future codes and standards might you be able to have some amount of participants adopt, and what might that impact be? And that's hard to quantify as a selectable resource because 10 individuals would have a huge difference in what might be achievable for a set amount of money for EE compared to a more narrow range for every other resource in our plan.
But for those models, you set goals and acceptable levels of production for those other resources that would fit into the model, correct?
That are known and measurable within a much tighter band, yes.
And for EE and DSM, the company could be setting goals and programs that cut the resources in that direction, correct?
We have set very aggressive goals that are shrinking the challenge, as Ms. Bowman spoke about, and as the grid edge, we put very aggressive load modifiers in, well above levels we've historically put. And so we did include it. It's just not, again, I think when you talk selectable, for every 100 megawatts or every 500 megawatts, what would the exact shape be? What would the cost be? What would the programs be 10, 15, 20 years from now that would achieve each of those blocks? And how known and measurable is it? And is that the best way to include EE and DSM? Or is it more appropriate to do it the way we've been doing it for more than a decade, which is look at what are the trends in energy efficiency? How far above codes can we get? All the programs we have out there, what room are there for expansion on those? How do we use good M&V to use that as a load modifier? That has been the approach. This issue has come up, I think, for the commission on numerous occasions, and I think we've always determined that a load as a reduction in load is more appropriate than as discrete resources that could be picked and modeled with accuracy 10, 15, 20 years from now.
But energy efficiency and solar plus storage and demand response programs, such as Duke's, Oh, well, and programs like Duke's Bring Your Own Technology, thermostat technology are currently available and in use, correct?
They are, and they're included in our forecast in the load reduction.
And the companies have been reporting on the success of those programs to the commission and other documents, correct?
Correct.
And have the companies recently reported that these programs have delivered millions of kilowatt hours of energy savings?
Yeah, we have our EE savings are reported to this commission.
And also reported hundreds of megawatts of summer peak capacity savings and winter peak capacity savings?
Subject to check, but yes, we provide both the energy and capacity that's in our forecast and our load reduction and demand reduction.
And subject to check, would you agree that you've also reported that the companies have saved millions of dollars in avoided cost through these programs?
Yes, that's why we make it step one in our process of shrinking the challenge. We think there is great potential.
But nonetheless, it was not used as a select or allowed to be used as a selectable resource when the model was run, correct?
It was given first priority as a load modifier, which, as I think I've stated a couple of times, we believe is a more appropriate approach.
One last question. Would you say that the purpose of the Encompass model is to suggest the least cost portfolio of demand and supply side energy resources within physically reasonable constraints?
That's a reasonable representation.
So the model could choose those resources if allowed.
It's physically possible to set those resources up in blocks and have estimates of costs and have them pick as a modeling exercise. I think the question for the commission is that would that devolve into a 3-day hearing on how does that 500, 1,000, 2,000 megawatts of EE get costed out exactly? What exact load shape does it provide? What basis is there for it? And the range of opinions is so great on that that we think going through the EE collaborative, working with EE partners, coming up with market potential studies under varying scenarios, and then incorporating that as a load reduction or a load modifier, as shown in Chapter 2. We show our EE results. We go from gross load and we show all the different load modifiers. I think Chair Mitchell asked one time, where does this all come together? So we endeavored in Chapter 2 to show here's everything that goes from gross load down to the net load obligation that we have to serve in the carbon plan. And EE was included both for the energy and the demand savings in that. And we feel that that's a more appropriate way to capture the EE and DSM benefits than to try and have a speculative debate on what each block of EE and DSM might cost 15 or 20 years from now.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, at this point, we are going to break for lunch. We'll take an hour for lunch, and we will be back on the record at 1:15. When we come back in, we will begin with the Attorney General's office. All right, let's go off the record, please. All right, Avangrid.
Good afternoon. Hello, I'm Ben Smith representing Evergreen Renewables. I have some questions for the modeling panel that relate to offshore wind modeling. Isn't it correct that Duke's and Compass modeling relied upon a generic profile of offshore wind resources?
Yes, it was considered a generic profile.
And those generic profiles included blocks of 800 megawatts and then up to 1600 megawatt profiles of generic offshore wind projects.
That's correct.
And do those generic numbers match the profiles associated with any of the 3 offshore wind projects that are currently available off the coast of North Carolina?
So they were estimates of blends of the offshore wind parcels. So both the wind off of the Wilmington area as well as the Kitty Hawk area. So we had estimated wind profiles for both of those and averaged them to come up with a generic profile to represent offshore wind off the coast of the Carolinas.
Okay, I think I understand, but I guess my question is there a scenario where any of the 3 of the offshore wind lease areas profile to an 800 megawatt or so block? Or is this more so you're separating them for the purposes of the model to sort of time it out in a certain way? Because from my read, none of them are an 800 megawatt block of capacity.
So I can only talk to the energy piece and what we had modeled, but what we're representing is just to give a generic best estimate that we have for offshore wind in the Carolinas. We blended them without thinking about which might be selected. That's why we wanted to blend them, because we didn't know which, or from my perspective, wasn't sure which path we were going to be taking. So we wanted to show a generic profile to represent the offshore wind options in the Carolinas.
But none of the 3 offshore wind lease areas profile to have less than 1,300 megawatts of capacity, do they?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Wouldn't it be fair to consider, and appreciating modeling requires using generic profiles and things like this for the instances you said, but wouldn't it be fair to have run different modeling scenarios to the unique profiles of the 3 lease areas?
I'm not sure that would have been given us a better option. I think that without knowing the path forward, I think it was a reasonable assumption to come up with an estimate of what the generic profiles are off the Carolinas.
So your position is that because you didn't know which one of the 3 offshore wind lease areas that Duke could utilize, you thought that a blended average made more sense?
So the timeline's a little fuzzy for me for when things were signed, but I know when we snapped a chalk line back in fall of last year, I think it was not clear on what the paths were. So that's why we developed the profiles that we developed.
Mm-hmm. And when you were developing the profiles, with the respective cost analyses that you did you consider the cost of the conveyance from the third party to the Duke regulated entities?
So the cost from the wind field to the onshore site before it connects to the Duke utilities, you want to know which, I'm confused by which.
I'm sorry, I'll state that differently. Neither Duke Energy Carolinas nor Duke Energy Progress currently owns an offshore wind site, correct?
That's correct.
And so there would be some sort of cost associated with conveying one of those 3 wind sites to one of the regulated Duke utilities, correct?
That's correct.
And for the cost analysis of utilizing one of those 3 wind lease areas, did you include the conveyance costs from one of the third parties to a Duke regulated entity?
We had a generic cost, and I think Mr. Quinn could probably talk a little bit more about what those costs represented.
Owner's costs are generally included in the generation resource for offshore wind. So subject to check, I believe that would cover that cost, represent that cost.
And when you say owner's cost, you're talking about the whatever owner assumption conveyance costs would be from a third party to Duke regulated utilities?
Subject to check.
Sure. And do you recall what that cost was for the generic profile?
I don't have that information at my fingertips. Can't speculate right now.
Okay, and it wouldn't be fair to say it matched one of the three profiles, either the $155 million Carolina Long Bay lease, the $160 Carolina Long Bay lease, or the $9 million Kitty Hawk lease?
I cannot specify right now what is included in those owners' costs and if it aligned to any of the available offshore wind leases in the area.
Sure. All right, just a few more questions. As I recall, the Duke modeling portfolios that were proposed to the commission do not include a profile that incorporates offshore wind that meets the 2030 deadline for 70% emissions reduction. Can you explain sort of in plain words why Duke was not able to present a modeling portfolio that hit that timeline?
Can you restate the question? I'm sorry, it sort of got lost with portfolio
Sure.
versus offshore wind.
So Duke Energy has, and both Carolinas in Progress together, presented a carbon plan that included various portfolios, and some of those included offshore wind. But none of those that included offshore wind met the 2030 deadline. And I would just be curious what Duke's position is to why they haven't been able to meet that 2030 deadline while incorporating offshore wind.
That is incorrect, and I'll let Mr. Quinto add if he needs to, but Portfolio 1 had offshore wind in Portfolio 1, which was the 2030 deadline. And so we had 800 megawatts of offshore wind, and it was limited by not just the offshore wind, but you've got to remember the offshore wind needs associated grid infrastructure to move that offshore wind inland. And the transmission panel can talk more about the specific assumptions on the offshore wind transmission. But the first 800 megawatts is what we thought we could get done on the transmission front in order to bring the offshore wind in by 2030. And to bring more than that in was going to require additional transmission infrastructure that was unlikely to be developed by 2030. So that's part of the reason for the limitation on how much offshore wind comes in over time. It's not just the project development, but it's the associated grid infrastructure needed to move that project to load centers.
And just to be clear, that 800 megawatt block in Portfolio 1, that is less than the estimated blocks for any of the three offshore wind lease areas that are currently available off the coast of North Carolina, correct?
Yeah, in terms of total capacity, but again, it's, I think it's a question of, you have a lease area that has a maximum capacity? And do you need to necessarily say, I'm not going to develop it at all unless I get the maximum capacity? Or if you have transmission constraints where you say, I can get the first 800 in substantially cheaper than maybe the next 800, even if I don't utilize the full lease area, it makes sense to model what you believe you can move inland with existing transmission. And again, I would sort of defer the details on the transmission to the transmission team, but we modeled those in 800 megawatt blocks for other reasons than just how big a lease area was.
And forgive me if this is the transmission panel's question, you can direct me to them, but in the modeling, did Duke consider more than one way for offshore wind and to be transmission and moved to inland to the load centers?
Yeah, I'm going to defer that. I know there's a great deal of discussion on that from the transmission, so I'm going to let the transmission panel address that.
I have no further questions.
All right. Let's see. Next up, we have CCBA.
Sorry. Pardon me. They're very short chairs.
Gentlemen, my name is John Burns. I'm General Counsel of CC, but I think that I know Mr. Kalimba and Mr. Snyder and I have talked before. It's good to see you both again. I have a few questions for the panel. I'm going to try to, based on your prior testimony, direct those questions at individuals. But if I ask the wrong guy, please don't hesitate to defer. I'd like to first turn to a discussion of what your model assumes about the load forecast. And I believe, Mr. Snyder, you testified to that.
Yeah, if you could have a specific reference.
Sure. On page 115 of your testimony, you laid out the method by which the companies determined their load forecast. Are you there? Oh.
Yes.
And without going through each of these steps, you identified 4 steps that the company followed to produce first a gross load forecast and then a net load forecast based upon various adjustments to the load, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And it's important to get the load forecast correct, isn't it? Or as correct as possible?
As correct as possible. It's a pretty dynamic environment right now, but you do your best to get the best possible load forecast to plan to.
And if you don't get that step right, then depending on what resources you ultimately decide to bring online, you may end up with too little or too much generation to meet the load that ultimately happens, right?
Yeah, you've got to remember that you're checking and adjusting every 2 years. So it's not like you're doing a 20-year load forecast, building for it, never looking at it again. You're going to come back, see what the economy is doing, see what EVs are doing, see what energy efficiency is doing, or recreate that load forecast every 2 years, either in the IRP or now if we consolidate IRP and carbon plan updates. But
Right.
yes, each time you're trying to stay as accurate as you can.
Okay.
Given the dynamics.
All things considered,
All
you'd
things
rather
considered.
you'd
yes.
rather be as accurate as possible, right?
Correct.
If you look later, a little bit later in your testimony on page 119, and it's at, lost my place. Page 119 of your testimony, you're discussing the ultimately on line 8 of page 119, ultimately the companies stand behind the development of their load forecast and the projections of the adjustments made to the load forecast. The assumptions made by the companies are based upon solid projections, unlike those made by interveners who are outcome-based in their comments and alternative plans as discussed below. Is that your testimony?
That is the testimony as
all right.
stated.
Later on page 184, and you feel free to turn and I'll read it to you, but feel free to check me when you look at that page. And I do believe it's still you at page 184. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes, so please correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm on 184.
Okay. In discussing why you believe interveners have, quote, failed to maintain technical objectivity, unquote, you state that, quote, the companies have identified several significant concerns with the technical objectivity of the inputs and assumptions used and the outcome-driven analysis conducted by intervening parties, close quote. Is that your testimony?
Yeah, I'm just reviewing for a minute.
Please
I think
do.
You've
Take your
moved
time.
beyond load forecast into just.
I did. You're correct. Thank you.
So that reference was more holistic than just the load forecast, but yes.
Okay. But the prior statement on page 119, you were talking about how the company maintained its objectivity in its load forecast, unlike the interveners.
I did.
Okay. And then again on the next page, 185 at line 20, you criticize the interveners, quote, outcome-oriented assumptions for achievable resource deployment rates, outcome-oriented forecasts for fuel costs and resource capital costs, and outcome-oriented assumptions about resource availability and useful life, close quote. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Now, earlier, and I need to do a bit of a mea culpa, I was questioning the prior witness, Ms. Bowman, and I think I paraphrased and used the word self-serving. And subject to check, I checked, it's not accurate. Self-serving isn't there, but outcome-oriented and not based on solid projections and failing to maintain technical objectivity. Those are your critiques of the intervener's testimony and plans, correct?
Those are general critiques. Yes, they are.
Okay. So putting aside whether or not the interveners would agree with your characterization of their efforts, you maintain that outcome-based or outcome-driven analysis is improper in this context, don't you?
Yes.
Is it your contention, Mr. Snyder, that Duke Energy's work in developing the carbon plan is not outcome-based in any respect?
There was no intentional outcome, no.
What is that? What's the distinction you're drawing there between intentional and not intentionally outcome-based?
In other words, we took inputs with no desire to say a particular resource is going to be favored if I choose X versus Y. And knowing, I mean, most people have been doing this a while, know there's a handful of inputs that if you want your results, you're going to say something, you're going to change that input in a certain direction. I believe we used a non-biased approach across all of our inputs based on technical expertise within the company as well as feedback from interveners, and did it in in an objective manner and didn't have a desired outcome in mind.
Okay. Well, Duke Energy modeled standalone storage in its models and its projections, assuming that 100% of standalone storage available to the model would be constructed by Duke Energy without the benefit of competitive procurement from outside third-party developers, didn't it?
I think that's incorrect as stated. As Ms. Bowman said, we use competitive procurement at every aspect of procuring the equipment, the EPC contracts, the oversight of the project management. That all gets done through a competitive procurement and supply chain process, and meeting Duke standards for safety, operations, but then going out to the marketplace to see what the lowest cost alternatives that meet those standards. So we use competitive procurement all the time in our supply chain.
My question is whether you did competitive procurement, and I'll clarify my question. You did not model competitive procurement by build, own, transfer agreements with third-party developers for standalone storage, did you?
We used a generic cost for standalone storage that can potentially represent that, but that's not, we didn't model any PPA or anything like that, no.
And so you did not first determine whether third parties could compete to provide standalone storage at less cost than Duke could do it itself, did you?
Essentially, when you're modeling a capital-based, where you're picking an EPC contractor through competitive, it really comes down to, if you think about who gets to pick the site is one of the things that in a procurement that I believe you're referring to. We think with storage, for example, it's very important to place them on the grid where they have the most value. They can produce grid value. They can also produce, you can site them where there's not significant upgrades. So putting those, you can put them where you get the highest energy tax credits. So no, we don't think it's appropriate to let, for an emergent technology, and again, storage is an emergent technology. It's a very important point in this docket, is for an emergent technology to have someone else control the siting of that standalone storage and then have the system operator live with that siting decision. So no, we do not.
In advance of modeling, you had an assumption as to what standalone storage would look like, and then the model complied with that assumption, right?
The model selected or didn't select storage based on the cost assumptions and performance characteristics of storage as storage was deemed to be reliable and cost effective in the model selection process.
Okay, thank you. Let's look back, and sometimes my outlines get a little out of order as I'm working on them in the morning sometimes, but let's look back at the assumptions built into Duke's load forecast. In your forecasts and in your direct testimony on issues like NEM and energy efficiency and electric vehicles, you did not build in the effect of the Inflation Reduction Act, did you? It wasn't passed at the time you did your original work, right?
Those were not in the load for. I'll let Mr. Columbus.
No, we did not account for the Inflation Reduction Act in our forecast.
And it wasn't passed until after you had done the initial modeling.
That's correct.
Okay. If the IRA were to substantially increase the adoption rate of electric vehicles in North Carolina, that would not be accounted for either in your load forecast or your forecast of energy resources to meet that load, would it?
It would not, but I mean, that is a hypothetical. There are a lot of benefits to the IRA for electric vehicles. There's still headwinds for electric vehicles in the Carolinas and nationwide, but yeah.
And one theme we should always follow is the holistic nature, right? So the IRA, while promoting electric vehicles, also promotes energy efficiency. So you have offsetting impacts. If I have more EVs, I'm going to have more load. But if I have higher codes and standards or higher federal rebates for high efficiency heat pumps, I'm going to have less load. So you can't take, and I think that's one of the things as we look at this, you got to take everything from a holistic vantage point. So the IRA could increase in some respects and it could decrease in others. And that's why, I quoted earlier, snap a chalk line. You have to snap a chalk line because we're in a very dynamic environment.
But you just talked about the offsetting values of the IRA might improve some things, might improve other things that counteract it. Have y'all done anything? Has Duke Energy done anything to quantify those offsetting potential impacts of the IRA?
On the load forecast, we have yet to factor those into the load forecast. I think we talk in our rebuttal more about the sensitivity we did on other aspects of the
Okay,
IRA.
and I can't ask you questions about your rebuttal testimony yet, but I'm sure we'll get there. But you maintain, Mr. Snyder, on page 17, line 6 of the testimony, and this is the snap-a-line discussion you were just talking about. You state that additional analysis is one of the largest potential barriers to establishing the most prudent and reasonable least cost pathway to accomplish an orderly Carolinas energy transition, correct?
I do state that.
Okay. Well, in addition to the IRA, the Ukraine crisis has fundamentally changed gas prices since March of 2022, hasn't it?
I wouldn't use the word fundamentally. It's caused short-term supply disruptions that in the spot market have moved, but the longer-term curve and the fundamentals, I would say, have not had a fundamental shift. They've drifted up, but it's not a substantial movement.
Well, do you agree with me, sir, that changes such as the IRA and the Ukraine crisis will affect the energy market in North Carolina over the time that Duke's proposed near-term execution plan will be coming into effect?
Yeah, I think, again, looking at it on balance is what are the long-term implications of these? What are short-term? What are long-term? And certainly it's not a surprise before the Ukraine crisis. We're in a very volatile period of, whether it's inflation, whether it's domestic supply chain, whether it's tariffs on certain importing countries. It's very dynamic. And so, yes, there are many factors, including the ones you mentioned, that will change our input assumptions over time.
And you selected a suite of near-term execution recommendations prior to the IRA, prior to the natural gas price increases, prior to the adoption of the CHIPS Act and other legislation that's recently passed. But after all that happened, you don't adjust the near-term execution as recommendations at all.
I think we're going to get into this a lot more in rebuttal. I would say in direct, we did do several sensitivities. That's you try and do as many sensitivities as makes sense and that modeling time allows to say what if gas prices went up. So for example, our high gas price sensitivity to show the impact, like how big of a dollar impact is much higher than current gas prices we're seeing forward today. So they envelop the current gas prices on that high price. And then we'll talk about in rebuttal the fact that we did do a limited sensitivity on the IRA to just really do a very initial, again, spot check on the robustness of our near-term action plan. And again, I think I'd maybe defer some of the detailed questions so we get to rebuttal on that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Mr. Kalemba, you testified as to the interconnection limitations in the plan, didn't you?
I did.
You are Duke's Director of DET Planning and Forecasting?
I am.
Okay. And what does DET stand for?
Distributed Energy Technologies.
On pages 6 and 7 of your testimony, you detail your responsibilities and experience. And I'm going to summarize them and ask if you agree with me on these. From 2000 to 2014, you held various roles in the petroleum refining and petrochemical industry.
That's correct.
You didn't supervise or participate in the interconnection of solar projects in those positions in the petroleum refining industry, did you?
I did not.
And in 2014, you joined Duke as an analyst on the integrated resource planning team before moving to your current position in March of 2020.
That's correct.
Okay. In this position, you described leading a team that develops the long-term forecast for distributed energy technology or resources for DEC and DEP, right?
That's correct.
And you state that that includes, quote, developing rooftop solar and electric vehicle forecasts that are used as load modifiers.
Yes.
And load modifiers is one of the steps that Mr. Snyder referred to in load forecasting, right?
It is.
You also said that your tasks include developing a utility scale solar forecast for each jurisdiction.
That's correct.
And your team is responsible for creating energy profiles for solar and wind resources and load profiles for EVs, correct?
Correct.
And you support the development of planning assumptions regarding battery storage.
That's correct.
Did I get all of it that you testified to? Is there anything else that you need to add there?
I don't believe there is.
Okay. It's all helpful. I think your testimony is very interesting, and I know we're going to have a lot to go into on storage on rebuttal. But do you oversee or participate in the interconnection of large amounts of solar projects to the Duke grid in your current capacity?
No, fortunately, in my current capacity, I work quite a bit with the folks who do that. I also work with the transmission planners and to understand, their constraints. So Witness Roberts on the transmission panel, work closely with him and others. So me and my team, or my team and I, develop these forecasts based on inputs from experts across the company.
What steps did you take to verify or determine the interconnection capacity that Duke relies on to set its interconnection caps in the first 3 to 5 years of the carbon plan?
So I think I addressed this fairly extensively in my direct, but I'm going to try and walk this because it's an important point because it's obviously a contentious issue in this. But
what page are you looking at?
I'm sorry, I'm on page 156 and I'll start at table 11. So table 11 shows the interconnection forecast that we included in here, showing interconnecting 750 megawatts of solar by beginning year 27, 1,050 by beginning year 28, and 1,350 by beginning of year 2029. So there's two things to notice here. There's one, we start in 2026 with the forecast and it starts at 750. And the other thing to notice is that it goes up over time. So I just want to quickly address, to your point, how we came up with the 750 and why do we start in 2026. So in figure 12 on the following page, page 157.
May I clarify something? I'm going to let you respond, but you said that 750 in 2026. The chart shows 2027. I think the difference is that you're talking beginning of year 2027. Is that right?
Right. So when we
Just for
say,
clarification.
when it says 2027, that's beginning of year. So all the solars come online during the year of 2026.
Okay.
So in figure 12, what we're showing here is over time, the time to interconnect solar from the time you sign an interconnection agreement to the time that solar has come online has increased. So it's currently averaging about 26 to 32 months. And that's for projects that are just interconnecting without needing network system upgrades. So without needing to build up the transmission system to accept that solar. So it's just interconnection. So the time frame for the transmission projects are now 26 to 32 months. And that's important because in the 2022 solar procurement that is before y'all in another docket, the interconnection agreements for projects procured in the 2022 solar procurement aren't going to be signing interconnection agreements until early 2024. So that puts them online in 2026 if they don't have network system upgrades. So then it comes to the question, why 750 megawatts? So we know that if you look at figure 13 on page 158, a lot of the solar is going to be connecting in areas where it's beneficial to connect solar from the standpoint of flat land, not heavily populated. But those regions also are mainly in the red zone areas. So for us to be able to get to 750 megawatts in connecting in 26 for January of 27, we need to have projects that don't require network upgrades. So that means that they're primarily going to be sited outside of the red zone areas. So then if you look at figure 14, this map shows on page 159, this shows the solar projects and where they're were studied as part of the 2022 DICES. So about 5,000 megawatts of solar were studied in that. And about 70% of those were located outside of, I'm sorry, 70% were located in the red zone area. So that leaves about 1,500 megawatts outside the red zone. So of that 1,500 megawatts, if they were all bidding into the 2022 solar procurement, those would have to be the lower cost solar that gets procured. They would also not need to trigger network upgrades on their own. So there would be 750 megawatts out of that 1,500 would be what would be connecting in 2026.
Mr. Clem, I appreciate, my question was, what did you do to verify the things that you're listing here in your testimony? Because the testimony is on the record.
So well, appreciate that, but figure 12 is data that we have. Figure 13 is data that we were able to pull from NREL from as far as the solar viability areas, the red zone areas. Witness Roberts in the transmission panel has testified extensively on that. And the DICES projects speak for themselves.
Well, let me ask you about that DICES projects figure 14. When was the DICES completed that is represented in that figure?
I am struggling to recall when. I might say when those, this was as of August 9th, 2022. That's when that figure was.
And the 750 megawatt cap came out with the issuance of the, actually, it was first discussed in your stakeholder process in February of 2022, right?
Right. That's a good point. So what we saw in figure 13 was this was an issue that was coming before. So as a forecaster, I took that in and said, realizing that most of this solar is going to want to connect into the red zone areas and that there was potentially limited amount of solar outside of the red zone areas, that the 750 or that we would need to be able to connect these without transmission system upgrades was a reasonable assumption for our 750 megawatt number.
Have you modeled interconnection rates, higher interconnection rates in those first few years to determine what would be needed to make them happen?
Are you talking about from a transmission standpoint, what would be needed?
From an interconnection standpoint?
So we haven't modeled particularly in 2026, but what we've looked at in figure 15 on page 160 is just the amount of transmission level projects that would need to be connected roughly to be able to achieve the megawatt numbers that we're showing here. So what we looked at was, to achieve 1,350 megawatts, that's roughly 14 transmission level projects that, on average, a portion of those would be utility owned. And we said on average, maybe those are 150 megawatts. And then the other portion would be PPA and they're limited to 80 megawatts. So
that was my next question. The capacity you're talking about, a portion of that is going to be built and owned by Duke or build, own, transfer to Duke, right?
On figure 15, it's all projects.
Okay, so the 750 includes PPAs and Duke.
Yes.
Okay. But you have modeled interconnection rates of up to 1,800 megawatts per year out in 2029, which would have been a procurement in 2027 by your earlier testimony. Is that right?
We did model that. Yes.
Okay, so it's possible to reach 1,800. You just need to do things to get there, right?
I would say it is possible. There is a probability that we would get there, and there are things we need to do to get there, and there are things that we're working on to get there. One of the key ones, obviously, is the red zone enabling projects that we've discussed. But
sure, but there's no discussion in the carbon plan or in your testimony about the costs of that level of interconnection, or for instance, the determination of what the manpower would be needed or what types of materials would be needed to interconnect that amount by 2025, 2026.
So the red zone enabling projects, so we do include costs for those projects in the carbon plan, and Witness Roberts on the transmission panel could talk more about the costs to get to further connections.
I'll ask him some questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Klima. Isn't that, but before we get there, isn't that kind of information necessary to determine what is most cost effective or to adequately compare the different scenarios? And you need that information. If we did it by 2025, it would cost this much.
Right, and so those are numbers that we included in the carbon plan, and we did have scaling.
But that's based on a later achievement of the higher megawatt.
Right, so but the later achievement is, includes higher costs. So the costs increase over time in the carbon plan when we're modeling.
Okay.
Solar.
Well, let's look briefly. I've only got a few more questions for y'all, but let's look at storage and solar plus storage for a moment. I'm not sure which of you is responsive to that, but maybe my question will determine it. The near-term execution plan Duke seeks approval of in this docket calls for 1,000 megawatts of standalone storage and 600 megawatts of solar plus storage. Is that right?
That's correct.
But CCEBA and others, including the public staff, called your attention to changes that needed to be made in the modeling to solar plus storage, right? In our comments?
Yes, they recommended, asked us to do some additional modeling to address some of the concerns that they had with our initial modeling.
And in your new alternative portfolios, Duke adjusted for one of those suggestions, which was to add an additional profile that included a larger battery than the original two configurations in the carbon plan. Is that right?
That was one of several that we made. We also added, allowed the model to dispatch the solar, and
Right.
We can talk about that more, but
You allowed the model to just dispatch the storage?
I'm sorry, dispatch the storage.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was an update that was done after comments received from interveners.
Yes, it was. However, it is something that we have been investigating or had been investigating when we were developing the carbon plan. But we found, and I think Mr. McMurray can talk to this at some length, but what we found when we were allowing the model to dispatch the storage that was paired with solar, it added an extensive amount of time to our modeling. And so we made an adjustment or came up with what we felt was a reasonable fixed dispatch profile for the solar plus storage to help the modeling time. And it's doing the same thing that the model's doing, where it's charging during off peak and it's discharging during on peak. But once we put the fixed dispatch profile in the model, things ran a lot smoother. And then we tested that on these supplemental portfolios.
Okay. But to Duke's credit, you acknowledge that the interveners had a point on that issue and tried to address it, right?
I think ideally, in a perfect world where we have unlimited time and resources to let the model run as long as it could, that would be the appropriate way to model it. But I think that there are, even in future model cases, I think there's merit to running a fixed dispatch if we can make sure that fixed dispatch profile is aligning with the portfolio that it's being built into. So.
On page 71 of your testimony, you note that major change about dispatch and the larger battery, quote, resulted in more storage paired with solar and less standalone storage being selected.
In some of the portfolios, and I wouldn't say it was a major change, because at the end of the day, we put in all of these suggested changes, and we recommended, or our near-term action are asking for 1,600 of total storage, 1,000 of which is standalone, 600 of which is storage that's paired with solar. And after all of these changes, portfolio 5A and portfolio 5 showed that it was a slight reduction in standalone storage, so it dropped from 1,000 to 975 megawatts. But there was an increase in storage that was paired with solar of about 200 megawatts. So our total storage went from 1,600 to 1,800, and our storage that was paired with solar went from 600 to 800 in those portfolio 5 cases.
Before those changes, Duke's recommendation for the near-term execution plan was 1,000 megawatts of standalone and 600 of solar paired with storage.
That's correct.
After these changes, despite what you testified to as a tendency of the revised portfolios to add more solar plus storage and less standalone, what amount does Duke recommend?
I think we still feel confident that 1,600 is the right number because there are still a lot of unknowns. If you look at the portfolios and how close standalone solar, standalone storage, solar paired with storage are to each other, it doesn't take a lot for it to change that mix. But generally, the mix is around 1,600 of total storage.
With 600 of solar plus storage is what was modeled, or what you've recommended as a near-term execution plan.
That's correct.
The revised 50% battery to solar ratio isn't the only change that intervener suggested that Duke perform, is it?
It is not, no.
One of the other ones that Lisa Seba recommended was to allow solar plus storage to be able to charge bidirectionally. In other words, both charge from the grid and charge from the solar facility itself, right?
So Encompass today cannot model bidirectional charging of solar. So you have to pick one or the other. It either gets the clipped energy. So if you overpanel your solar facility, you can capture the extra energy that gets clipped by the inverter before it goes to the grid. So that's if you're connecting it on the DC side and you capture that clipped energy. And that's why our capacity factors for solar plus storage are higher. Or you have to model it such that the storage facility can only charge with the grid and the unclipped part of the solar facility. I believe it's something that Encompass is working on to add that feature. Mr. McMurray could talk to that as well, but that is a limitation.
Despite the functionality being available on the market, according to testimony of others in this proceeding, Encompass just can't model it right now. Is that right?
To my understanding, it cannot, no.
But you've made adjustments to your model after the fact for other concerns that Duke had. Why couldn't you make adjustments to that and these recommendations based upon the knowledge that storage can be bidirectionally charged, DC or AC?
Well, I think that, us including the solar pair with storage that we did and the 3 configurations we did in the supplemental portfolios, and then the 4-hour and 6-hour standalone storage that we included that was AC, obviously standalone grid charged. I think that captures a fairly broad spectrum of the solar and solar plus storage outcomes. So I think, I'm not sure, to be fair, I'm not sure how much of a difference it would make. Maybe it makes a slight difference, maybe it doesn't. But I think we're pretty reasonable in the assumptions we made with the constraints that we had.
And storage can be a capacity resource, can't it?
So it can be, it can be a capacity resource, yes.
And it can be, it's considered, if it's charged, it can be a quick start resource as well, can't it? Provided it has a long enough duration for the peak that it's meeting.
Yes.
Okay. One final topic. I didn't mean to lie, but I guess I did. One more final topic. Related to the present value revenue requirements comparison that you testified to. I believe, Mr. Snyder, this is your testimony. I may be mistaken.
Might be Mr. Quintus.
Okay.
Ask the question and we'll get you the right person.
I'll do my best. On page 46 of the testimony, and this is your testimony, Mr. Snyder, there's a reference to figure 6. And Mr. Quinto, if you have input on this, I'd be happy to hear your input as well.
Can you repeat the page?
Sure.
please?
I think it's page 46 of the testimony, figure 6. Let me double check, make sure I did that correctly. Page 46.
Figure 6 is on 47.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Figure 6, and so we're talking about the right thing here. That's a chart. Figure 6 is a chart showing 4 lines descending from the upper left to the lower right of the chart, right?
Yes, it is.
And in that chart, the blue line is portfolio 1, the orange line is portfolio 2, the green line is 3, and the yellowish line is 4.
That is correct.
And these are the annual CO2 emissions calculated by the portfolio between 2023 and 2050.
They are.
Okay. The blue line, portfolio 1, has a more rapid transition to CO2 reductions, doesn't it?
It does.
All right. And it's a steeper reduction in CO2 emissions that begins around 2027. And it maintains the difference between it and the other portfolios until well into the 2040s, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
You note in your testimony that portfolio 1 costs more than the others in PVRR terms, correct?
Yes.
$2 billion more than P2 and $6 billion more than P3 and P4?
Subject to check, but
that's your testimony?
Yeah.
Okay. It would be expected that P1 would cost more than P2 or 3 or 4 because it does more earlier, right?
yes.
And so if you're looking at the net present value of the changes, they're going to be earlier, the changes will be made earlier in P1 than they are in the others.
Yeah, you're adopting more resources earlier at a higher cost.
And you achieved more CO2 reduction in P1 than in any of the others, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And while they all get to net zero by 2050, P1 eliminates much more CO2 over the lifetime of that chart. there's a bigger delta, right?
The difference between those two lines, you're correct.
But Duke doesn't align the portfolios to compare their PVRR based on that amount of reduction, does it?
It does align them. I guess I'm missing your question. It's taking the reductions for each of the portfolios and then comparing the cost to achieve. And these are the trade-offs of the, Ms. Bowman spoke about with affordability, reliability, carbon reduction, and executability. And I think Mr. Burns stated correctly that going faster is going to have an incremental cost because you're adopting more technologies earlier on at a higher price than if you wait until later. So we line those up for comparison directly. So I'm not sure what you were implying when you said we didn't compare them. We showed those trade-offs pretty explicitly in chapters.
Do you compare them? Did you, and I honestly cannot recall this, but did you compare and calculate dollars per ton of CO2 reduction for each of the portfolios?
We used a mass cap to model each of these to say, how quickly do I get, which in and of itself then imposes a cost. But then we did Mike, I don't know if you want to add anything about a sensitivity we did to look at if there happened to be a tax, what would that impact be if that carbon was an actual tax to the consumer?
I believe Mr. Burns is referring to a CO2 abatement cost, how much it costs to incrementally abate CO2 from one portfolio to another. We did not present any analysis of such in the carbon plan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for interpreting my inartful question, Mr. Quinto. I appreciate that. But the outcome that is encouraged by Duke's framing of the PVRR for each of these portfolios is an artificially lower cost assigned to the more nuclear focused of the portfolios, right?
No, I wouldn't agree with that characterization whatsoever. I don't know what you mean by artificially lower.
You stretch the expenditures out for non-carbon resources out over a longer period of time until SMR comes online, don't you?
Yeah, it's
If
not
it ever comes
artificial. It's a reality of if you deploy limited amount of resources over a longer period of time in a declining cost environment, it's going to have a lower cost. So it wasn't artificial, but yes, that is the outcome. So you correctly stated the outcome. I would just not agree with the adjective artificial.
Would you agree with that was the outcome that you were looking for?
Not at all.
Okay.
Absolutely not at all.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, Sigford.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Christina Kress here on behalf of SIGFR. These questions are directed at anyone in the panel, so please, whoever is the most appropriate person to answer the question, please go ahead and do so. On page 102, lines 7 through 10, and I'll give you a second to get there. Is everyone there?
There.
Great. You indicate that the carbon plan assumes total costs will be spread across Duke's North Carolina and South Carolina customers, correct?
That is correct.
Also on page 102, lines 15 through 17, you state that Duke's next South Carolina IRP plan in 2023, before the PSCSC, will reflect the objectives and near-term activities consistent with those presented in the carbon plan before this commission, correct?
Yes.
Also on page 102, lines 17 through 22, you state that Duke's next carbon plan IRP update in 2024 before this commission would account for the South Carolina Commission's determination on the Duke IRP in 2023, correct?
I'm sorry, what line?
Lines 17 through 22. Quote, the company's next comprehensive IRP carbon plan update in 2024 in North Carolina would account for PSCSC determinations as the companies necessarily must be able to execute on a single system-wide resource planning pathway, and it goes on.
Right. I'm sorry. I see it now. Thank you.
Did Duke model an alternative portfolio for a scenario in which the Public Service Commission of South Carolina does not approve the Carolinas Carbon Plan as part of the 2023 IRP in South Carolina?
Duke hasn't modeled any scenarios for the 23 IRP.
Did Duke model an alternative portfolio for a scenario in which South Carolina denies cost recovery for near-term actions identified in Duke's execution plan in this docket?
We did not model a scenario, no.
So is it fair to say that Duke doesn't know whether and to what extent outputs selected by the model might change if this assumption was instead that only Duke's North Carolina customers would bear the costs of carbon plan implementation?
I think Mr. Peel or Ms. Bateman will maybe address this in a little more detail, but I think Ms. Bowman referred to it that, first of all, it's our, hope that we do gain alignment. That's our primary hope right now, is that we're going to have an opportunity next year to present a compelling case in South Carolina and try and gain alignment. And if by chance that does not happen, we would need a mechanism for which the entity that was paying for the resources wasn't just paying for them and then not getting all of the benefits. So if you're not sharing in the cost, we would need a mechanism that I'm going to defer to Ms. Bateman and Mr. Peeler a little bit. It's beyond the scope of our testimony how that might work, but that whereas the full benefits of that resource would also then stay with the body that paid for it. And through allocations or other factors, there are ways to achieve that, such that if you paid incrementally higher costs, you get incrementally more benefits as a result of that, so that it would not have a material impact on the resource plan, as long as if you were paying the cost, you didn't get your allocated costs to one state, you also didn't get the allocated benefits. Those benefits stayed in North Carolina. If that was the case, we believe that there would not be a big material impact on the resource selection in this, but it's yet to be determined. These are all hypotheticals at this point.
And just to be clear, you said you believe there would not be a material impact on the resource selection, but you do not know that as you sit here today.
No, I'm saying if the benefits and costs stayed where they belong, then you're doing cost benefit in what you're doing. You're finding the least cost for the most benefit. And if those costs and benefits were appropriately allocated, just the economic reality is it would not have a material impact.
On page 140, I'll give you a second to get there. Lines 1 through 10 of your direct testimony, you indicate that the companies evaluated the high-level business case of expansions of gas co-firing beyond the current existing co-firing plants prior to the carbon plan, correct?
That is correct.
And on that same page of your direct testimony, you state that such expansions were found to be potentially feasible, but that the evaluation did not at that time show favorable economics. Is that right?
Yeah, the engineering was potentially feasible, but it was not deemed to be economic.
Have those economics been reconsidered in light of the enactment of House Bill 951?
We did not redo the analysis, but I think we state in rebuttal several reasons why we believe that is not a prudent course of action. So if you want to hold off in rebuttal, I think we address that pretty fulsomely in terms of the reasons why converting an existing coal plant that's currently capable of partial dual fuel, converting it to 100% and then not burning coal. There's a number of factors briefly touch on in terms of the utilization of finite amount of pipeline capacity, the fact that you're using that gas at a inefficient heat rate compared to a much more efficient heat rate, the lack the fact that you wouldn't have dual fuel anymore, so that you would need ultra low sulfur diesel as your backup because you no longer have coal. So when you start stacking on all the factors of what it would take and, getting the permits for all of those and then utilizing that scarce resource, and as I said, I think we go into this in much more detail in rebuttal, but we did not redo the analysis in light of 951.
Have those economics been evaluated relative to the net present value revenue requirements for the portfolios proposed by Duke in the carbon plan?
No, if we didn't redo the analysis, they are not in the PVRs.
When compared against $100 billion, those economics would look more favorable than they did when the high-level business case was considered in a vacuum.
Misinterpretation of you're comparing apples and oranges and bananas and maybe some other fruits there. The 100 billion is a total present value of revenue requirement for every aspect in the plan. We're talking about a single project and whether that would improve the overall present value of revenue requirements. You can't compare a single project against the total revenue requirements of the entire plan. And what we've just said is, and again, and I guess we'll go over it again a little bit in rebuttal, is there's a number of reasons why it would not only be uneconomic, but it would be inconsistent with an energy transition where you are really trying to get the most efficient, least cost, most reliable plan for customers.
And so just to be clear, you have not compared it to the cost of building a new natural gas plant?
Yet we have not compared it as an alternative in the carbon plan for a number of reasons that, again, I outlined briefly here, and we'll be happy to go into more depth in rebuttal.
Thank you for that. I've got just a couple of additional questions. Duke did not include costs that are, in its opinion, unrelated to the carbon plan in its proposed bill and rate impacts provided in the carbon plan. Is that right?
No, we did not. And I think Ms. Bateman addresses that in her testimony.
And Duke likewise did not quantify or otherwise model potential new resource cost savings and transmission cost savings associated with brownfield development at retiring coal sites. Is that right?
We mentioned there are potential, but we did not model them we did not specifically cite in a planning exercise. We recognize there's potential benefits to siting replacement generation. I think Ms. Bowman mentioned that in her opening testimony, but we did not presume that to be the case, but rather say when we move forward to execution, if we can realize those benefits, we certainly will look to do that. But when you're generically citing units and without having the generic citing become a reality yet in terms of execution, we just assumed a generic citing for all of our units in the planning phase until you have an actual site identified and those synergies are actually quantified at that execution phase.
And Duke considered modeling of a future offset market that may or may not exist after 2030 to be too speculative for inclusion in this initial carbon plan development. Is that correct?
No, I don't think it was too speculative. I think it was whether it's hydrogen, whether it's an offset market, or whether it's an emergent technology. When you get out towards the mid-40s and 2050, there's always been debate in the industry about zero and net zero and the need for potential need for a limited amount of fossil fuels to still be burned for reliability purposes almost exclusively. Whether that turns out to be hydrogen comes to a fruition in the next 3 decades, whether it turns out long duration storage or other technologies come to fruition, House Bill 951 expressly called for some allowance limited to that 5% that we said for initial modeling purposes, we will model hydrogen in lieu of that 5%. But when public staff suggested we run our portfolios as a test of the robustness of those portfolios without hydrogen. We talked to public staff about that, and they said, yes, without hydrogen, it's appropriate then to look at a 5% offset market, since we're totally excluding hydrogen in lieu of it. So you don't have some spurious model results that say, based on technologies today, that now I've taken hydrogen off the table and I've taken offsets off the table. How am I going to solve? I'm not going to build excess nuclear plants, for example, just to serve a few hours out of the year. So to avoid that sort of modeling outcome in the back end of the plan, we reverted from hydrogen in the primary portfolios. When we did P5, P6, we used offsets.
Thank you for that. Chair Mitchell, I have a cross exhibit that Mr. Snowden has offered to help me distribute, if that's all right.
All right, you may proceed. Would you share with council first?
And I apologize, this cross exhibit is incorrectly labeled in the header as a redirect exhibit. So that should be stricken as a cross exhibit for this panel.
Mr. Snowden, make sure the court reporter gets a copy. Okay, thank you. He may be looking at, yeah.
Please.
We need additional copy up here.
Mr. Burns, can we get 2 more copies up here so we're not passing it back over?
Ms. Kress, let's go ahead and get this exhibit labeled while we're taking care of passing out.
Yes, Chair Mitchell. So this would be SIGFR 2 and 3 cross modeling panel exhibit 1.
Let's call it cross modeling panel direct.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder, you recognize that this is a data request that you responded to on behalf of the companies. Is that correct?
I do recognize this, yes.
And in this response, you stated that a verifiable offset market does not exist in North Carolina. And because Duke deemed it to be, quote, too speculative and not useful for this initial 2022 carbon plan development, it was not included. Is that fair?
That is a fair representation of what was said in the data request at the time we were doing P1 through P4.
And one more question. The estimated costs and rate impacts included in the carbon plan did not include estimated costs associated with Duke's plans to pursue 20-year subsequent license renewals for Duke's nuclear fleet in the Carolinas, correct?
Yeah, the subsequent license renewal, and again, I'm going to say subject to tech check with the long lead time panel, which you'll get later, is approximately $50 million in that ballpark, and it would be constant across all portfolios, 1 through 6 and 1 through 6 all. It's a constant assumption, and it's one cost that in the grand scheme of the PVRR was not included, since it was both a relatively small cost, and it was the same across all portfolios. So no, we did not have that limited expenditure in the PVRRs.
I fell into Mr. Burns's trap because I said one more question, but it's actually going to be 2. So last one, what are those costs going to be?
I'm going to defer that to the long lead time panel of what comprises that aspects of the subsequent license renewal.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. Mr. Snowden.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Ben Snowden for the Clean Power Suppliers Association. It's nice to see you all. Mr. Snyder, I'll start with a few questions for you. First off, did you hear Ms. Bowman testify earlier that she agreed that the company has both a legal duty and a duty to its ratepayers to identify every opportunity it can to find the least cost pathway to compliance?
I was in the room for that, yes.
Do you agree with that?
I am not a lawyer, but nothing in there surprised me. It sounds reasonable to me.
Okay. So, Mr. Snyder, I want to focus on, for a little while, on the solar interconnection constraint. And I want to know specifically if the company understands the economic impact of that constraint. So the, back and forth here. Mr. Kalemba, and I'll direct you to page 162 of the modeling panel direct testimony, characterizes the constraint as the most reasonable forecast of the company's ability to interconnect solar in the future.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you all agree with that characterization? And Mr. Snyder, I'm sorry, it's Mr. Kalemba's testimony. Mr. Snyder, I'm asking you if you agree with that characterization.
Yes, I agree with Mr. Columba's characterization.
Okay, great. Thank you. And so in its modeling, Duke limits the amount of solar that can be interconnected to that amount. Is that right?
Yeah, we have in our primary modeling, Mr. Columba just went through some great detail explaining how we came up with that forecast. The one thing I would just mention is we have constraints for all resources. So we tend to focus on solar, but every resource, every single one has constraints. Again, I'm trying to focus on the need for a holistic view on this. And so we have solar constraints. We have far more stringent constraints on wind. We have more stringent constraints on gas, and we have more stringent constraints on nuclear in terms of megawatts allowed and timing than we do in solar. So trying to get a realistic estimate of constraints across all resources is not restricted to just solar. So I agree with Mr. Columba's characterization of our solar constraints and would point out that we have constraints on every single resource and not just solar.
Understood. Thank you for that, Mr. Snyder. So you believe it's the company's most realistic estimate? Is that right?
At this point in time, again, I'm going to use my snap the chalk line.
All right.
Things could change in 2 years.
Okay. And I can't help but point out, though, you just brought up onshore wind, offshore wind, and SMRs. At least with respect to offshore wind and SMRs, no such resources currently exist in the Carolinas. Is that right?
They do not.
Okay. And that's part of the reason that those resources are constrained. Is that correct?
That is, each resource has its unique reasons for having their constraints, and that's for those resources, those are some of the reasons.
Okay. So the impact of the constraint is to limit the amount of solar, going back to just the solar interconnection constraint. The impact of the constraint is to limit the amount of solar that Encompass can select in a given year. Is that right?
I'm going to let Mr. Columba add to this, but it's to try and reflect in any model what the real world realities of a resource interconnection are. So it's not restricting Encompass for the sake of restricting a resource selection in Encompass. It's putting in an input variable into Encompass that is your best moment in time's estimate of what your real world estimate for that forecast or that ability is, so that you don't get unexecutable outcomes.
Mr. Snyder, we've already talked about why the constraint exists, and we can talk more about that again. But I'm just trying to walk through the mechanics of how it works and what the implications are in the modeling. So I'll repeat my question. The impact of the constraint, setting aside why it's there, the impact of the constraint is to limit the amount of solar that Encompass can select in any given year. Is that right?
That is the impact.
Okay, thank you. So if the model were to economically select solar, but it's already added an amount of solar up to the interconnection constraint, it can't select it anymore and it has to pick a different resource, right?
That is correct.
Thank you. And if that different resource is going to, and that different resource is going to be more expensive than the solar, or else it would have been economically selected, correct?
Potentially. I mean, if you're in a given year, you could look at it too, where the model, if you unconstrained it, took all the constraints off, You could wait until December 2029. You project solar to be cheaper than it's going to be in 26. And with no constraints, you would just build it all that moment in time at the cheaper price and have a more cost-effective solution for your customer. So the constraint doesn't necessarily cut one way. I mean, it's an orderly transition. We're trying to get certain amount of reduction every year. But if I unconstrain that orderly transition and just allow it to hit 30 and 50, it would unrealistically, unexecutably, in a declining cost environment, pick all your resources right before each of the two compliance years and do it at the least cost. So building in a economic and decline curve would result in that. So I don't think it necessarily cuts that if you remove the constraint, you have to go to something more cost effective. You might go to something further in time and pick things out further in time that would be cheaper, but it would be less executable and more risky. So we built it in the way we did, where we have this orderly progression of carbon reductions.
Understood. And thank you for pointing that out. Do you recall that in CPSA's comments, strike that. Let me ask it another way. If the model were to select solar, say you were the model had selected up to the interconnection constraint in a given year, and the model were to economically select the next megawatt would be solar, but you've hit the cap, the model's got to go pick a different resource, right? You just testified to that?
Yes.
Okay, and that different resource, since it's not the one that's economically selected, is going to be a more expensive resource, right?
Yes, in that year, and if that was the only constraint I relieved. So if I also relieved the wind constraint and said I could do 2,000 of wind, it might pick the wind. So holistically, if I just alleviate one constraint, it's always going to be cheaper if I alleviate the constraint. If I alleviate multiple constraints, you may get a totally different answer. But in your case, your hypothetical where you just alleviate a single constraint, it would be cheaper if you could just alleviate that constraint.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. So what I think I heard you say is that constrained portfolios, as a general rule, are likely to be more expensive than unconstrained portfolios. Is that right?
Yeah, if I had infinite ability to instantaneously connect any resource at a moment in time, it would be a lot cheaper than if I had limits on. I could wait until things got really cheap and then just put it all in at once. Or I could do unlimited combinations that didn't match market reality. So yes, constraints definitely result in an increase in overall cost.
Thank you. So in portfolios P1 through P4, Encompass selected solar up to the interconnection constraint through 2030. Is that right?
I'm going to turn to Mr. Quinto for some of the details.
Can you restate the year?
Sure, through 2030.
Through 2030.
Or actually, let me limit that. Let me say through 2038, because that's sort of the reach of the near-term execution plan.
2028, did you mean?
Yes, 2028. Thank you.
Gotcha. No worries. And which portfolio were you?
Just P1 through P4, all four of those Duke initial portfolios. And I think those are summarized. I'm sure you guys have memorized this, but in the executive summary on page 16. Or no, I'm sorry, that is not year by year.
From the data that I have in front of me, it doesn't appear that in all the portfolios 1, 2, 3, and 4 that the solar interconnection limit was reached. It does look like in portfolio 1 with a 2030 compliance that the solar interconnection was hit in each of the years leading up to 2030. But that doesn't appear to be the case for the other portfolios.
Okay, so in the 2030 compliance portfolio, the solar interconnection cap was hit in every year?
Yes.
Okay. If not for the solar interconnection cap, do you all know how much more solar would have been selected in that portfolio? P1?
We did not do additional sensitivity on P1 specifically with a higher cap than that that I'm aware of, and so we don't have information on how that would be how the portfolio would be impacted if there were higher selection limits.
Okay, so in P1 through P4, you all did not do any sensitivities with higher solar interconnection caps?
I would point out P1 has a higher cap
Understood.
to start
Yes.
than P2, 3, and 4. So in and of itself is sort of a sensitivity. With respect to 2, 3, and 4, I think
Well,
we
Mr.
did
Mr.
in
Schneider,
P5 and 6.
Okay, I do want to be clear, though. P1 does not serve as a sensitivity for the other portfolios, though, right? Because there are many differences between those portfolios, correct?
Yeah, not a sensitivity, but it is a higher, I just didn't, just for clarity of the
Yes.
record, they do not have the same interconnection limits in P1 through 4. P1 has a much more aggressive interconnection limit than P2, 3, and 4 to be able to get more quickly. And again, I think we point out in Chapter 3 at a higher execution risk.
So my question is, I think we've established that for each individual portfolio in P1 through P4, Duke did not perform any sensitivities to look at what the impacts of a higher interconnection cap would be. Is that right?
We did not present any additional sensitivities with higher interconnection caps for solar in the carbon plan.
Okay. All right. Understood that you did not present any in the carbon plan. Did you perform any?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So,
Mr. Snowden, just
yes.
through 1 through 4, right?
Yes, just 1 through
Because
4. The supplemental
5 and 6 we did.
Understood. Supplemental modeling, we can talk about in just a minute. And I'm just about to move on here. But what I'm hearing is that for any individual portfolio, Duke does not know what the economic impact might be, up or down, of having a higher interconnection cap in that portfolio. Is that
And
right?
Just for solar, right?
Just for solar, yes.
Yeah, and I would say we don't have that same for all of our, we don't know it for all of our resources. So we could have, again, interconnection, the real world conditions you're modeling, there's an infinite combination of wind interconnection, gas interconnection, solar interconnection, and you could just run almost unlimited combinations of interconnection limits across all your portfolios. It really is difficult to just pick one out and say, that's the only one I'm going to run a sensitivity on. So no, we did not run that.
But Duke didn't say do a sensitivity to assess whether a portfolio would be cheaper for ratepayers if hypothetically they were able to interconnect 1,000 megawatts of solar in 2026. Is that right?
I think it would be appropriate if doing such a sensitivity, it's continuing to consider the additional cost impacts of meeting such a interconnection limit. And that certainly wasn't something that the company endeavored in the carbon plan. I'm sure that Mr. Roberts in the transmission panel can speak to more of a faster interconnection and cost impacts and his ability to speculate on that. But we did not perform any for the carbon plan.
Thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to the comments of CPSA. Do you all have those per chance?
I do not have them up here with me, sort of running out of room on the table.
I'm sure I have a copy. Mr. Quinto, do you have those to hand?
Let me see if I can pull it up.
And I'm looking at page 11.
Unfortunately, I don't seem to have the comment specifically.
I tell you what, let me ask well, Brett's got to hear it. Let me ask my question, and if you feel like you need to review the comments, we'll pull them out. So in CPSA's comments on page 11, they state that based on analysis conducted by the Brattle Group, the solar interconnection limit forces the model to select more expensive wind resources to meet the 70% carbon reduction mandate by 2030. As compared to the unconstrained case, and these are cases that Brattle modeled, this increases the total annual system cost of the portfolio by $900 million in 2030 and $800 million in 2032. Do you recall reading that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry, those comments. Thank you. Did you all not look at those and wonder, hey, I wonder if there are opportunities for ratepayer savings here?
You know, it's interesting to say increases in their model, wind imports, right, based on their assumptions. So that's the conclusion they came up with using a high-level screening model that didn't do unit commitment, didn't do 8760 cost. And so that is not a conclusion that we reached, and would not necessarily, and to Mr. Quinto's point, if you're going to increase those limits, you have to have the subsequent cost to do that. Every tranche of solar that you do faster has an incrementally higher cost. It's not the same cost per kW. You've got to go further out in land. You've got to do it quicker. You've got to do it. So all of that imposes a cost. And so I don't believe, subject to check, that those incremental costs were considered by CPSA. Again, subject to check as to how much it would cost to alleviate those constraints in order to avoid, in their model, buying the wind.
But to be clear, Duke did not perform, either when it prepared the carbon plan or in response to comments, any analysis to understand the economic impacts of the solar interconnection constraint on its own portfolios. Is that right?
Portfolio one, as I stated, has a fundamentally different interconnection constraint, and I'll let Mr. Kalemba highlight this if he wants, than portfolios 2, 3, and 4. So as you correctly point out, there are other differences, but it's the same load forecast, the same gas prices, the same cost of technologies in portfolio 1 as in portfolios 2, 3, and 4. And we did put in a higher interconnection limit in portfolio 1 as one of the key differences in that portfolio. So while it's not isolated as a specific variable, that portfolio 1 has the higher interconnection limit incorporated in it. So we didn't look at just a single set. And then we'll talk about, I think in a minute, that we also did do some additional sensitivities in 5 and 6. So we did look at different levels. It's just not in the nature, the way you're describing it was not the way it was conducted in the analysis.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that response, but just I'm not sure that you directly answered my question. Duke did not do an apples to apples analysis of what the impact of the interconnection constraint all by itself was on the cost of any portfolio in the first 4 portfolios. Is that right?
That is correct for all of our resources, including solar.
Okay, thank you. So let's talk about, let's see here. And this is going to be directed to either Mr. Schneider or Mr. Quinto. Mr. Schneider, you're aware that CPSA proposed several alternative portfolios in its comments. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and it is requested that 2 of those portfolios be added to the carbon plan, one that would achieve compliance in 2030 and one that would achieve compliance in 2032. Is that right?
Looking for those now. But that generally sounds correct if you want to.
And those are, I'll represent to you that those are the CPSA 3 portfolio and the CPSA 5 portfolio. And the main difference between those 2 is that they have a different solar interconnection limit as between the 2 of them. Mr. Schneider, is it your understanding that the main difference in the assumptions between these portfolios, the assumptions between these portfolios and Duke's modeling is that these 2 scenarios by CPSA allow for higher levels of solar interconnection?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that the CPSA modeling wasn't done in Encompass. It was done in a much higher level screening. They looked at 49 typical days in a year, not 8760 hours in a year, using a tool, as I understand it, called Grid. Brattled it on their behalf, called GridSim. So there are other differences, but yes, they certainly did in their modeling using that piece of analytic software use higher interconnection limits.
Okay. And CPSA's modeling relies on a set of assumptions or inputs that are very similar to Duke's, doesn't it?
I think they actually do not. No, I wouldn't agree with that. If I recall, they actually, surprisingly, did surprise us, use higher solar cost than Duke uses. We use a lower solar cost than CPSA in their model. They use significantly higher natural gas cost to build a combined cycle combustion turbine. They use, as I said, a different modeling software. So I wouldn't say their assumptions are consistent with Duke's.
Okay. But it's your understanding that CPSA's portfolios include the addition of very similar quantities of dispatchable gas-fired assets as Duke's portfolio, right?
Yes, even using the significantly higher cost, their screening model did select combined cycle and CT assets similar to Duke's.
And is it your recollection that that CPSA presented the results and the methodologies of its modeling to Duke before the carbon plan was ever filed? Do you recall that?
They presented a draft. I think they were very careful in the stakeholder meeting to say this is a draft analysis subject to change, but they did, and to their credit, they did share that in the stakeholder meeting.
And do you recall that CPSA directly discussed with Duke that Brattle modeling and entertained questions that Duke might have about its methodologies?
Yeah, we had some brief discussions on that.
Do you recall that CPSA and Brattle said in those meetings that Brattle was attempting to replicate as closely as it could Duke's modeling assumptions?
Yeah, I think when it comes to like load forecast, I forget if they use the exact same gas prices, energy efficiency, things of that nature. They may be using very similar inputs to ours. I was just pointing out a couple areas where the inputs were different from Duke's, but yes, I applaud them for doing their modeling. But I wouldn't say it was using the same tool or had the exact same inputs, but they did attempt to replicate many of our inputs.
Do you recall that CPSA specifically asked Duke when it talked with Duke about its modeling, whether Duke had any issues with Brattle's modeling methodology or its assumptions?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that specific. We may have had lots and lots of conversations over the last year, but
Understood. Okay. And do you recall that Brattle actually did make some adjustments to its CPT capital cost assumptions based on feedback from Duke?
the last data I saw is that they were still significantly above the cost we used. I'll have to, again, subject to check, see if the data I'm recalling is the final data they used or not.
Thank you.
Just, if I may direct the commission to page 192 of our direct testimony, we do have a cost comparison of technology costs that were used in the CPSA modeling compared to ours on a percentage basis and as a overnight cost in 2030. For reference, the CC and CT costs higher, and as Witness Snyder noted, the solar cost also higher than ours. So to help ground us in.
Thank you, Mr. Quinto. I appreciate that. So CPSA's capital costs for both CTs and also for solar resources were higher than Duke's assumptions.
That's
Is that
correct.
right? Okay. But is it your understanding that CPSA's portfolios look a fair amount like Duke's when it comes to the addition of natural gas fired resources?
Yes, they do.
Okay, and so those differences in CT capital costs don't seem to have really impacted the results of Brattle's modeling?
Yes, to the contrary of other interveners' positions, but in Brattle's case, it did not.
Thank you. Just to return briefly to CPSA's alternative portfolios. You all don't discuss these specific portfolios at all in your testimony, do you?
Not the specific portfolios. We talk about many of the assumptions used by each of the interveners in their in the analysis that they presented in our direct testimony.
Okay. But did Duke conduct any analysis of the specific portfolios that were proposed by CPSA?
We did not attempt to replicate the results of CPSA, to my knowledge, in Compass.
Okay, thank you. Let's see here, Mr. Quinto, I'd like to talk briefly about the supplemental portfolios. On page 55 of your direct testimony, you discussed the high solar interconnection sensitivity that was performed during the supplemental modeling.
Yes.
What was the purpose of doing this sensitivity?
The high solar sensitivity, as part of the supplemental portfolio analysis, was conducted at the request of CPSA and aligned to some other interveners, including the AGO and CCBA, to look at the removing the constraint of 750 megawatts in 2026, increasing that to 1,500, and then increasing the 1,050 limit in 2027 to 1,500 as well, and then going to an 1,800 megawatt limit 2028 and onward. What impact would that have on the resources selected in the portfolio? So we performed that as part of the additional analysis that we performed for the public staff.
Thank you, Mr. Quinto. How do the revenue requirements of the sensitivity compare to the revenue requirements of the P5 portfolio?
I don't recall. I would imagine if more solar was selected, it was probably to an extent a lower cost solution.
Actually, Duke didn't conduct any economic analysis of the sensitivity, did it?
We did not do detailed production cost modeling on these portfolios. We did run the sensitivity as a capacity expansion modeling selection that looked at the selection of resources and seeing how raising those limits would impact the selection of resources. We did not take the next extra step to put that into a detailed production cost model and go through the financial analytics that was performed for the carbon plan.
So you don't know how those higher solar interconnection limits in the high solar sensitivity would affect the revenue requirements of the portfolio?
No, not specifically.
Okay. And you were aware when you did the supplemental modeling that CPSA had proposed portfolios with higher solar cap and had argued that having a higher solar cap would lower cost to ratepayers, weren't you?
Yes, I was aware of that. It's as discussed by this panel over the last few minutes here. The interconnections are, subject to other real world constraints that holistically weren't factored in. So to that extent, it may be a slight misrepresentation of the total cost to effectuate such a plan.
One thing I would add as well is that, part of the plan is also that has to be executable. And we haven't discussed the risks yet of what happens if you procure more than you actually can connect, which there are risks that would not be captured in the additional modeling that we did. I mean, if we're going to procure more than we think we can connect, there's technology is changing. I mean, CPSA is recommending that all future procurements should be solar paired with storage. Storage costs are declining. They don't disagree with that. I think all interveners have used declining costs for storage. So if you over procure now on storage, then you're going to miss out on those declining costs for storage. Additionally, you're going to miss out on the fact that technology is changing for storage today. I mean, it is a nascent technology in the Carolinas. The chemistry is changing. The fire protection standards are changing for storage. So if we're going to over procure today, you're going to miss out on the technology changes that are happening in the future. And then,
Mr. Kalemba, I'd like to you raised some interesting points there. I'd like to follow up on them if I may.
Mr. Snowden, let's let the witness finish his response, and
I'm
then you
sorry.
can ask your question.
Thought I had a moment.
All right.
I only had one more point to make. I'm sorry. So the other risk is that if you over procure, that we talked a little bit about the time from when you sign your interconnection agreement to when the project actually comes online. If you over procure and you don't hit that date, you move further out in time for when those resources actually can connect. And what happens is the risk that the market changes under your feet increases. So we're seeing that today. At January 1st, 2022, we said we were going to be able to connect 550 megawatts of solar in North Carolina and DEC and DEP. We've already heard from third parties that they can't meet their dates. So we're going to drop how much solar we can connect by at least 100 megawatts. So moving into, we're only going to connect 450 megawatts this year, most likely. Not due to anything that Duke has done, but the market has changed and third parties are having to push out. So they can, they're shifting their timeline and, they can drop out at some point. And the CPSA talks about attrition as well. Well, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, this attrition issue, when you start to procure more than you can actually connect, because those resources that you thought were going to connect in 26 aren't going to connect until 27 or 28. And if the market changes, those projects are going to start falling out. And you have to make up for that somewhere down the line, or you make up for that in what you procured in 26. And you have to go back to projects that were too expensive and say, hey, I need to maybe contract with those at this point to kind of make up for that attrition that happened. So there's a lot of risk if we're wrong. And we can talk about this in rebuttal, but there are things that we can do and that the commission has at its ability to do to adjust that and still procure more solar. So,
and the model assumes a single price, right? And we know the market isn't a single price, it's a range of prices. And if you're picking from the least cost to the most.
Chair Mitchell, I'm sorry, we've gone beyond my question. We've gone to another
you
witness
get-
as well.
You get a higher cost, the bigger that procurement. If you're not going to be able to put it on quickly, you're picking higher cost by definition by doing a larger procurement. Now, that is just an economic reality of how a procurement works. So there are a lot of issues when you're modeling a single cost, but you're procuring a range of costs, that over procurement, unless you're prepared to put it online, creates that we tend to just gloss over. And I think Mr. Kalemba hit on all of them, and I just added that last one.
Okay. I am forgetting what my initial question was. I don't think it was that, but I do want to follow up on one or two things. I know we can talk about this at greater length on rebuttal, because that is in the rebuttal testimony. But Mr. Kalemba, one of the things you said is that if you over procure, some of those projects may fall out and you might not get them. So what that sounds like to me is that the risk that you described there of over procuring is not getting to your ambitious goal, in which case you'd be back to where you started from with a less ambitious goal. Isn't that right?
No, I was saying that if we over procure and we actually cannot connect, then you're going to have projects start to drop out. You may eventually connect them at some point, but they're not going to be in the pace that you had wanted to connect them. And again, we're going to talk more about this in rebuttal. And there's things we can do to procure more and feel a little bit more comfortable about doing that from a customer protection standpoint. But it's covered in rebuttal.
I just wanted to make one comment that when we were asked to perform this modeling, let me see. Come on. Okay. When we were asked to do this modeling, we met with public staff and it added significant complexity to how we performed portfolios P1 through 4 and how we broke apart solar and solar plus storage. That was not just a change. Oh, you set the model up and it worked the first time. We had numerous other changes that was documented in our testimony and discovery request. We had a very tight timeline. If you remember this, we were asked to do this after we filed our, the carbon plan and our direct testimony, and can you do a couple more? And so I really wanted to defend the work that we did. I'm very proud of it. We modeled 2 new portfolios with new modeling techniques that tripled or more than tripled our runtime. We have tried to be accommodating to other interveners with sensitivities they wanted. We performed those. They had to be QA'd. It had to go through Mr. Quinto and come up with the overall, presentation. And so I just want to make sure that, when say, why didn't you do this additional sensitivity? Why, it was a very tight timeline. We were implementing new way of modeling, and we had first, of course, we had this date looming and where we are today. But just want to make that clear that just that's trying to defend actually, my group a little bit, because we were working weekends for multiple weekends in a row, and just make sure that point gets across.
Mr. McMurray, I appreciate that. Just to be clear, I am not denigrating the modeling work that Duke has done. You guys have, I know, been working extremely hard. You've got a combination of a couple million IQ points working on this stuff day in and day out. So I do appreciate the additional modeling, and we appreciate you all doing the additional sensitivity. What I am struggling to understand is, Duke went to all the effort to do this sensitivity and understand what the changes to its portfolio would result from a higher solar interconnection. And Mr. Kalemba raises concerns about, okay, what are the cost savings that we're foregoing by having a more ambitious goal? What I'm struggling to understand is why the company would not want to know what kind of ratepayer savings it might be balancing against those foregone savings of waiting another year to procure battery storage.
As I stated, and you acknowledge that we were on an accelerated timeline, a different model was also used. We don't know the setups. We didn't know the commitment. We didn't know how close to, how tight of a tolerance it was into hitting the best solution. This would have been to incorporate the portfolio that would support, that brought forth. That'd have been a whole nother analysis. That could easily taken a month of going back and forth and comparing inputs to the model y'all use, to the model we use, make sure it's properly incorporated into the analysis. It was informative. But to properly implement and evaluate that would have taken more time than we were allowed to be responsive.
Okay.
To 5 and 6.
Understood. Thank you. Well, Mr. McMurray, you heard Ms. Bowman, Ms. Bowman say this morning that she thought that, and it was just her opinion, that the solar interconnection cap was maybe the most contentious issue in this entire docket. Did you hear her say that? Okay. And as we sit here today in September of 2022, Duke has yet to do an apples to apples comparison to understand what ratepayer savings might result from any upward adjustment whatsoever in that interconnection cap. Is that right?
I think Mr. Columba presented very well of Duke's rationale and the executability of not increasing the cap above what we recommended. And I think, I'm trying to remember who said what, but I think Mr. Quinto or Mr. Snyder, there will be additional costs associated with that. You can't just, when in the model we hit a limit, and we just say, oh, let the limit go from 750 to 1500, there will be additional costs associated with that we currently don't have. So that I'm aware of. I would defer to Mr. Snyder if he'd like to.
Well, I appreciate what Mr. Snowden's asking, and we did do it just in the capacity expansion model, and it did select it. Now, the one thing that I know we'll probably get into in rebuttal a little bit is when it comes to execution. This commission in the 22 procurement, and I imagine in future procurements, is going to leave yourself some latitude in those volumes based on what the market yields. We're having a lot of discussion today about what we think future costs are going to be and how much that next increment is going to cost for interconnection, or are my bids really tight and all together, or do I have a wide range, which means going up means picking some pretty expensive projects. Some of this we're trying to solve in the modeling step that won't really fully be knowable until the execution step. And so what we talk about in rebuttal is the need to switch from modeling to execution back to modeling in an informative way, such that some of these debates start to hone in when you get real world market information rather than just a forecast in a lot of this, what if this, what if that discussion. So I think, the commission has a lot of flexibility at the execution phase to adjust those volumes if what Mr. Snowden said is correct, and hey, they're all coming in really cheap and the interconnection isn't going up, and that's what we're seeing from red zone, and we're getting really successful, then they can flex up. If they see, boy, to go up, flexing up means I've got to take some really expensive projects, and oh man, they're going to be really hard to interconnect because it creates a new red zone, then they can flex down. And so having that flexibility and then reflecting the learnings in your next update is just this iterative process. I think is going to be beneficial for the commission, for the parties. So, Mr. Snowden, I appreciate your point. I think there is a potential to flex up if the marketplace yields it. And I think we have mechanisms we talked about in rebuttal that the commission the commission has mechanisms to take advantage of those flexibilities.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. You provide an excellent segue. We can move on from modeling and talk about execution, talk about the near-term execution plan. So, Mr. Kalemba, is your understanding that, and we talked about this with Ms. Bowman earlier, that the proposed carbon plan, it includes a set of portfolios and a near-term execution plan, right?
It includes, I don't know if it includes a set of portfolios in the near-term execution plan. It includes resources that we want to go out and execute on. I guess I was confused.
I'm sorry, yes,
supports all portfolios.
Right, okay, that's exactly what I'm getting at. The near-term execution plan is designed to support all the portfolios that are in the plan, right?
That's right, yes.
Okay, and if the near-term execution plan doesn't support execution of one of these portfolios, that would indicate that there's a flaw in the near-term execution plan, wouldn't it?
Not sure that would call that a flaw.
Well, let me put it this way. If you looked at the near-term execution plan and said, well, actually, this does not support P1 or P2 or P3 or P4, it's insufficient to get us there, even if everything goes right, then there's a problem with the near-term execution plan, isn't there?
Potentially, but I'm confident that our near-term execution plan meets and supports all portfolios.
Okay, so Mr. Kalemba, you provide testimony regarding Duke's proposed near-term procurement activity, is that right?
I do, and transmission panel witness Farber goes into more detail, I believe, as well.
Okay, and let me know if we need to defer questions to Ms. Farber. And I'll say, as an initial matter, I know you testified that the company proposes to add 441 megawatts of CPRE shortfall, I'm referring to it, to the 2022 procurement. We can talk about that down the road, but I want to bracket that for now. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the carbon plan, the portfolio sort of as originally proposed. Okay. So other than the addition of those CPRE megawatts, the proposed near-term procurement amounts for 2022, 2023, and 2024 in the near-term plan are equal to the megawatts of solar additions in Duke's portfolios for 2026, 2027, and 2028, respectively. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we can look at, there's a table in the carbon plan, chapter 4, page 17, for those who want to follow along in their hymn books. But the basic point is that these amounts of the near-term procurements are exactly equal to the amount of solar added to the resource plan 4 years hence. Is that right?
That's correct. So by, I believe it was end of 2028, yeah, you're correct.
Mr. Snowden, get us to the page again, please, sir.
Yes, ma'am. It is chapter 4, page 17. There's a table
Okay,
there.
thanks.
Well, it's not a table, it's a figure, I guess, but.
I'm sorry, you said chapter 4?
Chapter 4, page 17. I'm sorry, there is a
Table 4-6?
Yeah, it's a table 4.6, yes.
Okay.
So it's 750 megawatts in the 2022 procurement, 1,000 in 2023, and 1,350 in 2024. And those amounts, again, correlate to solar additions in the years 2026, 2027, and 2028. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. What's the source of this linkage, this 4-year linkage between procurement and additions to the portfolio?
So it's mainly based on what we believe we can interconnect in those years.
So do you expect that every resource procured in, say, 2022 is going to go online in 2026?
For solar, we make that assumption. There is some potential flex that can happen, but for the purpose of this, yes.
Okay. Mr. Columbus, forgive me, I don't have a page site to hand. My recollection is that you testify elsewhere that you, it's understood that not all of the solar that is procured in 2022 is actually going to go online in 2026. Is that not your testimony? And I apologize for not being able to point you to anything.
So if we're including the CPRE megawatts, then I testify that it's likely that not all of, solar above 750, or it is likely that solar above 750 is going to likely shift out in time.
Okay. So is it, leaving aside the CPRE megawatts, is it possible that some of the solar that's procured in 2022 might not go online until 2027 or 2028?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. And the RFP documentation says that, doesn't it?
You're referring to the RFP?
Yes, the
file.
2022 solar RFP.
Yes.
Okay. So it can take a little longer than 4 years for some projects to go into service. Is that right?
It is possible
Okay.
that it takes longer.
So if you procured 750 megawatts of solar in 2026, it's possible that, for example, you might only get 600 megawatts online in 2026 and 100 megawatts in 27 and 50 in 2028. That's a plausible outcome, isn't it?
It's an outcome, a plausible outcome. A lot can happen. I think we're going to get an opportunity. I know you're trying to segment CPRE out of this, but we are going to get an opportunity through the fact that we are going to be procuring, or we're asking to procure approximately 450 megawatts more in this 2022 solar procurement. So that brings us up from 750 to 1,200. And then there's also this 20% flex up on megawatts, which would allow potentially an additional 150 megawatts. So now we're talking about procuring 1,350 potentially through the 2022 solar procurement. So we're going to find out, through the study process, what our best estimates are for if we can connect more in 2026 and 27. So I think that there's opportunity to figure out if we're going to if we can do better than 750.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I do have to ask about CPRE because the company was pretty ironclad during the stakeholder process that 750 was as high as it would go with solar interconnections in the carbon plan portfolios. Is that right?
Right, but there's a difference between solar interconnections and procuring additional solar. If for our proposal, the CPRE megawatts would be procured at 25-year avoided cost rates, or less than 25-year avoided cost rates to be, I believe, calculated later. And again, Witness Farber can go into a little bit more detail on this. But so as I was alluding to before, that when you're procuring solar that is potentially lower cost than the price that we used in the carbon plan, by doing that, you're starting to protect customers against over procuring. So if the costs are lower and those projects don't actually connect until 27 or 28, that may not be a big deal at that point because you've procured solar that is lower cost, and it might even be aligned with the cost declines that we see at that time. So it's just it's a difference between just flat out saying we're going to procure more than we can connect than saying we're going to procure more than we can connect if it's economic to do so. And I'm really slipping into rebuttal testimony, but the commission has the opportunity to add these similar types of volume adjustment mechanisms that are included in the 2022 solar procurement. Those can be included in future procurements, such that if the commission believes that we cannot connect 1,050 in 2027, there's the opportunity to say, okay, we can potentially procure more than that if they're under some threshold cost. there's a lot of work to get to that point because we need to work with folks like CPSA, we need to work with public staff and others to get to a comfortable point on what that cost is. But that is a real world flexibility that we have to procure more solar than we can potentially interconnect.
So, Mr. Kalimba, what I'm hearing you say is that if there is an opportunity to save ratepayers money, the company should really entertain the possibility of setting a more ambitious goal for interconnection and then just seeing if it can achieve that. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm not saying it's not a more ambitious goal. It's setting what we believe we can connect and have the flexibility to go above that if it makes sense that the cost that we can procure the solar at justifies going above that.
But just to be clear, the cost of the solar's got nothing to do with when it can be interconnected, right?
It doesn't have anything to do with when it can be interconnected, but it has everything to do with the risks to the ratepayer if you cannot interconnect it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kalimba, Duke's P1 portfolio is the only portfolio that Duke proposes that even attempts to comply with the 70% reduction mandate by 2030. Is that right?
It's the only one that complies with the 70% mandate by 2030.
And you would agree, wouldn't you, that P1 calls for 5,400 megawatts of solar and solar plus storage to go online by the beginning of 2030, to achieve compliance?
I believe that's correct, subject to check. I know that
Should be 5,400 megawatts by the start of 2030.
Okay, thank you. And so start 2030 means end of 2029, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And under P1, compliance would be achieved only if 800 megawatts of offshore wind and 600 megawatts of onshore wind can also be procured and placed in service by 2030. Is that right?
Those were the resources that were necessary to meet the 70% reduction by 2030.
Okay, so
along with the CCs.
Along with the rest of the portfolio.
Okay, yes, thank you. But suffice it to say that a lot of things have to go right for P1 to result in achieving the 70% reduction by 2030, right?
It is going to be very challenging to execute on such a plan.
Okay. So let's assume that everything goes right. I want to ask you a question. Assuming everything else goes right, if the near-term execution plan doesn't result in 5,400 megawatts of solar, or I'm sorry, let me start that again. If the near-term execution plan doesn't plan to put 5,400 megawatts of solar into service by the beginning of 2030, then it doesn't support P1, does it?
I think to Mr. Columbus' point, if the flexibility is not there, in other words, if we're saying 1,000 in the next 3 years and you can flex to 1,200, you'd say you're not even in the ballpark. But when you're procuring in your near-term action plan, 3,100 megawatts, and you're saying you have the flexibility if the market conditions warrant and you're balancing your 4 objectives that Ms. Bowman spoke about that we continue to speak about, you have that flexibility to flex up and really come close to approaching those first few years and then keep flexing going into 29 and 30, you can still get there. That's how we believe they are generally. We didn't say they're exactly aligned. Say they're generally aligned with P1, supporting P1, such that if you take into account the commission's discretion to flex those volumes, assuming you deem at that point in time the balance to be worth it, that Mr. Columbus just spent a good bit of time describing, you are generally supportive of P1 when you take into account both the asked for procurements plus the flexibility the commission has to go above it. As we know, there's a lot of market factors that you don't get to model them all exactly. And so attrition and dropout and many other factors are going to change what may actually happen. But we think that the near-term action plan, asking for 3,100 megawatts of solar and solar paired with storage, taking into account your flexibility, does present a portfolio. And remembering you still have 29 procurements and other actions you can take to get you to that 70% is generally aligned with all 4 portfolios. It would have to have, to your point, Mr. Snow, things would have to go right. The marketplace would have to deliver at good prices so that flexing up made sense. Interconnection, red zone would have to happen fairly seamlessly. Additional, transmission projects that Mr. Roberts will probably talk about, would need to happen. But if that happens, that 31 procurement, 3,100, with that flexibility is generally supportive of our P1 portfolio, while not being exact volumes.
Okay, Mr. Snyder, I want to take a step back here because I know what you're talking about. I'm not sure everybody else, you know what I'm talking about. I know what you're talking about. I'm not sure everybody else does.
All right.
That would not be the
On
first
that
time.
note, we're going to take a break.
Okay.
So we're going to go off the record and we'll come back on at 3:30. All right, before we get started, I've been asked to say a few, just to discuss the schedule briefly. So, tomorrow is Wednesday, and we're going to get started at 11 o'clock tomorrow. We have hearings in the morning. We're hoping to conduct those hearings and make the room available to participants in this docket beginning at 10:30. So we'll be on the record tomorrow at 11. We're going to go to 5 today. Be back on tomorrow at 11. We're going to go to 5 tomorrow. On Thursday, we'll begin at 9, and we're going to go to 2:45. On Friday, we'll begin at 9, and we're going to go to 3:15. Then the following week, which begins Monday, the 19th, on Monday, we have tentative start at 10:30 to 5 that day, and then the remainder of the week, we will go 9 to 5, with the exception of Friday. We'll recess at 3:15 on Friday, the 23rd. That schedule is subject to change as things arise, but just wanted to give you all some advance notice. So just, again, tomorrow we are on at 11 o'clock and we'll go to 5. Council, any questions? 11 o'clock to 5. Okay. All right, with that, Mr. Snowden, we're back with you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Mitchell. And I'm going to, Mr. Snyder, Mr. Colombo, Mr. Quinto, Mr. Murray, I'm going to try to expedite this as much as I can. Everybody's getting tired. Where we left off, we were discussing how the near-term procurement goals, targets rather, that Duke has requested match up with the P1 portfolio additions. And there is a handy table on page 32 of the direct testimony of CPSA witness Norris, if anybody wants to look at it. It just summarizes the procurement years and the cumulative megawatts that would go into service with those procurement targets. But Mr. Snyder, tell me if you want a minute to look at that, but I'll just ask you the question I think you can answer off the top of your head. Would you agree that the procurement targets that Duke has set out in the near-term execution plan would result, if the targets were hit exactly as specified, that those would result in the addition of 3,100 megawatts to Duke's system by the end of 2028?
Yes.
Okay. So to go back, we confirmed that the amount of solar that's required by the end of 2029 to comply with P1 or support P1 is 5,400 megawatts. Is that right?
That is correct.
So if Duke were to hit exactly the targeted procurement volumes it sets forth in the near-term execution plan, it would have to procure 2,300 megawatts of solar to come online in 2029 to reach the solar volumes that are called for in P1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks. And I understand this is something you discussed on your rebuttal. We can talk about it later, but I just wanted to establish that. So, okay. And just to follow up on that, 2,300 megawatts in 2029, that level of interconnection exceeds any estimate that anybody in this docket has provided for annual interconnections?
That is correct.
Thank you. I think this is from Mr. Kalemba or anybody who wants to answer. There's been some discussion about the check and adjust strategy that Duke is employing with the carbon plan. In a few years, we're going to come back here and, if we come back in a few years and we find that we have procured more solar than we need, it would be fairly simple at that point to procure less solar than that in the following years and to adjust downward, wouldn't it?
Yes, I think that's probably true.
Okay, thank you. On the other hand, if we were to set a modest target for solar interconnection or solar additions and come back in a few years and find that we were not on track to achieve P1 or other portfolios, whether it was because of a lack of solar procurement, offshore wind not being available, onshore wind not being available, it would be much more difficult at that time to procure a huge amount of solar to make up that gap, wouldn't it?
Or to say, not reiterating the 10-minute conversation we had about all the risks of over procurement. Yes, you can ramp down with all the attendant risks of over procuring.
Okay.
So yes, it's easier once you've over procured, assuming all those contracts stay in place and you don't have, you have contracts structured in a way where the delay, if it takes too long to get that solar online, that the contract's still valid, or people don't drop out, or you don't have more attrition. So there's, there is risk, but yes, you can over procure and now and under procure later if you wear the attendant risks.
So it's a lot harder to check and adjust upwards than it is to check and adjust downwards, right?
From the pure check and adjust lens, I would agree if you are willing to wear the 10-minute discussion on, and we'll discuss more in rebuttal, the attendant risks of over procurement.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder, you, in your testimony, questioned the technical objectivity of several interveners' alternate modeling proposals. Is that right? And I'm looking at your testimony starting on page 183.
Yes, I believe we had a discussion on that a little earlier.
And you state that interveners are engaging in outcome-driven analysis.
Yes.
Okay. And on page 185, you say that at the highest level, interveners' assumptions tend to unreasonably favor grid edge, renewable, and energy storage resources and introduce bias against firm dispatchable resource types. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell me how Brattle's modeling unreasonably favors a grid edge, renewable, and energy storage resources?
I said that as a, can you point me the page? I don't
Sure.
think I said Brattle in particular. I said interveners as a general. If
Oh,
you look
okay.
at the-
All right, thank you. Yes, I understood it was a general statement. I just want to clarify whether that's something that you are including Brattle in that
My knowledge,
characterization.
Brattle did not use a, I'm trying to go to it now, see if I can recollect my knowledge. I'll turn to my co-panelists, did not use a different grid edge higher than our aggressive grid edge. I think we have a.
Chair Mitchell, Mr. Snowden, could you provide a page number and line number one more time to
Sure, it's
assist the witness?
185 and the line number. Sorry, give me a moment.
17.
Okay, thank you. 17.
Yep.
All right. And we previously discussed that Brattle uses actually more conservative assumptions about solar renewables cost than Duke does. So you don't take issue with their solar costs being too low, do you?
Nope.
Okay. So the crux of Duke's issue, I'm sorry, the crux of Duke's issue with Brattle's modeling is that you believe Brattle assumed an unreasonably high solar interconnection rate. Is that right?
That was one of the concerns we had, yes.
Okay.
Along with maybe the representation of CC and CT costs being a little high.
Okay, but
It still selected them. So yes, the outcome was not, it wasn't to bias the outcome because it's still selected.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on then. Mr. Kalemba, you provided testimony about Duke's solar interconnection constraint from I'll call it a technical perspective. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you we discussed previously that you described the solar interconnection constraint as the most reasonable forecast of the company's ability to interconnect solar in the future. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so that cap is forecast, isn't it?
Sorry, repeat the question.
That cap is a forecast, isn't it?
It's the forecast that we have, yes.
Okay, thank you. And the company's forecast for 2027 is no more than 750 megawatts of solar additions?
Right, by year end 2026, the forecast is 750.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, that's, January 1st, 2027. Thank you. So that's approximately the same volume of solar that was interconnected in 2015 and 2017, isn't it?
That is.
Okay, thank you. So Duke forecasts no improvement in its interconnection volumes between 2015 and 2026, does it?
That's not exactly correct. So in 2015 and 2017, I'll say on average, since 2015, we've connected 70 distribution tied projects a year and 6 transmission tied projects a year. So the going forward, the vast majority, if not all, solar that will be coming online is going to be transmission tied. And for us to actually achieve the numbers that we're talking about on transmission tied projects, it's going to be, they're larger, they are more complex to interconnect than distribution projects. Distribution projects can be interconnected in less than a year. Transmission projects take 2 to 3 years to interconnect. The cost between the two interconnection facilities, between distribution and transmission facility, also points to the complexity. It's about $125,000 for a distribution facility and $3 to $6 million for a transmission interconnection facility. So to say that there's not a improvement or that we're going to have to do something above what we've done in the past is not a fair characterization.
All right, well, I'll try to be more objective. Duke does not forecast that it will be able to interconnect substantially more solar resources in terms of pure megawatts in 2026 than it interconnected in 2015. Is that right?
In pure megawatts, that's correct. But in number of projects at the transmission level, I'd say that we're being fairly aggressive on that.
Okay, thank you. So Duke based its forecast of the interconnection limits on the engineering judgment of its engineering staff. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So there's no quantitative analysis that was performed, was there?
I don't know. I think I went through earlier, walking through the process that we took to come up with the interconnection forecast that we had. There's some quantitative analysis that went into that, particularly when we're talking about going up to the 1350 constraint in 2028, 29 timeframe, when we're trying to figure out, okay, how many projects can actually be connected when you have to take down the transmission system to be able to connect them. We show, really briefly, I think we show 14 transmission interconnections in 2028. And Witness Roberts will talk more about this, but the ability to take down the system and parts of the system to take those transmission outages is a complex endeavor. So there was engineering judgment that was quantitative in nature to try and assess that. Is there a model or something along those lines that we use? There is not.
Mr. Kalemba, could you look at Exhibit 1 do you have Exhibit 1 to the direct testimony of Mr. Watts on behalf of CPSA?
I don't believe I do.
Try to get it for you. All right. Well, I'll be looking for it, but I will represent
I
to you.
haven't.
Oh, you have it? Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm looking at Exhibit 1. Are you with me?
I think I am, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is a data request that NCSEA and SACE et al. Sent to Duke. Do you see this?
Yes, I recognize that.
Item 330, and asks, says, please provide the underlying calculations and justification for annual selection constraints applied to solar. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and I do see that there is a fair amount of discussion of the various factors that you have cited in your testimony, but it also says at the very beginning, the companies do not have specific underlying calculations for annual selection constraints. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and it says these constraints are based on engineering judgment and transmission planning experience. You see that?
I do.
And you agree with that?
I do.
Okay, so the annual constraints are based on engineering judgment and experience, but there is not a specific quantitative analysis that was performed, was there?
When we were estimating how many transmission level projects we could connect, we had to think about the quantitative volume that we could do and the number of projects that we think we can actually connect. So there is, within that engineering judgment, and I don't remember the last term I used on that, but within that, there is quantitative analysis that takes place, but there's nothing that is that I can down on paper other than figure 15 of my direct testimony that discusses that.
And Mr. Snow, not to make it very brief, 15 seconds. You think about quantitative studies, if you knew exactly where every solar was going to be located for the next 10 years, you can then go say, what's my transmission plan to connect my next 10 years worth of already cited projects? But you're talking about going through successive procurements where those bids may be in a variety of different regions. So it's this whole concept of planning starts with generic unit assumptions and high level assumptions. And as you go to execution, you start citing whether it's solar or wind or gas plants, you're going from generic to specifically cited. When you get to those specifically cited, that's where these detailed studies come in. We would all love to have every answer to every question at the study phase, at the IRP phase, when many of the details are just not known until you get to the execution phase and you actually have specific sites from which to base specific studies. So we're using, and Mr. Roberts will be prepared to talk more about this, but we're using proxy costs that are rough estimates based on what his engineering team came up with to interconnect solar. But you've got to actually cite these projects, and it's no different for any other resource. So this concept, and it's an important concept for us to wrestle with, and the commission to wrestle with, is we're at the planning phase where these are generic estimates of costs of resources. And when you get to that, here's where I'm going to put that solar plant or that CC or that battery, you're going to have project specific cited, and transmission is very project and location specific, which you just don't know at this phase. So that plays into this whole narrative of, boy, we really wish we had specific studies. Well, I wish I knew where every solar plant was going to get located for the next 10 years. I just don't have that information at this point in time.
Thank you for that, Mr. Steiner. I think that's very helpful. And I would say, well, basic question, even with, well, you have just cited a lot of reasons why it's really impossible to predict what the levels of interconnection are going to be, because interconnection is so dependent on size and siting and other factors. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's difficult to predict it precisely. We came up with, and Mr. Roberts, I don't want to get into too much into his testimony. He's a better SME to speak to about this. We'll talk about the development of high-level proxies. I mean, 10 years ago, we didn't have proxies in planning for transmission costs. That's a recent occurrence over the last few IRP cycles where you even had these proxies being developed. So it's an advancement in the planning process, but there's just no getting around the fact that you're not going to know in a planning phase where every project in your next 28 years to 2050 is going to get located. And it's those site-specific details that will drive some of the studies that we wish we had today that interveners are asking for that are just not possible when you're at a high level planning phase until you know the specific location of these resources. So yes, we have rough estimates. We have lots of graphs that talk about going from rough to more and more and more specific as you move from, through the modeling process and into the execution phase.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. So Duke exercised its engineering judgment and came up with a forecast of what it thought its most reasonable solar interconnection limits would be. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Like any forecast, it could be wrong, could be too low, could be too high, right?
That is true, yes.
Okay. Mr. Snyder, when does Duke have SMRs coming into its portfolio?
I believe it's the middle of 32.
Mid 32.
It's just to correct, it's the end of the year 32 and the carbon plan portfolios 1 through 4.
Okay, thank you. Does the end of 32 represent the company's best estimates of exactly when SMRs will be commercially available in North Carolina?
Yeah, go ahead.
Appendix L of the carbon plan is focused on nuclear and cites that middle of 32 is potentially possible, and we've modeled it as end of the year 32 for the carbon plan portfolios.
Okay, thank you. So when you say potentially possible, the way I read that, and I believe it's referred to this way in the plan, that's an ambitious goal, isn't it?
I'll defer to the long lead time panel. They'll have a lot of specifics on how they came up with that date specific to that resource.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Snyder, what's the hydrogen cost that Duke assumes in its modeling? Do you recall? I realize I'm moving from one thing to the
I'm
other, or
gonna-
Mr. Quinto,
Mr. Quinto or Mr. McMurray might.
or Mr. McMurray.
The commodity price of hydrogen?
Yes, yes, sir.
Would I?
It's a curve over time, decreasing. We first introduced it into the portfolios in 2035, recognizing technology improvements over time that cost decreases. There's a lot to be developed around the production, transportation, fuel for associated with hydrogen. So I
Understood.
don't have those at my
Understood. Thank
fingertips
you.
right now.
It's the hydrogen cost, though. I won't get to the number, but it's based on a DOE, the DOE Earthshot number. Isn't that right? The commodity price?
That's correct.
Okay. And would you characterize that as Duke's most reasonable forecast of what the cost of hydrogen is going to be?
This is subject to check. I mean, but I think the ultimate goal of DOE is like $1 per kilogram. I think Duke used $1.5 in their estimate of the ultimate price and with an escalation rate.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree that that price represents a pretty ambitious goal for achievement of commodity price for hydrogen?
I think in a 10-year period, absolutely. But we really don't start using substantial amounts of hydrogen almost for a 20-year period, and that may be reasonable, especially with all the recent incentives that hydrogen and research is getting. So.
All right, thank you. And with respect to DSM and EE, do the projections that Duke relies on in its carbon plan portfolios represent the company's just most reasonable forecast of its DSM and EE capabilities over the planning period, or does it represent an ambitious goal to be achieved?
I think we would recognize it being as an ambitious goal, and I'll let the EE and grid site panel, and I would say the same, Mr. Stone. I guess what we're saying is all of our assumptions are aggressive based on meeting an aggressive carbon target. So interconnections are more aggressive than we've ever had in the IRP, and we're saying here's all the enablers needed that we're going to need to do, red zone projects, et cetera. EE, more aggressive than we've ever had. And there's a series of enablers that the grid edge panel says is we're going to need to hit these aggressive targets. The long lead time, say it's an aggressive goal to get offshore wind, new nuclear, Bad Creek on, and here are the enablers we need to hit these aggressive targets. So there's no slam dunk, easy, middle of the road, 50% assumption when you're going for a very aggressive carbon reduction target. We took a reasonably aggressive while balancing the reality of executability for every single one. So, as you're walking through those, if you're saying them in relation to interconnection targets, everything we put in the plan is reasonably aggressive with a series of enablers that are needed to get to those aggressive targets such that we meet an aggressive, we're committed to reach this aggressive goal of 70%. So it's going to take aggressive work across all of our assumptions with all of the enablers that we lay out in the various appendices of the carbon plan. It's just not going to happen organically. It's going to take deliberate action and achieving those enablers.
Actually, I'd like to talk about one of those enablers that Mr. Columba, you mentioned in your testimony, and that is, this is with reference to the limitations on interconnection, the need to construct transmission expansion projects. Do you recall your testimony on that?
I did discuss transmission expansion projects, yes.
Okay, and I'll direct you to page 158 to 160 of the testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Columba, you specifically reference here the red zone upgrades. Is that right?
I do.
And you say, and CPSA agrees, that the construction of the red zone upgrades will facilitate the interconnection of additional expansion. I'm sorry, will facilitate the interconnection of additional generation.
Yes, that's what I say.
Thank you. And just to return to the interconnection levels that Duke claims that it will be able to achieve in the near term, depending on the portfolio, Duke claims that it's able to interconnect by the end of 2028. It will be able to interconnect only 3,150 megawatts in P2 through 4, or 3,600 megawatts in P1. Is that right?
I would not say only, but those are the correct numbers, yes.
Okay, well, those are the limitations on interconnection that Duke assumes in its modeling, correct?
Those are the real world constraints that we assume in the model, yes.
Thank you. Have you reviewed the testimony of Ms. Farver and Mr. Roberts regarding the red zone upgrades?
I have.
Okay. And do you recall their testimony that about the transmission study Duke performed to support the red zone projects?
If you can point me to it.
Sure. That would be pages 29 and 30 of their testimony. And we're getting almost to the end, so.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. All right, so page 29, line 16 to 18. I think this is Mr. Roberts, testifies that the DEC study in support of the red zone upgrades, the results reflect that the 4 red zone projects are needed to enable 981 megawatts of solar projects to be interconnected in the red zones. You see that?
I do.
Okay, and you see on the next page, page 30, lines 17 and 18, says that the DEP study results reflect 11 red zone upgrade projects that are needed to enable 2,778 megawatts of solar projects in the red zones. You see that?
I do.
Okay, so the total of those two numbers is about 3.6 gigawatts. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And as I understand the study presented by Duke, the red zone upgrades represent the minimum upgrades necessary to accommodate the interconnection of that 3.6 gigawatts, right?
Those projects in total need to be completed in order for us to be able to do that.
Thank you. And in addition, the red zone projects will also create a headroom to interconnect additional generation beyond that 3.6 gigawatts. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure where they say that in that testimony. It might, but I'm not.
Well, let me ask you this. Is it your understanding that the red zone upgrades are designed not just to interconnect that 3.66 gigawatts, but to create some additional headroom for additional generation down the road?
I'm not actually 100% sure if that's the case. I realize that there may be additional projects needed to connect more, depending on where the solar is sited. But
okay. Well, regardless, the total amount of solar interconnection that these studies are based on is about 3.6 gigawatts. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the total amount that's in the first 3 years of procurement that Duke calls for. Is that right? 3,600 megawatts, even in P1?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kalema, do you know when the red zone upgrades are supposed to be completed?
I believe the last online date is sometime in 2027, but they're being completed through 25, 26, and 27.
Okay. Chair Mitchell, I would like to have marked for identification CPSA Cross Exhibit 1, or however you want to refer to it. We'll hand that out.
All right, let's mark this for identification as CPSA Modeling Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 1. So CPSA Modeling Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 1.
Mr. Kalema, do you see this? Have you had a chance to review this exhibit?
I've seen this, yes.
Okay. And this is a data request from CPSA to Duke Energy, is that right?
That's correct.
Asking for the projected completion date of each of the proposed red zone upgrades, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And consistent with what you just said, the there is one of these upgrades, number 13 here, that is expected to come online in 2027. And every other one on this list is expected to come online by the end of 2026, and in some cases as early as 2024, 2025. Is that right?
I see that, yes.
Okay. And would you agree with what's represented on here as far as you know?
Yes, and I appreciate you bringing this back because I realized that these are contingent on being included in the 2022 North Carolina Transmission Planning Collaborative Transmission Plan. For us to have a chance at hitting these first have to be approved as part of that plan. And I believe, as witness Roberts will discuss further, is the potential risks. While we believe this schedule, there are multiple risks that he identifies on why we feel that while these dates are correct, there are risks to hitting them.
Okay, understood. Thank you, Mr. Kalemba. So, assuming that the commission recognizes the need for these upgrades and that these upgrades are approved by the North Carolina Transmission Planning Collaborative, Duke will have completed transmission upgrades capable of accommodating more than 3.6 gigawatts of additional generation by June 2027. Is that right?
That's right. And that's why our forecast grows into the final number of 1350 in 2028.
Okay. And the vast majority of these upgrades will have been completed by the end of 2026. Is that right?
While you're completing these upgrades, you're also trying to connect solar at the same time. And witness Roberts will can talk more about this, but my understanding is that the challenge is completing these upgrades, taking outages to connect solar is one of the challenges that's going to be could be experienced in 2026.
Well, at least with respect to the need for major transmission upgrades, it seems to me that in the red zone, if these plans go forward as projected by Duke, there will not be the need for the transmission upgrades will not be a significant constraint on interconnecting generation in 26, 27, and 28. Do you agree with that?
There will still be a constraint on interconnecting in 26, less so in 27. And that's why we show increases going from 26 to 27.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Kalemba, to go back to something you said earlier, I believe it might have been in response to questions from Mr. Burns. You talked about the results of DICES 1, is that right?
Yeah.
Or the preliminary results. And there's some testimony and a graph in your testimony about those DICES results. Is that right?
Yes, it was as of a certain date, but yes.
Understood.
Yep.
And you testified that there were approximately 1,500 megawatts of solar in DICES that was outside the red zone?
That is correct.
Okay. With the understanding there may be project-specific constraints and requirements for upgrades, would you agree that those 1,500 megawatts do not appear to be located in transmission-constrained areas of Duke's grid?
They currently are not located in constrained areas currently. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so at least with respect to those 1,500 megawatts, leaving aside whether they are cost-effective or anything like that, the construction of major transmission upgrades should not be a limiting factor on their interconnection in the first DICES cluster. Is that right?
So I did say that they are currently not constrained. At some point, there is a chance that constraints will show up in those areas. And that's why I think it's why I caveated in the discussion earlier that those projects would not trigger their own upgrades at some point, which is possible.
Thank you. Last couple of questions here. I want to talk about your figure 12 and about the lead time for interconnection going up in Duke's territory.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. And you discussed earlier, and you discussed in your testimony that this lead time for interconnection in Duke's territory has gone up over the last few years. Don't you testify that?
I do.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, I want to clarify this. There is a difference between lead time for an individual interconnection and throughput through the interconnection process, isn't there?
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
Let's do an analogy here. So if you had say you had a 2-lane road, right? Speed limit is 20 miles per hour. It may take a while to get down that road because you're going 20 miles an hour. And with 2 lanes, you can't put a lot of cars down that road. Do you agree with that?
I'm
Okay.
following you.
Okay, so one way to get cars through is to, more cars through, is to raise the speed limit and up to 65 miles per hour. So that's one way to get it going. You get more cars that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. Another way, though, would be to add 4 more lanes to that road so that even though it took just as long for an individual car to get down that road, you could be tracking a lot more cars down the road in total. Do you follow me?
I follow you.
Okay. So what I'm getting at here is that the fact that an individual project may take longer to interconnect does not by itself mean that Duke cannot interconnect more projects in a given year. Is that right?
I would say by itself, no, but the main purpose of this is showing why we don't show interconnections from the 2022 procurement until 2026, because our current experience is that it's 26 to 32 months to connect from the time you sign the interconnection agreement.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kalimba. Those are all questions I have. Thank you all.
All right, Kuka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Matt Tynan for Kuka. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Just have a very few questions. I think they might all be for Mr. Snyder. But if they're for someone else, please go ahead and answer. And I'll try not to retread ground. Mr. Snyder, would you acknowledge that the current price of natural gas exceeds the company's base projected natural gas prices through 2050?
If we were to redo our gas price forecast today, it would be higher than it was when we did the carbon plan. Yes.
And would you agree that the current price of natural gas is higher today, even than the high price forecast used by Duke in the carbon plan portfolios?
No, I would not agree with that at all.
Isn't it higher than the price even out to until the late 2030s?
No, I think you're looking at, again, I think this is an important point to understand, right? The spot price of natural gas today is high. It's higher than the long-term forecast in the plan. But that's today's spot price. There's actually, in the gas world, there's a forward price for gas. I can go buy gas for 2025, 26, 27, 28. As I sit here in 22, I can buy forward gas. The market for that gas has not gone above our high gas price sensitivity that we ran in the carbon plan. Today's spot price is above that, but we don't buy our future gas at today's spot price. We buy it at future prices. So those future prices have not risen above our high price sensitivity. And you don't want to conflate the two.
How far out do you have to go for those prices to be below today's spot price?
Today's spot price is by next year significantly. I think I might have prepared a graphic in anticipation of this question. Just give me one moment. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me on the spot prices for gas, but it is, there we go. Well, 22 spot I'm showing is above $7, but by 23 it's $5, it's $4 and 80-ish cents by 24, about 4.50 by 25. On our high gas sensitivity, for example, in 25 was over $5. When I go out to 2030, the market price is still under 5 and our high gas sensitivity is approaching 6. So we're, 20%, 15, 20%, the current forward market below our sensitivity, our high gas sensitivity.
There's also a graph, figure E7 in Appendix E of the carbon plan that has our base high and low natural gas price forecasts to help understand this.
And when, Mr. Snyder, when would Duke go under contract to buy that gas?
We generally I'm not the expert in that, but I think our hedging program goes out about 5 years. And as we come closer in time, Commission's probably more familiar with it than I am, sitting through fuel cases, talking to our fuel hedging witnesses. But I understand the closer we come in time, the more volumes we do, and it hedges volatility. We're not trying to price guess or anything. It's just a volatility hedge where you're buying some volumes 5 years out, some 4, some 3, some 2, some 1, and you just sort of roll that program forward.
Just a couple more questions. The company's portfolios assume that some Appalachian natural gas will be available for Duke's proposed new natural gas generation. Is that right?
Those are our primary portfolios, yes. P1 through P4 have that assumption, and we talk about switching that assumption in 5 and 6 as a test of the robustness of that assumption.
Did the failure of the Atlantic Coast Pipeline provide any lessons that were taken into account in deciding what the future natural gas supply constraints would be?
Well, certainly no one's debating that putting any infrastructure in the ground right now is becoming more and more difficult and litigious, whether it's pipeline, whether it's transmission, long distance transmission lines, water lines I'm guessing everything is becoming more difficult these days. So yes, I'm sure there are lessons learned, but point out MVP is 94% constructed. There's 20 miles left on a multi-100-mile pipeline. So it's a very different situation than ACP was in.
Those are all the questions I have.
All right, Mr. Quinn.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Before I get started, I'd like the commission's feedback on how to handle my cross exhibits. My intent is to mark a number of cross-examination exhibits, and it strikes me that it might be inefficient every time I go to mark one to pass it out each time. So what I was hoping to do is, before I get started right now, just go ahead and pass out all of my cross-examination exhibits that I intend to mark. That's the way my exhibits are organized. I think that's going to be okay for the commission.
Yep, go ahead and do that. And if someone could help Mr. Quinn get those passed out, I'd appreciate it.
And Chair Mitchell, while Mr. Quinn is doing that, it occurs to me I have made an error and failed to ask that my cross exhibit be moved into evidence. So I would so move now.
All right, Mr. Snowden, hearing no objection to your motion, I'll allow CPSA modeling panel direct cross-examination exhibit 1 into evidence.
Thank you.
Chair Mitchell, SIGFR also did not move for admission of its cross exhibit. So at this time, we would also move for admission into the record of SIGFR 2 and 3 modeling panel direct cross exhibit number 1.
SIGFR 2 and 3 modeling panel direct cross examination exhibit number 1. Hearing no objection to the motion will be allowed.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell.
Do you have any more for this?
No, not yet.
Gallery?
Thanks, man.
Thanks. We can do two, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Yeah. We can share around.
Just
It's a two full set.
It's all addressed in the same. There's the universal policy exhibits about 10
okay.
for this page. I wish I had had a little bit.
We'll just have to engage with that clip. Not yet, yet. So we can- And do this to make for actually really good for that. And thank you for that. Great cases. Tom Davis is just, it's fire. This is right the same. You'll hear the same thing in 2020.
And just everybody, just for clarity, the packets I just handed out, it's the entire universe of the cross exhibits I intend to mark with this panel. I put them in the order that I hope to go in also. And I apologize that there's not a rubber band or a clippy around it, but I made this change today when I saw how many people were in the hearing room. So with those clarifications, good afternoon, modeling panel. I appreciate y'all speaking with me this afternoon. My name is Matthew Quinn. I am the lawyer for NC Warren and for Charlotte Mecklenburg NAACP. And I have tried to organize, or I'm going to try to organize our discussion by topics and try to keep it nice and organized. I'm going to just in general pose questions to the panel, and I'm going to trust your good judgment to the person that the question needs to be posed to just go ahead and answer that question. So I'd like to begin our discussion this afternoon with Duke's demand growth or load growth forecast. And again, I'm not sure exactly the right person to direct this question to, but can we just agree that an important part of Duke's carbon plan is its load growth forecast?
Yeah, I believe we had, I forget which lawyer we spoke to about that, but we had 5 or 10 minutes on that.
Okay, well, I will try to not belabor the point then. I did not hear that colloquy. But to the extent that Duke proposes to construct generation assets, that decision is in large part driven by, not exclusively, but in a material respect, is driven by Duke's demand growth forecast. Is that fair?
It's becoming one of, but used to be the primary. I would say now it's probably third on the list. We're retiring, over 8,400 megawatts of coal. That's irrespective of the load forecast. And many of the resources being selected are to achieve carbon-free energy that's needed. So it's an energy need and not a peak demand need. But the peak demand is obviously very, very important from a reliability perspective. It's just not the only key driver the way it used to be maybe a decade ago. So I would say we have multiple things driving resource needs in an energy transition like this, a transformation. And the load forecast is probably now, just from a high level perspective, third on my list of drivers that are driving resource needs within the carbon plan.
So in other words, it's third on the list. So in other words, it is an important factor.
Certainly still very important. Yes, sir.
And when we say important, we're talking about important with respect to driving the construction of generation assets, right?
Of all our assets. I mean, demand side, supply side, it influences all of them.
Understood. So, not to dumb this down too much, but I'm a lawyer. It's what I got to do. I got to understand it. So, I mean, if the demand growth forecast is too aggressive, it could result in the build out of substantial unnecessary generation assets. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I would say because of the check and adjust every 2 years, that's really not, it seems like that might be the case, but you're not building all the resources in 2 years. So if 2 years from now, your load forecast comes way down, you didn't build for your 2040 load forecast in our near-term action plan that we presented here. It's not being driven by, oh, if my long-term load forecast for 2040 or 45 is off by 5%, I would have had a totally different near-term action plan. So no, I don't think I would agree that in a check and adjust world that, your risk is you're going to go out and overbuild because you had an overly aggressive load forecast.
So, to just kind of unpackage that a little bit, I think what you're saying, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I think what you're saying is that because you're regularly every 2 years or whatever, going back and looking at your demand growth projections, you should be able to make corrections. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yes, and you can adjust your resource portfolios accordingly.
Okay. So, if just this year and then during the next check and adjust year, if you continuously make unreasonable or overly aggressive demand growth projections, then that check and adjust process, it wouldn't function right, would it? In other words, you would still have an overly aggressive demand growth projection that which could result in unnecessary build out of generation assets.
If you continually over forecast and this proceedings like this continue to not have adjustments, then in a hypothetical world, that could be the case.
And I guess what I was trying to get at, and I didn't ask it very artfully, is that your answer about where the check and adjust serves as like sort of a guardrail, that answer is contingent upon the concept that Duke isn't systemically making a mistake when it comes to its demand growth projection. Fair?
And its load forecasts are subject every IRP. It's one of the areas the public staff and other interveners are heavily involved in. So it's not like we present them, they just get a stamp and go forth and prosper. These are subject to scrutiny and review and re-review year after year. So if the whole process was broke in your hypothetical example and Duke was doing it wrong and public staff was doing it wrong, and then theoretically you could have a point.
Okay. So, Mr. Snyder, I would like to direct your attention to the first paper in the stack, which I handed out earlier. And I'd like to, this is Duke's response to NC Warren's data request number 4-4. I would like to, with the commission's permission, mark this for identification purposes as NC Warren et al. Cross-examination Exhibit 1.
All right, document will be marked for identification purposes as NC Warren Modeling Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 1.
Mr. Snyder, have you ever, or strike that, let me ask this first. Can you identify NC Warren et al.'s cross-examination Exhibit 1 as the company's response to NC Warren's data request 4-4?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Have you seen this document before?
I looked at this briefly, I believe. This was one of our load forecasters, but it's been a while.
Okay. You are confident, however, I'm sure that the information or the data provided by Duke in response to these data requests is reliable and accurate. Is that a fair assumption?
I have great respect for Mr. Day. He's a very accomplished load forecaster.
So I'm not going to go through every subpart of this question. I'd like to specifically key in on subsection B, and then just to give you a roadmap, subsection D after that. So subsection B states that, I'm going to read it for the record, and let me know if I read it wrong, please, sir. Subsection B says, quote, state any and all disagreements with the following statement on page 35 of the Powers Report, quote, actual DEC retail sales growth from 2016 through 2021, the most recent 5-year period shown in the carbon plan, averaged 0.0%, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that.
Yeah. And if you look at Duke's answer on page 2,
again, subsection B, what you'll see is Duke responded to this statement that the quoted statement is factually correct. Is that
Absolutely correct.
okay? So I will not go into as much detail about this next subsection, but in subsection D, we asked Duke whether it's correct that the carbon plan retail sales data shows that actual DEP, so we're talking about DEP this time, DEP retail sales declined from 2016 through 2021, the most recent 5-year period, at a rate of negative 0.7%. Is that a fair summation of that question?
Yeah, you're summarizing, and important distinction here, you're summarizing actuals versus a weather normal load forecast. So if you pick any 5-year period and pick a hot year and a mild year, or an economic upturn year on the beginning of your point, and on the end of your point, you pick the opposite side, you can create a non-weather normal or a economic adjusted appearance of zero, right? But over a long-term trend on a weather normal basis, including economic cycles, that's what a carbon plan looks at, not a 5-year window that may have a difference in their start and their endpoints. Like you pick the right 2 points and you could always say the stock market never goes up because I'm going to pick an up year and I'm going to find a time I had a little downturn and say over that 5-year window, I had zero growth, so never invest in the stock market. So if you do that, you stay out of the stock market. If you do that, in this case, you say, I'm never going to have load growth. That's just an invalid comparison. But yes, that's why he's saying it's factually correct. That is, when you pick those points in time, it's factually correct. That does not mean it's indicative of, weather normal retail load growth systemically over time.
And just, I'm not sure I heard an answer to my question. If you did, I apologize. But I just want to confirm for the record that it is in fact true that over the most recent 5-year period, for DEP, sales declined at a rate of 0.7%. That is factually correct.
That is subject to check, and assuming that my load forecaster is correct, which I'll stipulate to, that is correct.
And you mentioned, picking hypothetical, periods of time. I mean, of course, you understand all we're asking about is just the most recent 5-year period, right? You understand that?
Can you point me to which year you said 16 through 21?
Correct.
Yeah, so that is this 5-year period. Yeah.
Gotcha. I just wanted to make clear, it's not like we were picking a random period of time.
Fair enough. No intent there, just saying whether it's random or intentional, that's not indicative of future load growth.
Okay. Next, Mr. Snyder, I would like to discuss the next document that is in the stack I handed you. And this is table F14. I think you will agree with me that this is just, I pulled a page out of Appendix F from Duke's carbon plan. This is page 16 of Appendix F of Duke's carbon plan. Let me know when you got that there in front of you.
I see it.
And if it pleases the commission, I would like to mark this document as NC Warren et al. Cross-examination Exhibit 2 and marking it for identification purposes.
Chair Mitchell, no objection, but to the extent it's something that is pulled from the carbon plan and accurately reflects the carbon plan itself, we stipulate to the page being in the carbon plan, and he can just refer to it without having it marked. If that helps move it along, if it's your preference to mark it as exhibit, that's certainly fine.
No, actually, Mr. Bryce, that might actually be fair. I was thinking it would be quicker to mark it as an exhibit instead of shuffle paper, but now I'm wondering if that's the case. So,
subject to.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just refer to the document that is already in the carbon plan.
All right. So then with that, then if you could please, Mr. Snyder, turn with me to Appendix F, page 16 of the carbon plan.
I'm there.
All right. So my understanding, Mr. Snyder, let me know if I'm wrong. My understanding is that this table we're looking at, table F14, lists the electricity sales for DEC for the period of 2012 through 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And just for purposes of simplifying our discussion, I'd like to look at the far right-hand column, total system gigawatt hours. Okay, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So for the year of 2021, the total system gigawatt hours for DEC were 86,880. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And would you agree with me that multiple of the years preceding 2021 have total system gigawatt hours, which are either less or in some cases substantially less than 2021?
Yes, as I've said, you've got generally weather drives sales, as Commission's well aware of, and some years are warmer than others, some are hotter than others or cooler than others, and so you have some above and some below.
Okay. So I'm not going to go through every one of these numbers because I think we all have the chart in front of us, but just as an example, in 2015, DEC's total system gigawatt hours was 85,973, right?
Yes, I see that.
And that's about 900 gigawatt hours less than this most recent year, 2021.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at actuals, and I'm agreeing with you.
So then if you could also please turn to Appendix F, page 17.
Yes, sir.
And this is a similar chart to the one we just looked at, except for it's specifically for DEP. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And just to streamline our discussion, let me just try to cut to the chase here. Would you agree with me, Mr. Snyder, that as with the DEC chart, this chart with respect to DEP reflects that in many of the years prior to 2021, DEP had a total system gigawatt hours, which was either less or substantially less than 2021.
They're above, they're below, they're weather. 21, interestingly, is still, coming out of COVID. We had both weather and the economy. So when you have an economy slow down, you're going to have electricity demand slow down. So yes, and when you're looking at non-weather normal data, just actuals, you'll have highs and lows. You can look at both of those and see 2018 where we had more extreme weather, had the polar vortex, sales were very high. There's other years where they're low, and so yes, you're going to see in actuals not a nice smooth trend. But that's what you get from having different weather years. We'll talk more about that in rebuttal. I think we have some charts that differentiate between weather normal and non-weather normal, and having a process and a plan in place that deals with both weather normal load, but is also sufficiently reliable for non-weather normal load. But you're seeing that in the history here. So yes, I'm agreeing with everything you're saying, sir.
And just for clarity, I think you understood what I intended to say, but I think I did not say. I think I just used the word less about prior years being less. I meant to say more. I think you probably understood that from the way you answered the question, but did you understand what I meant when I asked that question?
Yes, and really, warmer or colder years and a better economy, you're going to have higher than a current year and vice versa.
Okay, next, I would like to transition to a different topic. I'd like to speak about the planning reserve margin topic, which was also featured in the panel's direct testimony. So let me just throw this question out to the panel, and the correct person, whoever that is, can answer it. Can we all agree that an important component of Duke's carbon plan is its recommended reserve margin?
Yes, that's one important component.
Okay. And to the extent to which Duke proposes to construct generation assets, that decision is going to be in part driven by the proposed reserve margin. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. I was probably talking too fast. The extent to which Duke proposes to construct generation assets would be meaningfully driven by whatever Duke proposes the planning reserve margin to be.
I mean, roughly speaking, you're about a 35,000 megawatt system. Again, rough numbers, 1% would have a 350 megawatt impact. All other things equal.
So it's important to get the planning reserve margin right, and based on that, would you agree with me?
Yeah, I think, we spend a lot of time in testimony and in rebuttal talking about the fact that not only is it important to get that right, but that planning reserve margin likely is no longer wholly sufficient to ensure reliability, but it's a first step in planning that needs alternate metrics to ensure when we go through this energy transition that we adhere to 951's tenet of maintaining or enhancing existing reliability. So yes, reserve margin is one of those metrics and one that is important.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in part, the planning reserve margin is intended to ensure that the companies are able to meet peak, say winter peak?
Yes, that is a definition is how much excess you have above your weather normal peak.
And would you also agree with me that it would not be a good thing if Duke had substantial idle assets during peak events, say winter peak events?
Oh, I don't think that's a bad thing for necessarily. You may have built, a lot of times assets come lumpy. So you build a new resource, a nuclear plant over history or a big gas plant, and you understand that you're going to be over your reserves for a couple of years, but then you don't have to build for a number of years. So in any given year, or you may have not just have extreme weather that year, so you'll have excess generation in that year. But if you have a 2014, a 2015, a 2018, where we were actually negative planning reserves and relying on non-firm purchases from our neighbors, you want to make sure you've got enough for those years as well. So there's a balance. In some years, you're gonna have excess at the time of your winter peak because the nature of how your plan was developed, or it happened to be a mild year. In other extreme years, which we've seen around the nation are very important when these extreme weather events happen, you may be deficient. So, looking at any given set of years and saying I have excess at time of peak or not is not indicative of long-range planning, how you need to conduct long-range planning to ensure adequate system reliability under all weather conditions.
Mr. Snyder, if Duke consistently has substantial idle assets during peak events, does that not suggest, or could it not suggest, that Duke's planning reserve margin is too conservative?
If you could say over a 20-year, a long enough history that covered extreme events, that in every instance you had, theoretically or hypothetically had excess over, a long enough period, then that might call into question, do you have excess generation relative to your needs? And like I said, that has been more of a historic metric. What's going to become very interesting going through this is transitioning to the new metrics we're going to need, because it's no longer simply the way, I did this 10 years ago. Now, when you have a lot of variable energy resources that have a lot of intermittency and uncertainty, you have energy limited resources in battery storage that have certain limits on their availability to provide energy. Now you need additional metrics than just am I, 1 day in 10 year at time of peak event type metrics, which is what drives the reserve margin in our LOLE study. So, transitioning forward, it's going to be about more than just the peak. It's going to be energy adequacy throughout different weather events, different times of year. And we'll talk more about that, I think, as we get into rebuttal.
Okay. And just so I appreciate that answer, and just so I can make sure I understand it, I know you said you said a lot of things, but just for my purposes, what I want to understand is we can agree that the existence of idle assets is relevant to the planning reserve margin analysis. Can we agree on that basic point?
Chair Mitchell, I would object. I think he's actually answered this question twice now.
I did not hear an answer. I still don't know what the answer to the question is.
All right, let's try one more time. Mr. Snyder.
Yeah, I said if in the hypothetical, if the last 20 years under all weather conditions, and if you had superimposed having all the energy limited, if you hypothetically had excess year after year after year, even during extreme years over a long period of time, that could call into question your reserve margin. I will agree with you there.
So in that event, I would like to spend a few minutes speaking about Duke's history when it comes to idle assets at peak events. So in order to begin that discussion, I'd like to point your direction to the next document in the stack I handed you. This is the company's response to NC Warren's data request 2-3, which I would like to, with the commission's permission, mark for identification purposes as NC Warren Cross Examination Exhibit 2.
All right. The document will be marked for identification as NC Warren Modeling Panel Direct Cross Examination Exhibit 2.
And I just want to make sure I'm right about number 2. The exhibit that I initially began identifying, we decided not to mark that as identification 2. Is that?
That's correct.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Welcome. So, Mr. Snyder, the document that we've just identified as NC Warren et al. Cross-Examination Exhibit 2, have you seen this document before?
I don't believe I reviewed this one, but I'll take just a quick moment here. I think I can interpret the gist of where you're going, and I do not object to the numbers on the page.
Okay, very good. Then let me try to, just to streamline our discussion, characterize it, and I'm going to try to do it in a way that is not controversial. Let me know if I fail in that respect. But I mean, what this data request is asking is for DEC and DEP to provide the average output in megawatts for each winter and summer peak hours for DEC and DEP's coal units that were identified in Table D1 of the carbon plan.
I see that.
Okay, all right. And specifically, these winter and summer peak hours that we were asking about were for the period of 2021 and 2022, I believe. Is that correct? If you look at the chart on page 2, you'll see that.
Agree with you. That's
Okay.
what the dates are.
So if you turn to page 2 of this exhibit, you will see a number of coal units listed in the left-hand column for both DEC and DEP, right?
I see that.
Okay. And then as you move right across the chart, what you'll see is several winter and summer peak of hours are referenced. Is that fair?
I see them.
Okay.
Yep.
And then for multiple, so when you look at the coal unit and you compare it to the peak unit, you can see what the average megawatt output was for that coal unit during peak. Is that right?
I see it.
Okay. And so I think what you would agree with me, for instance, Mr. Snyder, that Allen Unit 1, which is a DEC coal plant, has not been operated, has not had an average strike that, let me say it again. Mr. Snyder, I'm sure you would agree with me, or at least I think you would, that for, as example, Allen Unit 1 has had a 0 megawatt hour average output at peak hour for summer and winter for the period of January 2021 through August of, what's for a longest, for a 2-year period in 2021 and 2022. Am I correct about that?
No, I don't think you're correct. I think this is just showing on that day.
Yeah.
It's not saying Allen didn't run over that whole period. It's just during those days it did not. So, yeah.
So
I'll agree with you. It didn't run on those days.
Okay. Then that, I appreciate that. That's a good clarification. So on the peak days identified in this exhibit, Allen Unit 1 did not run. That's correct?
You've picked some days where Allen didn't run, and I could pick 100 days where it did.
Well, wait a minute, Mr. Snyder. I didn't pick the days. I mean, we're talking about peak events.
This is
right?
2021 in a COVID recovery year where you had a healthy system behind you and it was not extreme weather year. If you go to Mr. Roberts, page 68, table 1, he'll show you 2018, page 2018, where these plants, every single plant on the system ran 3 days straight at nearly 100% capacity factor. So can you pick a year that was coming out of COVID, that was mild weather, where on a cold day that wasn't that cold and you had a healthy system where Allen didn't run? Yes. Can I tell you a few days in history where without them, we would have been rolling blackouts? I certainly can show you those, but I think Mr. Roberts and Mr. Holman are better to discuss that with you.
Okay, then I will take that up with Mr. Roberts and Mr. Holman, and just, and for purposes of expediting our discussion on this exhibit, can we agree there are a number of coal units which on multiple peak days were not running? Is that correct?
Yes, if on 2021, coming out of COVID, on a non-extreme year, we had coal units that did not run. I will not dispute that with you.
All right, next, I'd like to talk to you about the next document in the packet I handed you. This is the company's response to NC Warren Data Request 2-4. And I would like, with the commission's permission, to mark this as NC Warren et al. Cross-examination Exhibit 3.
All right, document will be marked as NC Warren Modeling Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit 3.
Mr. Snyder, have you ever seen this data request response?
And if you'll give me a moment, this was not my area of responsibility, so I did not prepare this response. I'm reviewing, but go ahead and ask
Okay.
your question while I'm reading.
So this data request asks the companies to state whether any certain coal units, which were identified that we discussed about in our last data response, coal units that were not online during peak, whether any of those coal units were in planned or forced outage. Is that a fair characterization of this data request?
Yeah, that's
Okay. And before I get to the Duke's answer, is it fair to say that within a certain range, peak is relatively predictable by the companies?
predictable from what time horizon?
Yeah, well, I mean, in other words, I mean, I've just heard chatter from Duke and others that we expect peak to occur, say, this week. It's within that
Oh, yeah.
range.
If you're a week out and it's going to be 8 degrees out for a week, you're pretty confident that, hey, this is going to be a peak week. Or if it's going to be 100 for 4 days in the summer, it's going to be a peak. So when I'm a week out and I have a weather forecast, subject to that weather forecast not changing, we have a pretty good idea of when that is. So
Okay.
your characterization from that perspective is not incorrect.
Okay, so with that context in mind, that peak within a certain range of several days or whatever it is in that range is somewhat predictable. I'd like to look at Duke's response to this data request. And if you review that, Mr. Snyder, I think you'll agree with me that multiple of Duke's coal units were in either planned or forced outage during the peak events listed in this chart. Is that correct?
Yes, again, if you have a healthy system with plenty of ample generation coming out of COVID and it's a mild peak, you may have the ability to take units in outage and do, even if it is peak. And I can tell you in the last several weeks, even though it wasn't our hottest peak, many of our coal units were running pretty substantially because it was hot and it was, we're now coming out of COVID. So it's all situational specific. And in this situation, the demand was not high, and so you had enough of excess capacity. But, we can go through as many exhibits as you want, but I will tell you this is not systemic. Like I said in my first response, it's not like for 20 years, these things are just sitting around. There are periods where these plants are absolutely critical in keeping reliable service here in the Carolinas so that we don't have the types of events that we saw in Texas and in California and other areas of the country where you, during these peak weather events, whether it's summer or winter, and here in the Carolinas, it's more and more winter, that you don't have insufficient generation. And these plants have been critical. I think it's been, you've had many of our operational experts appear before you during these peak events and explain how we made it through the events. And they've explained that these plants played a very important role in maintaining reliability. So we can keep going if you want to show me some more days.
Okay. Well, Mr. Snyder, just to move along for this exhibit, from this exhibit about planned or forced outages, I'd like to just ask this hopefully final question. I mean, it's fair to say that Duke felt comfortable during these peak events, which again are within a certain range, somewhat predictable. Duke felt comfortable putting these coal units in either planned or forced, or I guess I should say forced outage, felt comfortable putting these plants in planned outage. Is that correct?
There was none forced. Yeah, there were several units that were under planned outage during those events.
Okay. So I'd like to go to the next document in the stack I handed you. This is the company's response to NC Warren's data request 3-1, which I would like to mark with the commission's permission as NC Warren et al. Cross-examination Exhibit 4.
All right, the document will be marked as NC Warren Modeling Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit.
And Mr. Snyder, I'm going to try to streamline our discussion here on this exhibit just to move us along. So, I mean, you'll recall earlier we had a discussion about coal units that were not operating on peak days. You recall that discussion?
I do.
And this is a similar question, is it not, regarding natural gas units, which were not operating during peak days in 2021 and 2022. Is that correct?
They were not operating on those days.
Okay. And if you look at pages 2 and 3, would you agree with me that there are a number of these natural gas units that were not operating during these peak days? Is that correct?
On those days, those units were not running.
If you could look at the next data request in the stack I handed you, this is the company's response to NC Warren data request number 3-2. And I'd like to, with the commission's permission, mark this document for identification purposes as NC Warren et al. Cross-examination Exhibit 5.
All right, document will be marked as NC Warren Modeling Panel Direct Cross-Examination Exhibit number 5.
So again, just in an effort to expedite our discussion, I mean, you'll recall that we earlier discussed coal units which were in planned or forced outage during peak days. You recall that discussion?
I do.
Okay. And this data request, is it not, is a similar question except regarding natural gas units. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So in other words, this data request seeks the identity of natural gas units that were either in planned or forced outage during peak days in 2021 and 2022, right?
I continue to have my same response to all these, that it would be expected that this is not a surprise or an outage. It in no way indicates they're not absolutely critical for reliability. So, I just don't want to repeat too many times here. So with the same caveats, yes, these units were in outage as expected.
All right, thank you.
All right, with that, we've come to the end of our day. Let's go off the record, please. Just a reminder, we will be back on tomorrow at 11. We'll continue with the cross-examination by NC Warren of the modeling panel. Mr. Rouse, you are on deck. All right, thank you very much.